You know who I'm the most jealous of? You ever see people that are like really close to their siblings and they're like friends with their siblings even like through adulthood? It seems like a cool meme.
Miano hype 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 Miano hype.
Okay. What's going on with our factory? Okay. Upgraded to electronic parts. Ixion has a hardcore mode. Do your Reddit place coming back tomorrow? Yeah, we'll be there. Wait, wasn't this the one that looked cool, but it's actually just some boring 4X game?
Hull integrity compromised. Likelihood of stations. Probe launch to locate resources. Mining ships deployed. Trajectory. Caution. Likelihood of station survival stands at 15%. Fall. 14%. 12%. 7%.
Why did we not play this game before?
The book of our life on Earth is...
Hold on one second. Okay. The circuit numbers aren't real. They aren't real, are they? He can't have 100,000 subs. He probably does. He's been on a lot of shows. I mean, he's collecting a lot of people. Wait, is this Subnautica? Is it made by the same people?
is over, and we stand now at its epilogue.
That's time. Human law.
Welcome on board the Tiger. Intervention. Caution. Caution. Likelihood of station survival stands at 15%. 12%. 7%.
If you want to do Tism, yeah, that's what you're after. I had a friend recommend me this, but I don't think I don't think I'm gonna play like first person building games. That's the only reason I've stayed away from like Satisfactory. Like I just don't know if I care about like navigating in first person as much and then doing these types of things. Maybe I'm too like Factorio brained or extra not included brained or something, but is this a live stream? Oh, that's a live stream up there.
Likelihood of
Rage Pop, I'm not playing C Block, okay? This game looks like a good autism game, though. It reminds me of Frostpunk.
station survivals.
I'm gonna be honest. We might play this one. Okay, I'll bookmark this bad boy.
Steven, you know what this stream needs. It's time to teach the kick cheddars a lesson. They have never experienced the rift.
That is true. I do think about that every single day. We have a lot of non-Rift enjoyers here.
Thanks for showing me Rogue Tower. What's the next Odyssey game I should pour a few hundred hours into?
Hooligans, hello.
Oh shit, what's up?
What's up?
I don't know, I got caught off guard, my bad. You know how you like listen to yourself talk and you're like, damn, that sounds fucking stupid, like cringy and shit, because it's just like, I guess the person listening to themselves talk.
Oh, sure.
Well, okay, so like, and I say like a lot. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to not sound like a fucking retard when I talk. And have a little bit of better communication skills.
Okay.
I'm sure you do the same thing, like streaming and shit for 12 years. What have you... What am I trying to say?
I have
Except
no
for
idea.
just being like, what, tell me what to do, Dad. I would just be like, if somebody asked you for a piece of advice, what would it be on trying to communicate better?
Practice, listen to yourself, and then make a deliberate effort to change what you don't like from one session to the
When
next.
you're,
I guess.
if you're like, let's say, recording something or whatever, listening to yourself, do you have it set up on your mic to where you can like hear yourself talk back or like get feedback and like hear yourself? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Anyway,
I can always
think
hear
you said
myself,
something-
yeah.
Yeah, you said something about the other day, and I turned it on, and it helps. I feel like it helps a bit. I turned it back off for some reason. I had some other shit too, but I didn't write it down. For some reason, that was the only thing I wrote down. So, well, what are you gonna play next? You gonna keep playing this? What the fuck is this?
I don't know, some cringe idle game. I don't know, man. Diablo 4 is pretty boring.
Bro, I had a friend like who was playing Diablo, and I picked it up because he was playing, and like I saw you playing it. And yeah, once I got to 60, I was just bored out of my fucking mind. Everything, I wasn't getting any good drops. All my fucking affix were shit. I needed an affix for like a ring to get extra fury every couple of seconds when I have my shouts activated, and I could never get it. I gave up on that shit too.
Yeah, fuck that.
Are you going to argue with Fuentes? Is he going to do that, or is he trying to bitch out?
But no, he bitched out.
Damn, bro. Imagine being like, everything I think is so much better, and then not wanting to talk about it.
Yeah, it really gets the noggin jogging, you know? But
I promise you, if Twitch and like any other platform was like, "Hey, bro, it's cool, we accept you, come back," like free speech, all that good shit, he'd just be like, he wouldn't do it.
you don't think he would do it? I think he'd go back if he got.
No,
voted in.
he can't. I mean, because I feel like he'd get too much pushback. He'd rather stay in his little Telegram echo chamber and just have his people come there and spurg the fuck out.
No, I think he would want access to mainstream platforms again for sure. He would. He absolutely would.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm usually wrong about a lot of things. That's why I take your opinion on a lot of shit.
Well, thanks, bud.
Yeah. Okay. I'm doing glazing the blue-headed boy. Thank you for bringing me on.
Yeah, no problem. Have fun. Be careful, bud.
All right, bye.
Are you gonna make me drag you out too?
Oh fuck! I forgot about that. Hold on. I get the shit. Wait.
Oh, our good friend of the stream, Awuga.
So I had some questions for you today. The first thing I wanted to ask you was about something you said a while back about Andrew Tate. You said this a couple times. I don't really know if I agree with it.
Okay, what I say?
Andrew Tate is obviously a horrible misogynist person, but you've said a couple times that it's like that it's scary that social media corporations are able to censor him.
Mm-hmm.
I
I'll
don't
take
really
the
see the
subscriptions
problem
on
with
the
that.
DGG
Like, he was a
site as well.
pretty extreme
Want on it.
person influencing people in pretty bad ways, right?
Yeah, but he didn't break any rules, did he?
Yeah, but like, he was a pretty extreme instance where he was like influencing people in pretty negative ways, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't break any rules, did he?
Okay. So what if it's just this one person though? Like,
Well, if it's
the
not just one
corporations are-
person. If it's just one person, it could be anybody, right? Isn't that kind of the principle of the thing? Shouldn't we care about that?
I mean, why does the principle matter if they're not doing it more than once though? Like, it's the only time they've ever done it in the history of the internet.
That's not true. They've wiped a couple people from social media platforms like simultaneously. It happened to Donald Trump as well.
For Donald Trump, it just happened on Twitter, right? Twitter was the only place it happened.
Am I wrong? I thought he got banned from everything, like Facebook. I know he got banned from Twitch.
Okay, so you're listing like Donald Trump and Andrew Tate, two people who were borderline stochastic terrorists.
Sure, that's a
Like, I don't-
100% increase from just one, though. I mean, I'm sure if we keep going, we could probably find more.
But like, what do you think these corporations have to like? What do they need to like give permission to people in order? Do they need permission from the people in order to ban people who are extremely problematic? Like, I don't understand.
No, I just think for deleting somebody from the internet, it should be for breaking actual rules and not just being problematic.
Well, like, they maybe have internal rules that these people were breaking that we don't know about.
Okay, that's not a very satisfying answer, but
Okay. I guess I'll concede that to you then. I guess it's scary that they're able to go behind the curtain and like coordinate a mass ban of a single person. I guess I'll concede that.
okay.
I think so. My next question is: it was actually in a previous conversation I had with you earlier. You said one of the reasons it was totally okay for the Democratic establishment to go behind the curtain and coordinate a mass endorsement of a single candidate all at once, specifically to guarantee that Bernie would lose in 2020.
Well, to be clear,
You said
it wasn't
one of the reasons
specifically to guarantee Bernie would lose. It was because those people had no chance of winning, and it wasn't a coordination of the establishment. It was probably individuals deciding it was better for them to do this particular thing so they had some political future. But go ahead.
Okay, so that's how you frame it, but that was totally fine to you. One of the reasons you said it was totally fine to you because Bernie was projected to lose anyway, right? Is that right? Because like they thought he had no chance of winning, so it's fine. You just said that.
I feel like I didn't say that. I'm not sure if I said that that's a justification. It doesn't sound like a justification for anything at all.
Well, you said that like you just said that like they have no chance of these people have no chance of winning, so they went and like agreed to endorse the other candidate instead of their
Yeah, the
choosing.
individuals like had no chance of winning, so they decided to just back a similar candidate. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let me propose hypothetical to you then.
Okay,
Let's
okay.
say in 2024, the primary is being hosted again, and this time Bernie is even more popular than he was last time. Let's say with all the moderate candidates running against each other, Bernie is actually projected to win this time. But then, just like last time, the corrupt DNC pulls their little stunt and starts doing, handshake deals behind the curtain to coordinate a mass endorsement of a single moderate candidate of their choosing, not the people's choosing. And then because of that, Bernie loses again. Like, are you still going to tell me with a straight face that there's nothing shady or unethical about that?
I don't even know what that sentence that you just said meant, but okay.
Okay. Let's say they run again let's say Bernie runs again in 2024, and this time, if the moderate candidates don't rally together and like sacrifice their running positions,
If Bernie can run and he's got like a majority of the vote, then Bernie will run and win. That's it. Doesn't matter.
no, not majority of the vote. Let's say that if moderate candidates don't all have to rely on mass all quitting all at once and mass endorsing a single candidate of their choosing, as long as they don't do that stunt again, Bernie will win the nomination. Will you still say that that's totally fine?
No, I don't. I would rather the will of the people be expressed as best as possible. And if 60% of people are supporting moderate candidates and 40% of people are supporting one far left candidate, then the will of the people is probably not behind Bernie Sanders. It never was in the Democratic Party.
Even so, let's say if it was 60-40, who are these moderate candidates to basically choose on their own whim who gets to be the moderate candidate that they all rally behind? That doesn't seem like representing the will of the people.
They probably go based on popular support. If they choose somebody that's not popular, then it would probably go to the other guy.
No, who they perceive based on polling data, who they think will be the most popular moderate candidate. Again, this is still not fully representative of the will of the people. They're just literally choosing who they think will win.
At the end of the day, the people get to break. Or I'm sorry, the people get to vote, right?
Yeah.
Then it's the will of the people voting. I don't understand what your question is. You're
they are influencing.
Can you just go?
People.
Can I just send you? There's a video that you need to go watch. Okay, here. This is you. Okay. Have you seen the Bernie Math video by College Humor?
No.
Okay, I posted in DGG chat and in Kick chat and in YouTube chat. I don't know where you hang out. Just go watch that video. This is who you are. Like, you're the living embodiment of this.
I haven't watched the video, so I don't know what you think I am, but
it's the talking about the convoluted scheme in which Bernie Sanders is the rightful winner of the Democratic election, even though he couldn't even get above 30% of the support of the party. Like, you just have all these like convoluted schemes in your head for like how he should have gotten, what the will of people is, blah 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 blah. There's a collective set of ideas. We can broadly group these as moderate or progressive. The Democratic Party did not support progressive ideas; they supported moderate ideas. You're just ass pained that a ton of moderate candidates decided to drop off as they had no chance of winning, and then people rallied behind one moderate candidate. There's nothing wrong about that. There's nothing unethical about that. There's nothing betraying. There's nothing rigged about that. That's just what people do in primaries. Like, if the only way that your candidate can win is by having 6 other similar candidates stay in so that your candidate get a plurality of the vote, that's not democracy. That's not good. I don't know why you would even support that.
Okay, I never said it was a conspiracy. I said that the election process is flawed if moderate candidates get to choose who everyone has to rally behind.
No. That's not flawed. What would be flawed is if 9 candidates all like shared the same voter pool and then one candidate had its own unique voter pool and then he won. That would be flawed. This is why people support like ranked choice voting, to prevent exactly this thing from happening.
Okay, but even then, like that's another thing that like maybe I could to an extent agree with, but like that's like a flaw with our election process. Then, like the fact that you don't want to change our election process or our electoral system at all, like obviously there are flaws with the system that don't properly represent the will of the people. But like you don't want to change anything about the system.
Who said I don't want to change anything about the system?
Because like you're obviously happy with the outcome of the 2020 election, so like you don't want like any adjustments made to it whatsoever because you're happy that Bernie lost.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, good. I'm glad you conceded on that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, my next question was about Brittany Simon.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a limit, by the way, to how like harsh I can be on these calls, or no?
Do your worst, bucko.
Okay. So what exactly happened with Brittany Simon? Like, why don't you talk to her anymore?
I think she got triggered over a tag I gave, and then we just had big disagreements over that, and then, yeah, it's basically that.
Okay. Would you mind if I played devil's advocate for Brittany here?
I don't think I want to dig up old Britney drama. It feels like, why would I do that?
Because, like, I think that, like, you burned her bridge over much less than someone like Sneeko, right?
Yeah, of course.
I think that's a little bit... Yeah. So, like, don't you think that you gave her kind of an unfair shake?
Well, no, I considered her an actual friend. I don't think I ever considered Sneeko a friend.
Wait, but if you considered her an actual friend, then how come you, like, threw away that bridge so easily?
Because my standards
Compared
for
to
friendships
Sneeko.
are higher than my standards for acquaintances.
Hold on. I feel like you've definitely made it seem like in the past that you were totally really close with Sneeko. And then now that,
I've
like,
made
you're
it
burned
seem
bridge with
like
them, you're
that because
rewriting
you guys
history.
see me hang out with a person in real life 1 or 2 times, and you assume that we're close friends. But that's you guys being autistic, not me.
Okay. Basically, one of the things... What exactly did she do that, like, made your high standards of her as a friend, like, totally shatter? Like, what exactly did she say?
I don't...
That was like...
Bro, I mean, like, I feel like our shit has calmed down. I don't know if I want to relitigate the whole Britney thing. I feel like, why would I... Because she's going to get comments on her videos. I'm going to get more people asking, like, why... I don't know if there's a purpose to relitigating this whole thing.
No, because, like, I think it's worth, like, potentially rebuilding this bridge. I don't think
That's
she was
not
that bad of a
happening,
person.
So I don't think she is that bad of a person. I never said she's that bad of a person.
Yeah, I would say that if anything, you were kind of the one who was out of pocket in that bridge burning scenario.
Yeah,
like
that's
you
not
said.
Surprising at all that you would feel that way. Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean it's not surprising at all? You basically were like, "Oh yeah, I wonder if rape victims can just walk it off next time they get raped at a party." Like you were like basically saying something.
Verbatim, yeah.
Yeah, and that's like pretty out of pocket.
Yeah, I agree.
That's
pretty wild.
Yeah, so why are you surprised that she got upset at you over that?
You know, I'm an out-of-pocket kind of guy in a world with not enough pockets.
Okay. So you admit that you were the one in the wrong then in that situation, and
Absolutely.
that you actually don't care that you were a shithead to her instead of the other way around, and that you burned bridges because you were an asshole.
Nope.
She said things like you were bad at relationships, which is true.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. You're pretty bad at relationships. You're pretty dysfunctional.
How do you... By what? Aren't you 21? Do you even know what a relationship looks like?
Yeah, of course I do. And also, I'm not 21.
You're like 20... You're 23 at the most. At the absolute oldest.
Okay, you're just psychoanalyzing me now, like Mr. Girl.
No, I know I'm correct.
Okay, whatever you say. But, like, you absolutely are pretty dysfunctional.
If I offer to send you $50 if you send me your driver's license and you're over the age of 23, would you do that?
If you make me an orbiter, I'll tell you, but no.
Okay.
What I was gonna say was, you absolutely are dysfunctional. You've done insane shit throughout your career that, like, most people would agree is, like, pretty insanely dysfunctional for your relationships.
Insane
She
shit?
wasn't wrong to say that.
I've really done insane shit?
Yeah. Like, didn't you, oh, well, I don't know if I should say that, but you've done some insane shit. Like, I guess, what about that time you fucked your own Discord moderator, or whatever? Or not Discord moderator, you fucked, the Twitch moderator or whatever. This was like a few years ago. I think you did that, right?
Which?
And then like she had a meltdown on stream about it, and you were like trying to like tame everything down. Like clearly, like that was an insane thing. Whatever happened.
What am I talking? What are we talking about here?
It was okay. We were on. This was like a few years ago. It was like I think her name was Eris. I don't remember.
Do you think she was just a Discord moderator?
Not a Discord moderator, a Twitch moderator, and you fucked her, and then, you know, you maybe let her on or something. Something dysfunctional.
You understand that
She
that
then
was like
proceeded-
a girlfriend of mine for 6 years, right?
Okay, well, why were you still dating her and fucking her, and then why did she have a meltdown?
Don't you think before you come at me with these like heavy-handed accusations of impropriety, you should at least like have any idea who you're talking about?
Okay. Well, what about okay. What about that OCD girl, right?
Yeah, sometimes
You were
go into the cookie jar. It's not good.
No, you can't just play it off as a meme. That seriously was pretty insane. You fucked her, she had a mental breakdown, clearly she wasn't mentally capable of handling it. And then you just did it again afterwards. Like, that's completely insane. That's actually psychotic.
Okay, so I'm not gonna say that I'm a perfect person, but if
No,
like,
hold on. It's more than being not a perfect person.
I agree, yeah. But if like the most insane shit I've done in my life is I fucked somebody that I probably shouldn't have fucked, does that really make me that insane? Does that really make me that crazy? I feel like there's a whole basket of things people can do in life that is like really deplorable and really insane. Is that really where we're at now, where it's like, oh my god, this person is like if you were telling friends, right, there's this guy, and oh my god, this dude is he's one of the most unhinged motherfuckers I've ever met in my life. And it's like, really? It's like, yeah, this dude is on another level of psychopathy, okay? He's just fucking wild. It's like, oh my god, what did he do? And you're like, well, one time there was this girl with OCD, and he fucked her after they had kind of already like split. And it was like, yeah, he definitely shouldn't have. Is that really like...
Okay. How about this? What about that time that you fantasized about murdering that 16-year-old and his dad?
The guy that was depriving me of income so that I couldn't take care of my fucking family? That guy?
Okay. For starters, I'm positive you had not tried anywhere near enough before resorting to murder.
I mean,
right?
I fully doxed the kid. I called multiple members of his entire family. I got into an email back and forth with his father, and I had 3 different interviews with the FBI. What else was I supposed to do?
You said that you could have pursued a legal route to sue those guys, and you said you didn't because it would have been too hard or something like that. I talked to somebody
about pursuing a potential legal route. He told me that I was looking at, and I was not as wealthy back then as I was now. He said I was looking at a minimum of $50,000, a court case that would drag out for over a year, and that I had absolutely no guarantee to win because of the sophisticated level of technology involved. That trying to explain to a jury what a DDoS was or whatever would be an unbelievably high threshold to overcome in like a civil case like that.
All I'm saying is, even if you can throw whatever excuses you want out, like that is, nobody would just say like, oh, I gotta solve my problem by murdering a fucking kid. Like there was probably more options there had to have been more options you could have exhausted. The fact that you were just like, well, you know, I tried nothing and it still didn't work, so it's time to murder a child. It's like, dude, that's fucking insane. Again,
if I had
the
tried
total
nothing,
disregard for human.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy. I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, you didn't literally try nothing, but you tried very little. Like you tried.
Really? Tell me what else I should have tried.
You should have tried going through with a legal route. You could have.
The legal route would have left me broke. I would have been out of a job by then. I would have been bankrupt. It would have been over for me. Legal route was pointless. Impossible.
You could have tried holding out. Maybe you could have tried talking to the kid a little bit more.
The kid was harassing me for months and months. Every time I tried talking to him, he just made fun of me more. What would be the point of that?
Try talking to his parents.
I tried talking to his dad.
Just because he was getting
sue me. His dad made fun of me and told me that his son was more intelligent than I ever would be, and that I should try making friends with him instead.
Well, yeah, maybe you should try. I mean, listen, life is never totally fair. I agree with that. Like, sometimes you're put in a shitty situation that you don't deserve.
True, and sometimes people murder you because you fuck with their income. That's life. I agree. It's not fair all the time.
No, wait, no. That's so childish, though. Like, revenge or, like, just petty murder just because...
It's not revenge, and it's not petty. It would have been self-defense of my income.
Oh, God, this is Kyle Rittenhouse all over again. The utter disregard for human life.
So, I mean, okay, I agree. Thank you. If you think I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, that's fine. He beat his case, so amen, brother.
He was legally exonerated, but morally murdering 2 people for the most dumb reason ever was stupid. Just like how you murdering those 2 people would have been really stupid, although maybe legally justified or whatever.
Oh, base. Well, as long as I'm legally justified. I'm Gucci. Gucci gang.
So you admit that you're an insane, shitty person then. Good.
Yeah, you know, if that's how you want to read it, sure thing, bucko.
What about... Alright, so I've listed like 3 different things that you did that were super insane. How about... And I'll keep throwing more at you. What about how you, some of the things you've done, like, the amount of, like, out-of-pocket things you've said about black people, right?
Is it really that insane
Like,
to be racist? Like, would you say every racist person is insane?
I would say that it doesn't help your case, right? Like, the fact that you, like, were publicly, you're, like, the only person on the internet who was publicly making the opinion that, like, you know, white people should be allowed to say the N-word in private. Like, why did you need to say...
I'm the only person who's ever made that case before?
The only, like, notable Twitch streamer who did, yeah. Like, did you need to make that statement? Regardless of even if it's even true that, like, oh yeah, we should be allowed to say it in private, which is, like, even if it's true, why did you feel the need to say it?
I don't know, man. Maybe I am just unhinged.
Okay. So... Alright. How about you eating chicken and waffles with a Nazi? How is that not fucking insane?
That was pretty crazy. One of the craziest days of my life, I think.
You're such
Did
a
you see the
fucking
part where he
clown.
called that one guy that was walking by? He was like, "Is that a Jew?" Do you remember that part? Wasn't that wild?
Yeah, and then you got an erection when he did because you love crazy people.
No, the erection came later when I watched him and Abba double team my wife while I sat in the cuck chair in the corner. Me and Sneeko both sat and watched.
Based. No, but you absolutely... Okay. Let me...
I'll
let me
you. I'll let
switch.
You.
Let me switch.
Switch
Let me
up.
switch gears a little bit.
Go ahead.
You had a debate
Mm-hmm.
with Nick Fuentes recently on Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, I did. True.
And in your infinite wisdom, you thought to engage with this and platform this guy again.
Yeah.
And regardless, you choosing to debate him and challenge his ideas publicly means that you're kind of public show is fair against the status quo of, you know, not being a Nazi.
I'm kind of publicly what?
Okay, you know what? How do you think you did in that debate against him?
I think it went okay, but against a guy like that, I usually want to do better than just okay, but...
Yeah, you did pretty horrible.
I don't think I did pretty horrible, but I think I did okay.
Definitely did do pretty horrible. I mean, afterwards you were like... afterwards on multiple occasions you were like, oh, Nick, please debate me again. Let me have a rematch so I can redeem myself. Like, yeah. Of course he was going to say no and not debate you again after you outlived your usefulness, because you were just a useful idiot to him.
Yeah. Is that what your parents say about you for the child tax credit?
Okay, so so you admit that you didn't do well in the debate? You did poorly?
I think I did okay. Could have done better, but...
Well, then why were you begging Nick Fuentes to debate you again and kissing his feet?
How am I kissing his feet by asking for another debate?
You were like tweeting like, oh, he's just scared. Please debate me again, Nick. No, his audience is like forcing me not to go on. They don't want me to get a rematch because I got crushed last time. And even your subreddit was saying the same thing too.
Oh, well, if my subreddit was saying it, fuck me. You got me there.
Okay. So, just by the way, that when you fail in these debates, you know, that this shows that like this whole absolutist freedom of speech, like, oh yeah, the good ideas will always rise to the top no matter what automatically. Just want to let you know that like with this debate, you getting kind of crushed a little bit shows that that's not always the case.
Wow, true. We should just end all discourse in the United States. I agree. That's the most
Not end all
intelligent
discourse.
position.
Wait, hold on.
Well, we don't want to risk ever like losing a debate, right? We should probably just end everything, yeah? Wouldn't that be like the safest route? Do you want to risk losing a debate against a Nazi?
We can just ignore debate. We can just ignore debates with Nazis altogether. We're the majority, right? The majority of the population is against Nazis. They have everything to gain by debating us, and we have nothing to gain and everything to lose by debating them.
Oh,
So your stupid ideology of just being like, oh yeah, let's just debate them for no reason and give them a chance to gain credence with their ideology, like they did with you just now with Nick, right?
Yeah. I never thought about it that way. True.
What are you? Is something okay? My prescription would be
Tell me.
1, to avoid engaging with Nazis.
Okay.
They have nothing to gain and everything to lose by us engaging with
Nothing to lose
them.
and everything to gain, but yeah, go ahead.
Or nothing to lose and everything to gain, yeah. And mild limitations on free speech, kind of like what they have in a lot of European countries.
Let me just say this. What's that? Americans are Nazis.
What?
He just hit you up with the Americans are Nazis. You probably agree with him, actually.
Yeah, I would say like 20 to 30% of the population is like Nazis, but like they're a minority. They can't do anything.
20 to 30%?
Or okay, hold on. 20 to 30% are like conservatives that are kind of radical, and some of those conservatives in and of themselves are Nazis. There.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank God. So only like 15% of Americans are Nazis in your worldview.
Wait. Okay. Do you think that like we make large leaps in prosperity by just like sitting down and talking with every single person who is like segregation during like the civil rights movement? Do you think Martin Luther King was like, you know what, let's sit down next to all these, pro Jim, have a conversation with them. Let's like gradually convert each and every single one of them through conversation for the next 3 decades, just slowly de-radicalize them, and then that's how we make big progress. Like, do you think that's how we do it, by just making sure everyone gets together and we're all friends and dandy, and how we're all just what we need to do?
Yeah, I think so, actually, yeah.
That's what Martin Luther King did to stop civil rights, huh? Or to help civil rights, right?
Seems like it about that.
No, what he did was he gathered support from the majority that already agreed with him, and then he just mobilized to legislate things, and the minority that didn't follow along with him basically just had to suck it and follow along with it anyway.
If the majority was already pro-civil rights, then why did Jim Crow laws exist?
Well, he had to rally them first, but like, yeah, once the majority's been rallied to have an opinion against it,
They just needed to
like,
get rallied? They were already... The majority was already there, they just needed to be rallied?
I mean, kinda, yeah, that's what happened. That's how...
Oh, wow. Okay, never thought about it that way.
Okay. Alright, how about this? Destiny. Okay. A subredditor in your community made a post recently that made a good point about how you don't like racists like Bruce or FD Signifier, but you're perfectly okay with hanging out with crazy people like Quiznos, crazy racist people like Quiznos or Zerka. So, what would you say to that subreddit post in response?
I have different expectations on people based on what their kind of like their jobs are. So like Zerka's just like a fucking loser goofball. Like, I'm not expecting serious political commentary from him. He doesn't sell himself as such, although he still has an influence. But people like FD Signifier like sell themselves as YouTube academics, so I have a much higher expectation for the type of content that they make.
And why don't they clear that bar for you, in your opinion?
I just don't like people that spread around this idea that like everybody's racist, everybody's a Nazi. Like, even you just unwittingly made the claim that like 10 to 20 million Americans are Nazis. It's kind of a fucking insane claim to make, but you just in your mind.
Okay,
like
I never said that many people, but I am saying that a lot of conservatives are extreme.
That's about what you said. About half the Conservative Party is You said 10 to 20% of the Conservative Party is racist, or Nazi, I think you said. About half the country is conservative, right? So if I say, we'll say 100 million people...
Okay, I was being a little hyperbolic, okay? Be a little bit more charitable. So you just don't like that they call certain people like you racist. You don't like it when FD Signifier calls people like you racist, basically. Is that it?
Not just me, but sure, I can be one of them, yeah.
Okay. So you think that, like, it's just you hate the idea that they can come to the conclusion that you're racist. You think that's inconceivable that you're racist?
Sure.
Okay. So, to be clear, you do have a noticeable pattern of takes and behaviors against black people, though, right?
No, I don't think so.
You once went on Twitter and started shitting on a CNN article that said a group of black people killing a black man might have still been racism. You like eagerly tried shooting down that take, even though they explicitly said that it might have been systemic racism, not.
I read the entire article that was posted by the man that did it. We can go back to the stream and revisit it, but I just think it's a bit laughable when we got into an area where every single thing in society can be caused by white supremacy. Then it's probably not even worth talking about. If four black cops killing one black man is also white supremacy, it just seems like there's probably other factors at play, and to call all of it white supremacy is a tad reductive in our social analysis, I think.
He said that, first of all, that it might have still been racism, not that it definitively was. I think that's reasonable to interpret that this could have been still systemic racism, like black cops being so unbelievably violent, lynching another black guy.
And you know what the issue was with his take?
What?
There was absolutely zero evidence in his article that there was any racism involved. I'm pretty sure that was my problem with the article.
Yeah, even if there wasn't any hard evidence, like to posit
there wasn't
that
any hard or soft evidence. There was no evidence whatsoever. There was zero evidence. None. Zero.
Even if you want to say that they didn't have evidence to posit that there is a chance something couldn't be the case, which, yeah, that is true. There was a chance that it could have still been systemic racism even without evidence.
Okay.
But the fact that you so eagerly, like, shot it down, like, no, it definitely was systemic racism. Racism doesn't exist anymore. We defeated racism. It's like, that's a little bit strange for you to so eagerly want to shut down ideas that, like, black people can be dealing with racism.
Okay. True.
The fact that you didn't want it to have any charitability to take the article at face value when they still open racism.
Well, to be clear, like, I'm pretty sure the guy that wrote the article was black, so.
So
why would I take
what
it
does that have to
seriously?
Do with it? Okay, what you said just right there in and of itself is kind of racist.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, don't like white people generally write better articles on these types of topics?
Are you trolling me right now?
Well, no, I'm just saying in general. Like, if you go and look at CNN and you look at all the people that write on, like, cop violence stuff, isn't it usually white people?
Wait, you are literally... That's discriminatory what you're saying right now.
Discrimination isn't always bad. If I only want to hire college students instead of high school students, that's also discriminatory.
No, but that's a different type of discrimination, right?
Well, why is that discrimination okay, but discriminating against who I trust for articles is not okay? Like, would I trust a white guy to tell me what the best rap music is of, like, the 80s and 90s?
That's asking for, like, an opinion on, like, how to enjoy on, like, certain types of music. That's harmless. But saying that, like, oh, you're black, so you're not allowed to have an opinion on other black people murdering other black people.
Hold on, he's
like,
absolutely allowed to have an opinion. You just put those words in my mouth. I just said I wouldn't take it as seriously.
Yeah, but that in and of itself is kind of racist. Why would you say, like, oh yeah, I don't take it as seriously unless you have white skin? Like,
I don't know. It just seems like most of the people that write articles on that on CNN tend to be white, so I just trust them more on it.
So if you're walking out on the street, a black guy walking down the street next to you, you're not going to trust that black guy to not rob you as much because black commit more crime. Is that way? That's the same type of logic you're applying there.
I'm going to be honest. I think that if anybody was to ever break the record of Usain Bolt's 100-meter sprint, I think it would probably be you seeing a black guy on the sidewalk across from you and then you running to the other side of the street. You come off to me like you would move faster than lightning.
Okay. So you just kind of just obfuscated just now. You didn't really engage with what I just said.
I wouldn't cross the street. I'd walk up to him and I'd give him the handshake where you do the clap, pull back with the fingers, and then snap as you pull away. Because I've been in LA long enough to know how to shake hands with my fellow Crips. Because that's who I am, Crip Mac 55. Keep it 55 on God, cuz.
Alright, well, you once... Okay, so you're just going to obfuscate. You also once said a black lady in a. It was to a black lady in a video you were watching recently. I think it was in the context of like that one bike lady, Karen, and that group of black kids. And you told that black lady like, "Oh, go back to Africa." Haha, just kidding, not really, but also kind of seriously. Like again, I'm seeing a pattern here of racist behaviors and like racist, ironic but also not ironic jokes against black people. Like it seems pretty. And you don't, and you're still going to say like, what is your response to that? To telling the black lady to go back to Africa?
I don't know. Maybe she would have been happier back there.
So are you still going to tell me that it's inconceivable that FD Signifier, even after everything I just listed, why FD Signifier would call you racist? You really think it's like, oh, it's inconceivable. How could anyone in their right mind find me racist?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're admitting that you're just a shithead, and that FD Signifier is perfectly reasonable then.
What I'm saying is that if the year was 1730, I would have the biggest plantation of any of the other white men. It would be the most successful one. I would have the biggest, strongest workers, and everybody would respect and revere me.
Oh my goodness. Why did you donate $10,000 just to spite FD Signifier?
To kill black people.
No, what was the actual reason why?
To arrest black people so they die in prison.
What was the actual reason why?
To provide money to the cops so they could buy more crack for black neighborhoods.
Why? What is the actual reason why you burned $10,000 of your own money against poor FD Signifier, who was literally open to building a bridge with you?
First of all, he was not open to building a bridge with me. Alright, give us your final thoughts, okay? I'm tired now.
I can tell you're tired from being racist.
Yeah.
My final question, I guess, since you just conceded everything to me during this debate because you're tired, and also because I won, can I shout out my socials?
You can shout out one of them.
Twitch.tv/Trickman185 on weekdays for streams. There.
Good luck, buddy. Bye.
Alright. Bye.
What do you want,
Boy.
Z?
You sure did engage with that like you had heard it 1,000 times before.
Oh no, he's a regular caller. He's a very special man. We enjoy our conversations with him.
Okay, so I actually want to ask you about something. I don't know much about this person, but I was curious. You're dragging Sneeko's ex into this conflict. Is she part of the shit posting galaxy? Like fair game to drag in, or?
I mean, she's kind of like she's like a victim of Sneeko's, basically. But
it seems a little dicey to drag in an ex like that. I mean, is that something that she had talked to you about, or did you just invoke her out of nowhere?
I mean, there's a little bit of collateral there, but I mean, you know, we did strategic bombings of Tokyo and we firebombed the whole city to the ground before 2 nuclear bombs. So what are you gonna do? I'm American through and through.
Well, that's pretty patriotic. I can definitely understand that ethos. But man, I don't know. Dragging her in and her self-harm seems a little dicey if she's not willingly participating in this whole conflict.
Well, listen, she's willingly self-harming herself, so, I mean, how much worse can it get, right?
Has she been, like, publicly or publicizing her self-harm or using it as leverage or something like that to make it fair game?
I mean, she tweets pictures of her cutting herself and then she deletes it 2 minutes later, so...
Well, to be fair, I don't know much about it. I did want the clarification because it sounded a little dicey to me. But
good. Everything on the internet's dicey. She was already kind of involved. If you have no idea about the situation, then I can understand it looks kind of weird, but she was already a little bit involved because of like things that had been happening. But there's a lot of backstory to explain for all of that. But yeah.
All right. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. I'm gonna look into it. My viewers have been sending me a whole bunch of stuff, so I'll probably explore the history there. Got lots of screenshots to catch up on.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's kind of annoying that a lot of the people that fight with me, the people that they invoke, first of all, they have no problem invoking anybody near me. So like Nathan,
yeah, obviously.
over and over again.
Yeah.
I know a lot about a lot of people that would be fun to burn to the ground. I'm glad that Xena came out and like publicly outed Snake on a ton of shit, because for most of the things that I would out people for, they involve other people. So all of the fucking losers that I deal with online basically end up being shielded because I'm not like the worst human being in the world, and I don't like the idea of just like publicly outing and destroying the lives of everybody peripheral to them to take them down. But for some of the secrets I'd have to leak, it seems like that would be the case. So I got lucky that Xena kind of lost her mind and started leaking a ton of shit about Sneeko, because everything I would have leaked would have just made me look like I was attacking her. But yeah.
Yeah, true. You kind of got saved there. I saw some of the follow up. Yeah, that's always going to be a disadvantage, right? If somebody's willing to be totally unscrupulous, you're always going to be at a bit of a disadvantage if you take the high road.
Well, considering that when I go to fight with those people, I can't like leak any of the shit that I know because it just implicates a ton of other people. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah, I just wanted clarification on that. All right. Well, I'm going to drop off, let you get back to your stream. Take care.
Okay, be careful. Bye. Dog Todd.
Yo,
Yo, what up?
one sec, should I have done that? I had an interesting experience the other day, and I wanted to get your thoughts about it.
You had a what experience?
Interesting experience.
Oh, bruv, I'm all about those interesting experiences. Hit me up, what you got?
Dig that. So I was sitting on my back porch, and I was smelling some weed, and there's some guys that I saw that were chiefing. And so I was drinking a little bit, and I walked over, and I was like, "Hey guys, you're gonna make the whole place smell, or you're gonna share?" So they're like, "Oh, come up, come up." And so there was one white guy, tat, earrings, looked about 26 or so. Then a black guy looked about 25, and then two Mexican guys that looked about 23. And
I'm not going to ask how you can discern all their ages with unerring accuracy, like you've got a cybernetic eye implant, but go ahead.
You're right. I honestly, they looked older.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, and so right off the bat, they're like, "Hey, just want to let you know we're a little racist," and they were all laughing, we're having a good time, and that kind of threw me off because I was like, "Okay, I kind of feel like this is where this is going." And then they all started calling each other the N-word. And it was normal, and they were buddies. And this is the first time I was around that, and it was weird, And I was like, do I get? Because they were like looking at me like I was going to say it, and I'm like, I don't know. If you were in that situation, would you have said it?
Fuck no. Why? I don't know these people well enough. Why would I risk getting my ass beat by fucking dropping N-bombs around random fucking people that I don't know? That sounds like the worst idea in the world. Yeah.
And I didn't. But it was. I don't know. It was just
what? Why just like hang out with them? Why do you feel pressure to like use their slang? Just like let them chill or do whatever.
No. I didn't feel any pressure, but I did feel a little pressure, which was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that just. I talked to different friends about it, and some friends were like, "Yeah, we do that all the time." And then I talked to other friends, and they're like, "No, that's fucking retarded." Those guys are going to get their ass beat if they do that outside of their friend group. And I was like, "Yeah, that makes sense."
It might depend on like the. Wait, can you tell me what state you're in?
I'm in Idaho.
Oh shit. Okay. It might be similar because when I was up in Washington, and I don't know like if all these like northwestern states are the same. When I was up in Washington, there's kind of like. It's kind of hard to explain, but there's like a weird thing where the black people there are very progressive, and because of that, sometimes they don't trust a lot of the white people. So anytime you're kind of like making yourself known in a new group of black friends, when they're all looking to you and they're like using the N-word, usually what's understood is they're usually recording at the time. And what they want is they want you to use the N-word for them so that they have a recording of you doing it, so that if you do any like weird white supremacist shit, they can out you on Twitter. It's kind of like a bonding exercise where it's like, hey, I'm comfortable enough to use the N-word around you, and then you can record it, and then if I do some fuck shit, you can out me on Twitter later so that you get like your racial revenge on me. So that might have been what they were looking for.
Yeah, but it didn't feel like that because the white guy was saying it too, and it didn't feel nefarious, which was, it was just that's how they talk to each other. Because I've been around those other type of people because my cousin lives in Portland and I visit her sometimes, and it's
okay. Well, wait, hold on. I was just kidding. I made that all up.
That's what I thought. Yeah. I was just trying to be good faith.
Okay. There is a store though that I've been to in Boise. Do you live anywhere near there?
Yeah, I'm in the Treasure Valley.
Okay, you've got a restaurant that literally just serves like 30 different kinds of French fries, and it's like,
yeah,
do you know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
What's it called again?
Well, there's a couple different places. There's like Boise Fry. I can't remember the name.
They were like purple potato French fries. It was so
Yeah,
good.
yeah, it gets pretty crazy.
Yeah, that restaurant was awesome. Sorry, but anyway.
No, you're good. I have like 4 different types of fries in my freezer right now.
Okay.
Yeah, there was one other thing that I was thinking about, and I was like, I wanted to tell you about.
Mm-hmm.
That last guy was kind of insufferable, or not the last caller.
True. He was. I agree.
How often do you smoke? Do you like go like a couple months in between, or
Yeah,
like
maybe
every
like
night, or
once a month or every couple months or something? It's pretty rare.
do you do like a lot, or is it just like a
Usually if I'm with a friend I want to chill and they smoke, I might, but it's not too common, yeah.
Okay. Do you have is it really intense, or do you do is it just you vibing and having a good time? Or 'cause sometimes
it can be kind of intense. I try not to go super hard though. I usually just smoke a bit to like chill. The problem is me and weed is very boring. I usually just like calm down a ton and I'll like fall asleep if I'm not careful. Like it's not, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, because I can go when I go like a month without smoking, and I do like one big old bowl and a bong of salvia. It's like sometimes I feel like I'm on acid or something. It's like whoa.
Yeah, I mean, if you smoke a lot, that can happen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. Well, anything else? Oh, he said salvia. Wait, did you say salvia?
No. But last time we talked about salvia.
Oh. Okay. Well, hey, listen, it's been a wild ride. Thanks for the conversation, my dude.
Yeah, big bet. There was one other thing I wanted to talk about.
Fuck it. Okay, hit me up. Yeah, what do you got? Yeah.
Bet. So I like a lot. I watch a lot of the First Amendment auditor videos, and some of it goes back and forth where it's like I understand that I completely not saying anything to the cops, and being that guy when you go through a DUI checkpoint, you have like your window rolled up and all your stuff in a bag so they can see it, but they can't touch it or anything, and then the other side of it, so it's like the majority of the time, if you have nothing to hide and you're just talking and being normal, and you're probably going to get a warning. At worst, you're going to get a ticket and whatnot. But then sometimes I feel like it comes down to the intention of the cop, of if he's has good intentions, or he's just doesn't like something about you or whatnot. And I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
There was something in there I wanted to talk to you about, but now I feel like I'm just rambling.
Well, what yeah, I don't know. What is your question?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Do you think it's better to talk to the police, or are you lean more towards, I don't have to speak to you, this is my more of don't say anything, or it's like the second you get into interrogation, yes, a lawyer up immediately, but before that, it's like most of the time it's better to be communicated with cops or authority or whatnot, Yeah, that's kind of my question.
What was the question there?
I need to drink something.
Wait, did I just hear a knock on your door?
No, that was me going over a baby gate.
'Cause I thought I heard the door knock into the background.
So, when it comes to like talking to police, do you lean towards more of the side of I don't have to say anything to you. This is my right,
Oh yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you're pulled over and what you want to say. Like I'll generally try to be as polite and cooperative with cops as possible. But that's because I know I don't have shit on me or anything like that. But I mean, like if a cop like pulls you over and is like asking questions about like some serious crime shit or some shit, I don't know. I mean, it's up to your personal tolerance. I mean, in general, you probably lean away from saying anything to the cops. It just depends. But
yeah.
How would the police where you live with it?
Can I add to this dog shit call?
What are you talking about?
I want to add to his first thing and the last thing. I don't know about that second thing he was talking about with the weed, but when he was talking about the N-word and you trolled him, there actually was something a bit insightful about like assimilating with black groups of friends.
Yeah.
Like there's this phenomenon where like I know you know that in social situations, if you're in a group of people, they start adapting each other's vernacular, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like the black and Ebonics is so far from like regular like white speech that it's almost like visceral when a person is like deciding in their brain if they should like call you homie or dog,
sure,
or maybe the N-word. So like you could watch out for that, I guess. Trippy guy. I'm just gonna call you Trippy guy because that works.
Here's can I give you my very limited experience with black people? Here's like a phenomenon that I kind of notice in real life. I think it happens with I've seen it happen with black people and gay people. And you can tell me, Evil Fossil is a black man, okay? If you feel this way, if you don't feel this way, whatever, I'm just kind of curious. If you're a white guy and you're hanging out with a group of black people, I feel like there is kind of a stronger distinction between here's hypothetical. If I was a white dude and I made friends with like a group of black people and we're all just like kind of casual, I feel like I'm probably never saying like the N-word in that setting. I just don't know if it would work out that way. But when you have like one black guy who's friends with a lot of white people, it almost feels like that black guy, I don't want to say it's like self-hatred or something that dramatic, but it almost feels like his buy-in to the group is like letting them do it. Another example I can think of this is like a gay guy in a group of straight friends sometimes will like encourage them, like, oh yeah, you can say faggot, like it's fine, like that's cool or whatever, like I don't care, whatever. Do you think that dynamic is true, or do you think that dynamic is not true at all? Do you know what I mean by that? I think
it's true. No, it's definitely true. I don't think what do you call it? Like I don't think it's like
internalized racism or self-hatred, but like the group buy-ins are a little bit different. Yeah,
it's definitely a thing. The buy-ins is definitely a thing, and the black person, I feel the way I call it when I meet a black person who do that, I just be like, you validation seeking is mad easy. Like it's just easy validation sitting out there to let white people say.
To be clear, hold on, because members of my black community are upset. I have at least one confirmed black man in chat who says in all caps, "You are off the perk. What? I have never seen this in my life." There you go.
Yeah, he wildin'. I mean,
I don't know.
Define his black. Yeah.
Define his blackness. My experience in high school, there was a black guy, and he it almost felt like everybody was making black jokes around him, and it kind of felt like he had to play along, otherwise people wouldn't like him. But it feels similar because I knew there was a gay guy that worked at a carpet cleaning shop who also did that. He used like F-slur and stuff a lot and encouraged us to do it. And I feel like if there's like one fat guy in a group, I feel like it happens too, where if you're the minority in the group, you kind of encourage people to make fun of you, and that's like a little bit of your buy-in. But maybe it doesn't happen all the time, or maybe those are just my examples, and it doesn't.
Nah, I feel like that's the fat thing too also happens, where it's like, oh, yeah, it's definitely unhealthy to be fat, even though they're sitting there like fat. And they honestly, sometimes they be healthier than the people around them, because the other people be either like got a whole bunch of different shit in their life that leads to less health in general. But they were like, whenever the fat thing comes up, yeah, it's just, I see somebody in chat said it's a survival tactic. Honestly, yeah, you're right. Buy-ins is the perfect way to put it. Yeah.
Well, I talked to one of my other black friends about it, and he was totally chill with it. He's like, yeah, that's like, I don't really care. But he also was adopted by 2 white parents. And then my other black friend who's not from Idaho, it's completely like, nobody other than him says it around, it's like, I don't know. I was just interested. I was thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know about appealing to Yeah, I don't know about appealing to the black friends, bro. Just let them do what they do. Like, the whole point is not to like realize you're like in your brain when you're asking what to do. It's like you feel like you could win points in them situations. Like you could it has nothing to do with you, bro. Especially if you don't want to be racist.
Well, yeah, and I've never like felt like I've wanted to say it in any type of situation, but when I was hanging out with those guys that night, it was like the way they brought it up. They were like, "Hey," it was almost like you had to be there, but it was like they were. I don't know. I didn't end up saying it, but it was like.
I mean, when I was online, like when I have groups of friends, we'd be playing online, and yes, it was just a group of, and back in high school, when we'd be playing online, like World of Warcraft or League, if we was to invite somebody to like, I guess back then it would be like Skype or Ventrilo, but like Discord, right? And you're talking to voice chat. It would be an inside thing for us to just wait for him to, like, of the white person to Freudian slip some N-word. And like we will actually try to neg it out of them. That could be possible too. Like, and I know that this sounds troll, but it's literally a thing. So I wouldn't. Like I said, you don't want to leave yourself open to situations like that. I honestly don't see the value in even asking this question in the social situations.
Well, the question wasn't of should I have said it. It was more of like, well, I don't know. Maybe that was the question.
I wanted to tell you also, and I'm gonna just be quick with the third one with the cops. Bro, the only thing cops could ever do is escalate until somebody dies or get locked up. Like there's no, like, why do you want anything other, like any kind of cohesion from cops? It's just not a thing, bro.
So my question is in order to not escalate, is it better to sometimes give up your rights and just, talk normal, tell the truth?
Yes,
or
and because the cops have a lot of systems in place for you to complain or you to follow through. And I mean, honestly, that's like the white thing to do, I guess. Like only a white person is really going to call and complain after they got like harassed by the cops. But you can do that, bro. Like in the situation, there's no reason why you should ever be like asserting any values or acting out of line when you're already like in a situation with cops. You're in a system that is put there to control you. I don't understand why you want to express so much.
Yeah. So is it like the only time that you would, like, I don't want to say in quote be difficult, but like express your rights and not talk as much? Is it if you were actually rolling dirty or hiding something, or is it is it if a cop has a bad intention? It doesn't matter how honest you are, they think you're lying, and then in that case, it would have been better for you to, actually, use your rights and be like, no, I'm not going to speak to you until my lawyer's here, or just give me the ticket. I don't have to tell you where I'm going or coming from, or is it like if the cops are harassing you, that's kind of like.
Well, you got to look at it this way. It don't like, what's the best that can happen to you, bro? Like if the cop had bad intention, the best you can do is fuck it up for yourself. And like, even if the cop had good intention, you could still fuck it up for yourself. Like there's nothing where the cop could just leave you alone. That's the best case scenario. Then just don't talk to him. If you like really want that to be the quickest way, to resolve the situation, just don't talk, bro. Like, so I don't understand why you like have this complex in your head or you constantly thinking about talking or interacting with the cops outside of just like, they're trained to interact with you from putting you in jail, killing you, or letting you go. Like, I don't understand. This is all they're trained for.
So, that's my question. Is what would you do in that? So, does it just depend on the situation? Depends on what you do. So, what situation?
Just always shut up, bro. Just always shut up with the cops. Just always shut up, unless you're the one who called them and you need help.
Wow, Frederick Lighto, 6 for 5 gifted subs. Somebody gifted 5 earlier, and I think I missed it.
Do you agree with that take, Destiny? That it's like just shut up when the cop comes and they knock on the window and no, here's my license.
I mean, I think depending on how you get pulled over, like cops can show a lot of discretion. If you're very ornery, if you are very combative, they're going to throw whatever at you because they're an asshole.
Yeah.
But there could also be
because I feel with Evil Fossil's take that
Go, Frank. I'm being a little bit evil, bro. I talk to the cops because I got a PBA card, bro. So like,
whenever I get
cops, so I get away with it, bro.
I talk too, just because it's easier, and I usually don't have anything to hide. And if I do,
wait, what is a PBA card?
It's the It's a card like you like every. Is it PBA? Let me pull the card out here. Right, the Captain's Endowment Association card. What we call it. So my
What does it
sister
do?
is a police captain. It's just a courtesy card. Like you pull out the card, you be like, "Here, look, my sister's a police captain. You could call this number and you could talk to her." And then if unite, if it's just a minor infraction or if it's something small, they'll just like wave it off and be like, "Yeah, you're a person in society. We're not gonna mess with you." And just leave you alone.
Jesus.
It's reparations. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Lily. All right, well, that's me adding. I'm gonna get out of here. Popcorn, yum.
Dumbass.
So,
love you too, son.
You're definitely more of an atheist than agnostic, correct?
Probably, yeah.
So you believe you lean towards more we can know if there is or isn't a God, and we know that there isn't, then we don't know if there is.
Sorry, I was looking for a porn video. Say it one more time. What were you saying?
So you believe we more definitively that there isn't a God than more of a chance that we don't know enough to know that there.
I mean, technically, what you would call me is I would be an agnostic atheist. Is technically what you would call me.
Okay.
I'm agnostic because I would say we can't have knowledge of whether or not there's a higher power or not, and I'm an atheist because I don't believe in a higher power. So.
Okay, so it's. Would you say that you, if there is a higher power, it's something that what people call a higher power isn't even close to what? It's just there's no point of even talking about it because it's.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you can't have information about it. Wait, how are you still in here? You're the guy. Oh my god, you're really milking this, huh? Yeah, no, I have no. I don't think you can have any information about like a higher power. Yeah.
Okay. So you definitely. So there's like no benefit to.
No benefit to what?
I'm just trying to picture. Like, is the worldview of.
Is normal the hardest difficulty?
Having God in the picture somewhere, however you define, the picture of your worldview, is it more beneficial or is it like?
How God? Wait, what?
Having God as a something within you, because if you're atheist, you say it's not. There's something out there that we wouldn't even know, but it's like. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm talking. I have
You're good.
My speech level's in the 63rd percentile, and my abstract thinking is in the 93rd percentile.
Well, I mean, you're still beating half the people, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But
it sucks because I'm thinking way faster than I'm speaking, and I sound like a schizo. Can't even get a sentence out sometimes. Yeah, so the question was, is there any benefit? So you basically say, in your worldview, it's not only that we can't know if there is a God, there is most likely isn't some sort of being out there. Or I shouldn't even say being, some sort of thing out there that is influencing it from... Yeah, I'm just trying to get your definition of how you would define atheist. Like...
and then a person that states they don't believe in God, I think, right?
Yeah, but how would you define God? Is it like a divine creator? Is it
something like that? Yeah.
okay, how do you define like divine and creators? Like, I'm trying to get your worldview. How you picture it? There's just nothing.
Well, usually when people talk about divine or creator, they're talking about some immaterial, non-physical thing that exists in a way that somehow influences our existence today. That seems to be what people are talking about. So, and like, I don't believe in immaterial and non-physical things, or if they exist, I don't think you can have knowledge of them. So.
Well, I think, and I agree. I think thinking that there's some fairy dust thing out there, but is there something that's within the physical that's built into the framework that has some sort of function? Like, I hate using the word "like that" because it feels like it brings in so many different connotations, but it's.
What is your definition of God?
Okay, so like I think it's something it's something that could potentially like it's like the end of the rainbow type thing, and so I think about like the end of time or the Big Bang. It's like the beginning and the end of, and it's something that we're slowly trying to figure out by building these big telescopes, and it's so like I picture in the future when we get to a technology that can go back and perfectly look through the time and rebuild all the atoms, has some perfect AI system where we can go and almost like view our consciousness from like our perspective, and it's almost like it's like the idea of when you close your eyes, it's like you die, it's like, oh, you just go to the end. It's like or do we just never get there? Well, in the hypothetical, we get there. It's like, would that be God? I don't know.
Would it be God if we got to the end of the rainbow?
No, that's the end of time. Where we got to a point technologically where we could rebuild, go all of through time and basically omnipresence all through time, where we can go back and look at everything because we have some sophisticated AI that can remap all of the atoms and restructure them and view them from, some crazy and future technology, what is that what we would picture as God? Or I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know exactly what. Yeah, I don't know what your definition is. How do I strafe in this game, guys? Oh, that's my shield. Did he blow my other guy up? Bro, I totally forgot how to play this game. Yeah, I don't know what the answer is to any of your questions.
No, you're right.
I
can't even formulate the question. I've looked at.
Okay, well, think about this, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then come back to me and let me know, okay?
Okay. I feel better because I was worried. I was wondering if you weren't going to say you had some sort of agnostic part of you, and you were just going to say, no, I'm straight atheist. We have the ability to. We understand enough to confirmatively say there's no such thing or existence or possibility of some sort of thing, material or immaterial, whatever definition you would have for God. You're an agnostic atheist.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind, okay?
Okay, me too.
Okay, good luck. Have fun.
Okay, you have a good one. Bye.
I'm so lost. Pop Dode.
It's me. Okay. So I wanted to add my schizo ramblings to the stream. I wanted to like.
Bro, that's what we're here for. Yeah.
I know. See, the best guy I saw in chat. Everyone was talking about like, oh, weed L. This is what weed does to your brain, dude. I'm here to turn the tides on on the opinions on weed. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a certified bonger. I just took a bonger before I hopped in here. And I don't sound like him. So with some weed schizos can it can work out. You know what I'm saying? But so pretty much, my weed schizo rambling that I was thinking about. So pretty much, I think on some like John Zerka type shit, that there was at one point a group of people that did run everything like an Illuminati-esque group that set things up politically and in like the framework of how society runs, so that it perpetuates the or how do I put this? So that like the people in power.
Hold on, wait, you're actually a schizo.
No, I know. Trust me though. Think about it. They set up the way that shit works in a way so that the people at the top, what benefits them also benefits that group. And so that group existed in the past and set things up in a way that made it so they, without having to actually have direct, interactions with any of the systems that work in society, they are able to perpetually stay in power without having any direct interaction, because the shit that benefits the people at the top also benefits them, and they set it up in a way for that to be able to happen, And there's like more specific examples of shit like that I could go into, but I'm sure you don't want to. Just think about it, You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
Yep, keep that in mind. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I definitely didn't work out as well as I thought it would in my mind, but next tier 5, have at it.
Have fun, buddy.
What's up, bud?
Jesus, what's up?
Man, am I that bad, huh? All right.
You're not even how did you get in here? What do you want? Why do you even have perms here, motherfucker?
You gave them to me.
Yeah,
man.
big mistake.
You DM me, you gave me perms.
Okay,
You
how do
asked
I... Also, why
for
do you
help?
sometimes go back and
What's
forth
this
between
shit?
being British and not being British? Thanks, Cappy Bar, for the tier
I'm
5.
Australian.
Okay,
It's pretty
well,
much the same thing.
Okay, whatever.
All right. What started this hydration arc?
I don't know. I just have a water bottle for the gym, and now I'm just like, now it just sits next to me on my desk.
All right. Well, we need to know like what actually gets you to change to do these things. So, Jim Flares have been asking, man. We need to know how to convince you to do shit like this.
Sorry.
So good.
Hold on. Okay. What is your question?
Well, you just randomly started drinking water on stream. I've been watching for years. I've never seen that.
Oh, I just have a water bottle. What's the point of this?
I mean, that's a good change, man. I figured something must have happened to like spark it. You just randomly decided to start drinking water?
Because I was getting tired, because every time I'd go to the gym, I'd buy like a $5 bottle of water, and I'm like, this is fucking retarded. So I just started bringing a water bottle with me instead. Yeah.
Good job,
and now
man.
it just sits in my house. Yeah. Okay.
That's it. Bye.
Bye. Okay, how do I buy some of these? I don't want to buy 1,391 people. How do I just buy a few of these things? Control click. Oh, no! Oh. Oh, that buys as many as I need? Well, but don't I want a few extra, right? Because if people die in fights, I want like shift click. Ah. There must. What about shift and control? There must be a better way than this. There has to be a better way than this. Shift drag. Drag where? Hold down. Double click. Hold alt. What? Hold down, click with shift, and a bar will appear. Okay, hold down, click, shift, bar. No. Shift, click, bar. Ah! What the fuck? There we go. Heavy machinery. Do you just sell this shit? If you go over crew, you have to pay extra supply costs every day. Wait, really? Oh, 51 is to function optimally. Oh, okay. Wait, did I just sell all my fuel? If streaming hadn't worked out for you and you had another job, what would you want it to be? I want to be the best carpet cleaner in the world. Okay, let me fight one dude. Okay. 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 Boom, 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 boom. Okay, shift and then the... Wait, why would I not deploy him too when I click all? Okay, whatever. Oh, combat freighter. Do I not usually use a freighter? And probably in fighting. Well, it's a combat freighter, right? Yeah, fuck it, dude. Wait, somebody said settings. Invert, strafe, and turn. Wait, are you sure? I want to do this one? Oh, now it's going to shoot where my thing is. Oh. What are all these little, like, things I've got? Oh. So we've got lasers. We've got ion cannon. And I've got pulse laser. Is there a way that I can make, like, all of them fire at once? Oh my god. They're set to auto fire. Oh, okay. Just stay on 2, everything else will auto-fire? Bro, I don't remember how to play this game at all. I used to be so good at this game. Oh, it is auto-firing. Oh, I forgot about managing your flux cucks. Okay, back up. Alright. Okay, okay. Flux slowly goes up as my shield takes damage, I think, right? Oh my god, my dude up there is almost blown up. Dead, easy. Coggers. Okay. Alright. You can vent flux with V. Oh yeah, true. And then I can just take all their ships. Do they just have infinite fleets to send out? Okay. 2. Okay, missiles. Alright, easy. Your ship has a short-range teleport? By default? Really? Oh yeah, it does. That's the whole point of the wolf ships. Oh my god, I think that turned my shield off when I did it though. Hello? Don't I have like a crew? Okay, wait, where do I see where I'm banking these like Fs? It must be like listed somewhere. Phase skimmer. Hold up. Oh, oh my god. Fuck this cuck game. Alright, we're done with this. Does here on YouTube as well give you anything besides DVR? You record locally for vids, and if it's hurts, we're moving big screens. It's all DG. Oh, get mad. 145.05. Lex discusses the JQ.
If we now find ourselves inside this kind of world of illusions created by...
So I have to ask you about an interesting dynamic of stories. You wrote an article 2 years ago titled, "When the World Seems Like One Big Conspiracy, How Understanding the Structure of Global Cabal Theories Can Shed Light on Their Allure and Their Inherent Falsehood." What are global cabal theories, and why do so many people believe them? 37% of Americans, for example.
Well, the global cabal theory, it has many variations, but basically there is a small group of people, a small cabal, that secretly controls everything that is happening in the world. All the wars, all the revolutions, all the epidemics, everything is...
All the people who get banned on Twitter.
...that is happening is controlled by this very small group of people who are, of course, evil and have bad intentions. And this is a very well-known story. That it's not new. It's been there for thousands of years. It's very attractive. Because first of all, it's simple. You don't have to understand everything that happens in the world. You just need to understand one thing. The war in Ukraine, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, 5G technology, COVID-19. It's simple. There is this global cabal. They do all of it. And also, it enables you...
That's the thing. I don't know why I've never considered that before. The elegance and the simplicity of a lot of conspiracy theories must be very attractive as well. That I can have one thing that's explanatory of literally everything in the world, and it's the only thing I need to understand, and as long as I understand that, I understand everything. That is true. That must be pretty alluring, too. I don't need to research the vaccines. I know that Bill Gates did them. I don't need to research economics. I know the WEF is corrupt. Like, yeah. You knew this? Have I said that? I mean, like, it's attractive. I don't know if I've necessarily honed in on, like, the simplicity thing before, but... You said that word for word before? Oh, maybe I see the bald minority guy talk about it and it feels smarter.
To shift all the responsibility to all the bad things that are happening in the world to this small cabal. It's the Jews, it's the Freemasons, it's not us. And also it creates this fantasy, utopian fantasy. If we only get rid of the small cabal, we solve all the problems of the world. Salvation. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the war in Ukraine, the epidemics.
Or I guess I've talked about this before. I guess when I think of simplicity, what I guess, maybe I have said this before and I just forgot. I feel like it's got to be fun to have an explanation for something without needing to do any research on anything. I've never thought about that, I guess.
Poverty, everything is solved just by knocking out this small cabal. So, and it's simple, it's attractive, and this is why so many people believe it. It's not new. Nazism was exactly this. Nazism began as a conspiracy theory. We don't call Nazism a conspiracy theory because, it's a big thing, it's an ideology. But if you look at it, it's a conspiracy theory. The basic Nazi idea was the Jews control the world, get rid of the Jews, you solved all the world's problems. Now, the interesting thing about these kind of theories, again, they tell you that even things that look to be the opposite of each other, actually they are part of the conspiracy. So in the case of Nazism, the Nazis told people, you have capitalism and communism, you think that they are opposite, right? This is what the Jews want you to think. Actually, the Jews control both communism, Trotsky, Marx were Jews, blah, 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 and capitalism, the Rothschilds, the Wall Street, it's all controlled by the Jews. So the Jews are fooling everybody. But actually, the communists and the capitalists are part of the same global cabal.
Like when I asked Nick Fuentes, because the Holocaust, there were a lot of people killed in the Holocaust, okay, at least 100,000, right? For the Holocaust, not only were there 6 million Jews killed, we all know that, there was also I've read anywhere from like 5 to 7 million Soviets were killed as well. And I remember asking Fuentes, were the Soviets killed during the Holocaust, or did they come together with the Jewish people to agree to invent that nobody actually died, right? Or did the Holocaust exist but it only killed Soviet people? Nick was like, well, the Soviets and the United States came together to invent the Holocaust. I was like, what? Really? The diametrically opposed poles of the Cold War came together to agree on a conspiracy theory that big?
Again, this is very attractive. Because, now I understand everything, and I also know what to do. I just give power to Hitler. He gets rid of the Jews. I solved all the problems of the world. Now, as a historian, the most important thing I can say about these theories, they are never right. Because the global cabal theory says two things. First, everything is controlled by a very small number of people. Secondly, these people hide themselves. They do it in secret. Now, both things are nonsense. It's impossible for people to control a small group of people, to control and predict everything, because the world is too complicated.
Yeah.
You look at a real world.
There's a talking point that I've used before, is that all policy is really hard. I wish I had a paper. I've seen arguments before. I've seen arguments as extreme as policy is impossible. That it's actually impossible to accurately predict or influence human behavior with any type of government policy. So the idea that some small group of people have figured out how to do it with unnerving accuracy, that a group of people figure out how to control the entire world's human behavior, when it's hard to get people to just change their diet. Destiny. The Holocaust refers to the genocide of the Jews. The others died during that era of the Holocaust. That's great if you say that, and that's great if some people might think that academically, but broadly speaking, I have never in my entire life heard that before. But I'm sure that maybe some people might say that, but I have never in my life heard that before, ever.
Conspiracy. Conspiracy is basically just a plan. Think about the American invasion of Iraq in 2003. You had the most powerful superpower in the world, with the biggest military, with the biggest intelligence services, with the most sophisticated, the FBI and the CIA and all the agents. They invade a third-rate country, third-rate power, Iraq. With this idea, we'll take over Iraq and we'll control it, we'll make a new order in the Middle East. And everything falls apart. Their plan completely backfires. Everything they hope to achieve, they achieve the opposite. America, United States, is humiliated. They caused the rise of ISIS. They wanted to take out terrorism, they created more terrorism. Worst of all, the big winner of the war was Iran. The United States goes to war with all its power and gives Iran a victory on a silver plate. The Iranians don't need to do anything. The Americans are doing everything for them. Now, this is real history. Real history is when you have not a small group of people, a lot of people with a lot of power,
Competing interests
carefully
and,
planning something,
and it going horribly
it goes
wrong.
completely out of against their plan. And this we know from our personal experience. Like every time we try to plan something, a birthday party, a surprise birthday party, a trip somewhere, things go wrong. This is reality. So the idea that a small group of, I don't know, the Jewish cabal, the Freemasons, whoever, they can really control and predict all the wars, this is nonsense. The second thing that is nonsense is to think they can do that and still remain secret.
Yeah.
It sometimes happens in history that a small group of people accumulates a lot of power.
He's gonna copy all the Destiny talking points. I see. Who is this fucking guy? What's his DGG name? Yuval Noah Harari. Which chatter is he? Yeah, a small group of people can keep certain things secret for a limited amount of time. There's no way you get hundreds or thousands of people in, especially people that want to kill their own people to keep it all a secret.
If I now tell you that Xi Jinping and the heads of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, they have a lot of power. They control the military, the media, the economy, the universities of China. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is obviously everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Because to gain so much power, you usually need publicity. Hitler gained a lot of power in Nazi Germany because he had a lot of publicity. If Hitler remained unknown, working behind the scenes, he would not gain power. So the way to gain power is usually through publicity. So secret cabals don't gain power. And even if you gain a lot of power, nobody has the kind of power necessary to predict and control everything that happens in the world. All the time, shit happens that you did not predict, and you did not plan, and you did not control.
The sad thing is there's usually an explanation for everything you just said that involves a secret global cabal. That the reason your vacation planning always goes wrong is because you're not competent. There is a competent small group, that's ultra competent small group. I hear this with intelligence agencies. The CIA are running everything. Mossad is running everything.
You see, I mean, as a historian, you get to know how many blunders these people do. They are so, and they're capable, but they are so incompetent in so many ways. Again, look at the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Before the war, people thought, oh, Putin was such a genius, and the Russian army was one of the strongest armies in the world. This is what Putin thought. And it completely backfired.
Well, a cabal explanation there would be there's a NATO-driven United States military-industrial complex that wants to create chaos and
so
incompetence.
They put a gun to Putin's head and told him, Vladimir, if you don't invade, we shoot you. How did they cause Putin to invade you?
How did the Jews cause Nick to get no-fly listed by fighting with the airline attendant? How did the Jews cause Kanye to get kicked out of JP Morgan by him saying that he wanted to meet with the CEO, otherwise he would hate the company? Right? Like, it's true.
It's the thing about conspiracy theories is there's usually a way to explain everything.
It's like religion. You can always find explanation for everything. And, in the end, it's intellectual integrity. If you insist on, whenever people confront you with evidence, with finding some very, very complicated explanation for that too, you can explain everything. We know that. It's a question of intellectual integrity. And I will also say another thing. The conspiracy theories, they do get one thing right, certainly in today's world. I think they represent an authentic and justified fear of a lot of people that they are losing control of their lives. They don't understand what is happening. And this, I think, is not just a legitimate fear. This is an important fear. They are right. We are losing control of our lives. We are facing really big dangers, but not from a small cabal of fellow humans. The problem with many of these conspiracy theories that, yes, we have a problem with new AI technology. But if you now direct the fire against certain people, so instead of all humans cooperating against our real common threats, whether it's the rise of AI, whether it's global warming, you're only causing us to fight each other. And I think that the key question that people who spread these ideas, I mean, many of them, they honestly believe, it's not malicious, that they honestly believe in these theories, is do you want to spend your life spreading hate towards people? Or do you want to work on more constructive projects? I think one of the big differences between those who believe in conspiracy theories and people who warn about the dangers of AI, the dangers of climate change, we don't see certain humans as evil. And hateful. The problem isn't
Bernie?
humans. The problem is something outside humanity. Yes, humans are contributing to the problem, but ultimately the enemy is external to humanity. Whereas conspiracy theories usually claim that a certain...
Wait, I feel like I've seen this same joke about, I feel like I've seen this exact same joke about another conspiracy. Am I crazy? Was it global warming or was it... I'm dead, but the virus is a hoax. I gave you scientists created a vaccine, but you were too selfish to protect yourself and other people. The conspiracy was higher than I thought. I feel like there was another, or an earlier thing this was directed at, but I don't remember.
Certain part of humanity is the source of all evil, which leads them to eventually think in terms of exterminating this part of humanity, which leads sometimes to historical disasters like Nazism.
So it can lead to hate, but can also lead to like cynicism and apathy that basically says it's not in my power to make the world better. So you don't actually take action.
I think it is within the power of every individual to make the world a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't do everything, don't try to do everything. Find one thing in your areas of activity, a place where you have some agency, and try to do that. And hope that other people do their bit. And if everybody do their bit, we'll manage.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't, we don't. But at least we try.
You have been part of conspiracy theories. I find myself recently becoming part of conspiracy theories. Is there advice you can give of how to be a human being in this world that values truth and reason while watching yourself become part of conspiracy theories? At least from my perspective, it seems very difficult to prove to the world that you're not part of a conspiracy theory. I, as you said, have interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu recently. I don't know if you're aware, but doing such things will also, pick up a new menu of items that your new set of conspiracy theories you're now a part of. And I find it very frustrating because it makes it very difficult to respond because I sense that people have the right intentions. Like we said, they have a nervousness of a fear of power and the abuses.
That last answer was unsatisfying. I mean, you can't change the world, right? He is also, he ripped off another Destiny talking point, which is succinctly summarized. I think I say, you can't change the world, but you can change your world. Like, you can change all the things in your immediate environment. You can change things around you. You can work to influence things there. But if you take the perspective that you have to, like, change the entire world, that you need to, like, go out and, like, fix everything, you're going to be fucking miserable because you'll always fail at that. Probably part of this issue is that our things have become so much more nationalized or internationalized that when we go online, we're not looking at like social media issues related to our environment. It's the world environment. So we feel like we're more invested in that. We want to change that, you know?
Of power. And as do I. So I find myself in a difficult position that I have nothing to show to prove that I'm not part of such a conspiracy theory.
I think ultimately you can't. We can't. I mean, it's like proving consciousness. You can't. That's just the situation. Whatever you say can and will be used against you by some people.
Yeah.
So this fantasy, if I only say this, if I only show them that, if I only have this data, they will see I'm okay. It doesn't work like that. I think to keep your sanity in this situation, first of all, it's important to understand that most of these people are not evil. They are not doing it on purpose. Many of them really believe that there is some very nefarious, powerful conspiracy which is causing a lot of harm in the world, and they are doing a good thing by exposing it and making people aware of it and trying to stop it. If you think that you're surrounded by evil, you're falling into the same rabbit hole. You're falling into the same paranoid state of mind. Oh, the world is full of these evil people. No, most of them are good people. And also, I think we can empathize with some of the key ideas there, which I share, that yes, it's becoming more and more difficult to understand what is happening in the world. There are huge dangers in the world that we are existential dangers to the human species, but they don't come from a small cabal of Jews or gay people or feminists or whatever. They come from much more diffuse forces, which are not under the control of any single individual. We don't have to look for the evil people. We need to look for human allies in order to work together against, again, the dangers of AI, the dangers of bioengineering, the dangers of climate change. And when you wake up in the morning, the question is, do you want to spend your day spreading hatred?
Yep.
Or do you want to spend your day trying to make allies and work together?
Let me ask you kind of a big philosophical question about AI and the threat of it. Let's look at the threat side. So folks like Eliezer Yudkowsky worry that AI might kill all of us. Do you worry about that range of possibilities where artificial intelligence systems in a variety of ways might destroy human civilization?
Yes, I talk a lot about it, about the dangers of AI. I sometimes get into trouble because I depict these scenarios of how AI becoming very dangerous, and then people say that I'm encouraging these scenarios. But I'm talking about it as a warning. I'm not so terrified of the simplistic idea, again, the Terminator scenario.
Hold on one second, we're back.
This guy's asking the real questions. Big brain. Can we kick this guy soon? This room temp dumbfuck would know about life not being fair. Why is he so stuck on playing devil's advocate against you constantly? Abortions up to 832 weeks are based. If you bring that out with a guy, and again I swear to God I'm going to go to the next Tiki March rally. Join the Groypers and write your name as an inspiration in my manifest, Stephen. Not sure what is more dumb. That guy thinking 20 to 30% of Americans are Nazis, or 20 to 30% of a population could pose no risk to the majority. This Nzia dictator wants you to stop talking to Enzis, Joy. Remind him of that time you kicked a puppy cause there were minority small children around. Thanks, Awobi, you gave me a lot to think about. These people are unbearable. Make it stop. Please see walk on stream. Can you play remove him from Bist? His moral grandstanding is unbearable. I think he might be brain dead. What you've done here, Stephen, is you've made me tired. Note to self. Do not purchase a tier 5 sub. Dude, how much did he pay you to have this conversation? Three co-workers of mine smoke weed on the job, and it makes your brain no work on God. We W gigachad, we W gigachad, we W gigachad. Hey, looking to chat about male insecurity. Tips for short guys. Tips about talking to women, etc. will be waiting in T1 room lol. Normalize big dick T5ing just to jump in and schizo ramble. Munamandin. Destiny. Watching you has helped me understand the world better and how it works. Thanks for dragging me from the Tim Pool space back in 2016 and for all the good times since. Stay base, chat.
Of robots running in the street shooting everybody. I'm more worried
Lex Fridman,
about
and you've all known
AI
her in 1 hour 45
accumulating
minutes
more
and
and
9
more
seconds.
power.
I would love you
and
to add some comments to
basically
this.
taking over
Love from London and
society,
Ego.
taking over.
Hey Destiny, please continue the history research memes at some point. It was genuinely very entertaining. After finishing up on the Balfour Declaration, you should read the wiki article on mandatory
fuck.
Palestine.
Why do you guys ever tell me my mic is muted? Fuck you guys.
I'm more worried about AI.
Ask Mac about the Catholic priests
accumulating
killed in Dachau during the Holocaust.
Okay.
more and more power.
Destiny, have you heard of behavior analysis? You talk a lot about human behavior, and there is a science dedicated to researching it. May help debates.
Wow, I'll keep that in mind.
Destiny, thanks for the glizzy.
How many of these are built up? All right, let's chill. Okay.
Basically taking over society, taking over our lives, taking power away from us until we don't understand what is happening and we lose control of our lives and of the future. The two most important things to realize about AI, so many things are being said now about AI, but I think there are two things that every person should know about AI.
Yeah.
First,
Okay.
is that AI is the first tool in history that can make decisions by itself. All previous tools in history couldn't make decisions. This is why they empowered us. You invent a knife, you invent an atom bomb. The atom bomb cannot decide to start a war, cannot decide which city to bomb. AI can make decisions by itself. An autonomous weapon systems can decide by themselves who to kill, who to bomb. The second thing is that AI is the first tool in history that can create new ideas by itself. The printing press could print our ideas, but could not create new ideas. AI can create new ideas entirely by itself. This is unprecedented. Therefore, it is the first technology in history that instead of giving power to humans, it takes power away from us. And the danger is that it will increasingly take more and more power from us until we are left helpless and clueless about what is happening in the world. And this is already beginning to happen in an accelerated pace. More and more decisions about our lives, whether to give us a loan, whether to give us a mortgage, whether to give us a job, are taken by AI. And more of the ideas, of the images, of the stories that surround us and shape our minds, our world, are produced, are created by AI, not by human beings.
If you can just linger on that, what is the danger of that? That more and more of the creative side is done by AI, the idea generation. Is it that we become stale in our thinking? Is that idea generation is so fundamental to like the evolution of humanity?
That we can't resist the ideas. To resist an idea, you need to have some vision of the creative process.
Yeah.
Now, this is a very old fear. You go back to Plato's cave. Some of this idea that people are sitting chained in a cave and seeing shadows on a screen, on a wall, and thinking this is reality. You go back to Descartes, and he has this thought experiment of...
The WEF is literally the group he's a part of telling you doesn't exist. The WEF is like a World Economic Forum where people come together and they try to figure out like ideas for like the future of tomorrow, but they don't like have... I don't believe the WEF is like controlling government policy. You have to draw a line from A to B. You can't just say, this guy talked about this thing, and therefore like they control all the world governments. Like
of the demon. And Descartes asks himself, how do I know that any of this is real? Maybe there is a demon who is creating all of this and is basically enslaving me by surrounding me with these illusions. You go back to Buddha, it's the same question. What if we are living in a world of illusions, and because we have been living in it throughout our lives, all our ideas or our desires, how we understand ourselves, this is all the product of the same illusions. And this was a big philosophical question for thousands of years. Now it's becoming a practical question of engineering.
Wait, what the fuck was that? Is there a ghost in the background?
Question for thousands of years. Now it's becoming a practical question of engineering. Because previously, all the ideas, as far as we know, maybe we are living inside a computer simulation of intelligent rats from the planet Zircon.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, we don't know about it. But intelligent rats
from the planet Zirka.
The planet Zircon.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, we don't know about it. But taking what we do know about human history, until now, all the, again, stories, images, paintings, songs, operas, theater, everything we've encountered and shaped our minds was created by humans. Now, increasingly, we live in a world where more and more of these cultural artifacts will be coming from an alien intelligence. Very quickly, we might reach a point when most of the story, stories, images, songs, TV shows, whatever, are created by an alien intelligence. And if we now find ourselves inside this kind of world of illusions, created by an alien intelligence that we don't understand, but it understands us, this is a kind of, spiritual enslavement that we won't be able to break out of, because it understands us, it understands how to manipulate us, but we don't understand what is behind this screen of stories and images and song.
You're being hyperbolic of the subtle arguments dissident right is making and picking out meme guys to debate them. You're not talking to more prominent figures. I've linked Keith Wood's videos and Arvel's videos multiple times, but you never interact with more subtle and well thought out JQ arguments that are very different from what they used to be back in post-traumatic. Listen, I'm sure they've gotten more sophisticated, but when I'm dealing with like JQ shit or whatever, I'm only doing it to expand my personal knowledge of history. The reality is, nobody takes it seriously. Half the JQ guys probably don't even take it seriously. Most of the audience are fucking retards, and in 50 years, all of it will be buried and forgotten because it's all bullshit. Nobody that seriously works in foreign policy or politics in any stage of the world is using like JQ theory to predict like how the world develops. I do it because it's an interesting argument and some retards like believe it, but like I approach it with the same level of like, well, it's another flat earth debate. Like to sit here and pretend like there's some serious academic discipline behind JQ shit. Like it's the same repackaged like anti-Jewish garbage that you see a million times in the past because you're too lazy or scared to deal with the world as is, and you need a big boogeyman to explain every single problem you have in life. You're basically like an incel historian.
So if there's a set of AI systems that are operating in the space of ideas that are far superior to ours, and we're not almost able to, it's opaque to us, we're not able to see through, how does that change the pursuit of happiness, the human pursuit of happiness, life? Where do we get joy if we're surrounded by AI systems that are doing most of the cool things humans do much better than us?
Mm-hmm. Some of the things, it's okay that the AIs would do them. Many human tasks and jobs, it...
Earlier in this, Lex said 36% of Americans believe it. Does that mean that it's inherently a serious topic? Bro, like 70% of Americans are still religious. I don't consider, like, gods, like, a serious topic. Like, tip-tip.
They are drudgery. They are not fun. They are not developing us emotionally or spiritually. It's fine if the robots take over. I don't know, I think about the people in supermarkets or grocery stores that spend hours every day just, passing items and charging you the money. I mean, if this can be automated, wonderful. We need to make sure that these people then have better jobs, better means of supporting themselves, and developing their social abilities, their spiritual abilities, and that's the ideal world that AI can create. That it takes away from us the things that it's better if we don't do them, and allows us to focus on.
Okay, I don't care about AI talks.
What type of cars are you usually into? Is the question that I usually get now that we have this autofocus channel and we talk about all these different cars. And the answer that I usually give is high-tech cars. That's the sort of generic version of it, right? A lot of electric cars are on the forefront of this, so they come up a lot, but just anything high-tech in a car is interesting. And I think that actually does still apply, but also this one came up completely randomly and organically because I just kept seeing it on the road. And I was like, is that a Prius? I don't know if is this the new Prius? And eventually I had to ask and check it out. And guys, I think the new Prius is kind of sick. I don't know if I'm crazy for this one, but I really had to check it out. And now that I've been driving it, there are a lot of really cool features and tech in this car, and I completely get it. I want to talk about this as a hybrid. So a lot of people go straight to EVs as the highest tech cars because they typically are. But let's be honest, not everybody is ready for an electric car. Right. This is the Prius Prime, meaning it's a plug-in hybrid. It has 44 miles of electric-only range. You can plug it in and charge it up and never sip the gas at all, but it does also have a gas tank for 400 plus miles of gas range. It's got something crazy like 55 miles per gallon.
Jesus.
And it actually looks kind of good this time. So let's check it out. Look at this thing, man. This is the Toyota Prius Prime, the 2023. They're all nothing too crazy. And on this side is a gas cap. This is actually the handle to get into the back seat. We'll get to that in a second. On the other side is going to be your electric charge, which for me is about 29 miles, and it was full at 100%. I drove it all the way to the studio, 29 miles. In terms of typical interior stuff, like a lot of plastic, a lot of the...
Wait, is he like branching out? Oh. He has a... Wait, is autofocus just his channel, or is this just like a multi... Oh, he does car reviews too? Does this guy just review every product? Or is it just cars and phones? I like the thumbnail consistency. He's an expert on all products, true. What do you want?
Hear me?
Yep, what's up?
Awesome. Okay. Oh wait, I gotta turn off the stream. Okay, perfect. Shit. So some of my stuff was a little bit more relevant to a few days ago. But do you remember me at all?
Did you have the microphone issues?
Well, yeah. Besides that, last time I was here like about a month and a half ago, I debated Q about Israel Palestine. I was the Jewish guy.
Okay. What's up?
Yeah. Well, I saw you were doing research on the JQ and other stuff like that, and I found that something that gets brought up a bunch.
Wait, I don't care that much. Is there anything? I'd rather just read stuff before, because there's a ton of people when I come in and talk about a ton of million different things. But like, I haven't read enough.
Okay.
Okay, so
It's something that's probably not going to come up in the
okay,
in the
just
research.
go spit it out. What about it? Go.
Okay. So it's about like and you mentioned it as well about the different like ethnicities of Jews, and like genetically they're all basically extremely similar and are between the other like ethnicities of Jews. There's no like closer genetic tie than like another Jewish ethnicity. So like even though it's like Ashkenazi and Sephardi, they're all kind of under the same genetic branch.
Okay, I don't know if that's true, but I'll take your word for it.
I have a genetic study that I could post later,
Okay.
or just post in the chat. I'll just slam it in real quick. But besides that, what else was I going to talk about? So it seems like you're not really interested in talking about the JQ right now.
No, because I still don't have the background yet for it. So, and everybody's got their own. I'd rather do my own research yet.
What are your thoughts on, like kind of thinking someone's a funny person, but also like not being too close to them because of their views? Like someone like I felt like super uncomfortable with the way that Lauren, what's it called? That Lauren felt about like Nick Fuentes and how friendly she wanted to be with him and how much charity she would give him despite no reason to.
What is your question? Like, I mean, there's probably going to be a line at some point of somebody supporting people that you find too abhorrent. You probably won't want to have anything to do with them, but
like I have like moral. I like think to myself like, because I find like someone like Karantos as to be a very funny person, a very likable person, but at what point do you like draw the line if someone has like very iffy views, but you also find that generally they seem to be quite a nice character besides their like shitty views, or like what views are like too abhorrent to forgive, etc. Or is that not it's something you should do?
I mean, there's probably I don't know. I mean, it lines up to everybody to decide. Like, if there's somebody that like really fucking hates the fact that apartheid ended in South Africa, I don't know if I would even bring that up in a conversation. I might never discover that feature, right? Whereas if somebody like super hated people whose parents came from Cuba, right, we would probably never get along. And there's also probably going to be some views where if somebody legitimately believed that we should genocide all minorities in the United States, I probably wouldn't get along with that person. But if somebody's just like kind of racist or whatever, I don't know if that would come up as much. I don't know. It's going to vary a lot based on the person, and yeah.
Because yeah, because like with Q, I think you've also agreed that he seems to have some quite he thinks he calls himself not anti-Semitic, but I'd say some quite anti-Semitic views and like the light Holocaust denial. Wait, you're still on YouTube. Sorry, I'm not going to talk about that.
Sure, you might. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Shit, I have a lot of stuff for like after you do a little bit of research on the JQ.
Okay. Well, ask Carandos for a debate, and you guys come argue about it. Okay.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll come back in here later once you've finished going through some of the Israel-Palestine stuff and JQ.
Okay. I love you, buddy.
All right. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye. Fuck. What are the what are the Republicans up to? God, I'm fucking bored. Ugh. Putin cut deal with Wagner chief to save his skin. MI6 head says. Prague. There was a rare moment when the publicly visible Kremlin matched the reality behind closed doors. That is according to the head of Britain's MI6, who in a rare speech in Prague gave the first confirmation from Western intelligence that the boss of private military group Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, did indeed strike a deal with Putin to end his advance on Moscow during the failed rebellion of June 24th, and he had, it seemed, been welcomed into the Kremlin to meet Putin days later. The MI6 chief, known as Prigozhin, also expressed some bafflement at the tremors around the Kremlin during the weekend and the speed in which loyalties were spurned and returned. If you look at Putin's behaviors on that day, Richard Moore said of June 24th, Prigozhin started off, I think, as a traitor at breakfast. He had been pardoned by supper, and then a few days later he was invited for tea. So there's some things that even the chief of MI6 finds it a little bit difficult to try and interpret in terms of who's in and who's out. Moore also gave a rare indication of the continued health and whereabouts of Prigozhin himself, whose characteristically profane and frequent audio messages published on Telegram have recently stopped. Asked by CNN if Prigozhin was alive and healthy, Moore replied, the Wagner leader was still floating around per his agency's understanding. Western intelligence agencies have been reticent to comment on the failed rebellion for fear of providing a false backbone to Russia's familiar excuse for internal dissent, that it is arranged and fueled by Western spies. Yet the on-camera speech provided an opportunity for Moore's expression to convey how shocking the weakness betrayed by Putin that weekend had been. He really didn't fight back against Priggy, Moore said. He cut a deal to save his skin using the good offices of the leader of Belarus. He said, referring to the intervention of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, who struck the deal. So even I can't see inside Putin's head, he added. He has to have realized, I am sure, that something that is deeply rotten in the state of Denmark, to quote Hamlet, and he had to cut his deal. Moore added it was difficult to make firm judgments about the fate of Wagner itself as a mercenary group, but they do not appear to be engaged in Ukraine, and that there appears to be elements of them in Belarus. Moore chose the city of Prague, which he remarked as the last European capital of Russian tanks roll into it before Ukraine, as a venue for a speech. He began with an unusually open appeal to Russians silently appalled by the sight of their armed forces pulverizing Ukrainian cities, expelling innocent families from their homes, and kidnapping thousands of children to spy for the United Kingdom. I invite them to do what others have already done for the past 18 months, join hands with us. Their secrets will always be safe with us, and together we will work to bring the bloodshed to an end. It was an abnormally public appeal that fit the upended global geopolitics forged by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. While Moore maintained that China is absolutely complicit in the invasion because of its continued support of the Kremlin head, he added that Iran's support for Russia has caused division in its most senior officials. Iran is clearly keen to make as much cash as it can out of the situation, he said, and while Iran is notably selling drones that usually hit civilian targets, he added, it will sell anything it can spare and it thinks it can get away with. Wow. Jesus Christ. Hold on, I don't know if I can, even though it's censored, I don't want to risk it.
One more second here. So when Hunter Biden paid for this woman to do this with him,
She's showing pictures of his dick.
to travel across state lines from California to Washington, D.C. on June 15th, this is a violation of the Mann Act. This was prostitution. One more platform. This is evidence of Hunter Biden making sex. Excuse me, this is my time. Making pornography.
Should we be displaying this, Mr. Chairman?
To a foreign.
Why are Republicans so unhinged? Oh my God. Can we just go back to normal politicking? Bro. Hunters, cock, Donald Trump, and trans kids. Literally, the Republican trifecta of politics. Oh, Jesus. My God. What the fuck? Hold on. Poll for the men. A woman tells you one of these two things about her past, which turns you off more from wanting to have a relationship with / marry her. Traveled to 10 countries, 42%, or was in prison for murder, 58%. What the fuck? I've been waiting through oceans of time for the world to notice me. That's so deep. We could just be on the rift. That is true. That is so true.
Bernardo Castro up an analytic idealism convo. Please God, please go, go, go. Did you hear the news on the Tate brothers? They found a videotape showing Andrew.
Wow.
Me?
I downloaded this Ixion game, but this feels like a stream killer.
Hey Destiny, I'm currently banned on Kick. Not sure why. Can I get an unban?
Sounds like your mom got you banned. Would I debate that one guy? Would I debate RFK on Joe Rogan about vaccines? Yeah, of course. If I had the opportunity to. No shot is this a real sentence. This can't possibly be real. No more Diablo 4. Bro, I'm fucking bored of Diablo 4. Fuck that game.
Hey, Destiny.
What do you want?
What do you think about this? There's another incident just happened recently here in Canada where there was some kind of Pride Day at the school and a bunch of the students didn't show up and then the teacher lost it.
Are you talking about the... Didn't you make a video on this like a month ago?
No, there's a new one that just happened like 2 hours ago. It's another school.
Oh.
It's an elementary school this time.
I don't know why... I just don't think you should have Pride Day in schools. It's too political right now. I don't think... Yeah, I just think it feels dumb to me, but...
So there's no Pride Day? That's it?
I personally don't think so, but I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, why? Like...
You don't think it's a good idea to show support to your LGBTQ fellows?
None of this is about LGBTQ anymore, okay? It's all about the T. That's the only thing all of this is turned into. So pride is about the T, the flag is about the T, LGBT is about the T. So basically, like, I might be premature, but it feels like gay people, like, nobody cares that much anymore. Like, I don't even know... I don't know how the Muslims are in your country, but I think even Muslims in my country don't give a fuck about gay people anymore. But like the pride and everything is all about like the T stuff. And obviously that's like the most divisive social political issue right now. So why put it in the school ground for people to fight over it? Like it seems stupid.
I would say that I think we've gone to a point where the status quo when it comes to, the LGB is definitely tolerance. It may not be fully on acceptance, but they tolerate where they're like, you are what you are, and I'm not cool with it, but I'm not going to get in your face about it. Which, I don't know if that's a terrible place to be. I think that's pretty decent for the most part. Do you agree or disagree?
Say that one more time?
That maybe there's not a full-on acceptance, but there is tolerance. Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me, but who knows? Like, people are pointing out on my show, it's like, oh, well, actually, some people are getting against gay rights. Yeah, because of the trans stuff. I literally think it's that. I think that if we have a backslide on LGBT rights in the United States or Canada, it's probably going to be a response to the hardcore trans stuff, I think. That's why I don't like grouping it all together. I don't like grouping it all together either, because I think that there are undeniable, solid arguments to support lesbian, gay, and bisexual people. But the trans stuff is way more divisive and implies so much more. Like, I don't like that T got grouped in with everything else now, because it's like, we don't have to change the structures of society, and we don't have to change people's understandings of the world that much for lesbian and gay people. But for the trans stuff, when we're talking about like medicines for children and like all sorts of other stuff, like it's a way, way, way broader topic. And it feels unfair that the activist T movements have like hitched themselves onto every other minority movement for credibility. I don't think that's a fair thing to do, but.
Yeah. Hold up. I'm going to just send it to you because this came fresh off the press. I just didn't, even if I was for it, let's say I granted, like, all right, cool, I'm for Pride Day. Honestly, personally, I think Pride in school is not a terrible idea. I just think it matters to me how they run the curriculum. Like, the same way if they want to have a Black History Month, I don't really care that they want to teach history stuff about it. I just think some of the other activities they might engage in during that school period can be a little bit weird depending on the school. So I'm actually okay with Pride. I think it depends on how they run it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the issue. Like, if Pride was literally like, here's the flag, and like gay people and trans people should have rights in schools, or whatever, then it's fine. Fuck it, that's fine. But the problem is, it feels like another invitation to have like the most socio-political divisive issue now in school battlegrounds. And like, it only takes like 2 schools doing some dumb shit for it to like dominate the headlines for another like 2 months. It's just like, I don't know, like why?
Yeah. Yeah. Me, what I just didn't understand is where people thought it was appropriate for teachers to talk like that to students. Am I crazy thinking that's a wild way to talk to students?
What do you mean about which particular thing?
Well, I think at one point the lady, I think she's just talking to the students and about how hateful she thinks it is. That
Wait, hold on. You linked this tweet from today. This is a month or 2 old, isn't it? I feel like I watched you make a video on this, and I'm pretty sure that
No,
it's
this is a different one. This is a different one.
Are you 100% sure?
100%. Northwood Public School is a completely different one. Yeah. And the date, it's a June 20th apology, so it's a different one, yeah. The other one was a school in Edmonton. This one's in Windsor, Ontario, so it's definitely a different one. I think the audio just came out, but the story broke a little while ago. There was like an apology on like June 20th. So this is new. The audio is new. Yeah. Actually, if you look at the tweet thread, he actually links to the other incident at a different school, the one that I had referenced.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
No, I'm not trying
to...
to...
No, you're right. I do see it, yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hit you with some fake news. I tried, okay?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just making sure. Because it's obviously it's very similar. It's a teacher going on a group of Muslim kids for not being tolerant of LGBT people, yeah?
Yeah.
So going off on elementary students, is that correct?
Yeah. She's talking about how hateful and hurtful it was, and that they were absent during the Pride event specifically.
I don't know if there's like an avenue for this through the administration of the school, but I feel like what should be criticized is the teacher's reaction, not so much that the Pride celebration at the school.
I mean, like, I think that argument will, like, realistically in the real world, I agree with you, but the argument only goes so far, right? Like, it's not the problem of the LGBT stuff, it's the teacher at school. It's not the problem of the LGBT Pride stuff, it's the few people at the Pride event that decides to sexualize it. It's not the problem of the LGBT stuff, it's that some people are crazy activists on Twitter. It's not the problem of the LGBT stuff, it's that some people are crazy about the athletic stuff. Like, at some point, like, people are going to look at you and be like, oh, okay, not you in particular, but, like, people will look at you when he's saying that's like, okay, well, there seems to be, like, a common undercurrent here, there's a common thread. And while I can agree that, like, maybe it's not fair, I mean, at some point, it's like, obviously this is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who are also hitching themselves to the movement in a way that is, I think, not really related to what the trans rights is about or should be about. And we definitely need to be calling out our bad actors more. But it really seems like a major loss to sacrifice being supportive of queer folk in school and such, to sacrifice that over the bad actors.
It's just that the trans stuff implies so much more that I just don't know if it's fair to group it together, right? You don't need like medications or treatments to be gay or lesbian. You don't need to do things or alter like the development of children for gays or lesbian. We don't have to redefine like competitive social categories like sports for gays or lesbians. We don't have to change the way that we refer to people or use new pronouns for gays or lesbians. Like the trans stuff implies so much more radical social change that to throw that onto like the LGBT stuff, it's like, oh, look, it's all the same. Or it's like basically the same thing as like black people marrying white people. Like, you know, if you're against miscegenation or whatever, you should be in favor. Like, it's just, there's so much more that's implied to all of it that I feel like hitching it onto the other stuff is a little bit unfair.
Well, the LGBT Alliance talks about this issue as well. I mean, like, obviously there's some who have more like, you know, we don't support trans people who are part of the LGBT Alliance, but their core argument is very much what you stated there, is that the T implies so much more and makes it so much more difficult to do, like, first to retain what success the L, the G, and the B have had, but also to do further advocacy for. Because there's so much of packaging along with it. And this is something like I've argued for this for a long time as well, is that I think as trans people, we kind of like need to do our own advocacy and not rely so much on hitching ourselves to the LGBT, because of the fact that what I've seen historically, being involved in a lot of this stuff and doing activism and such and working with LGBT organizations, is that the T gets deprioritized. It always becomes about the L and the G, right? And they're the ones who kind of get like all the attention. Even the B doesn't really get attention and doesn't really get a lot of support. So that was something I used to argue about years ago, and now it's kind of like, yeah, it's become this complicated mess of so many things. I think even like trans advocacy has its own issues where we're trying to lump in so many things instead of prioritizing the key things that would really move things forward for us, that we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot with our advocacy and our activism, even just as the T alone. So I think there's going to need to be a lot of reassessing of what priorities are, but I don't want to just sacrifice pride, like Pride Month and Pride support at schools because of these bad actors, because I think that's going to be more detrimental, more immediately detrimental.
What's going to be more immediately detrimental?
If we actually sacrifice it, like if people stop doing Pride support at schools.
I just think that, like, I mean, look, I feel like the Pride flag is like the perfect example of how like destroyed like activists have made the Pride movement.
The progressive Pride flag.
Yeah, like, well, no, isn't that the Pride flag now? I'm pretty sure that's the default. Yeah.
Is that the one with all the rainbows and then the trans people?
It's got like the brown person stripe, the black
yeah.
person stripe, and the trans person shit or whatever. Yeah. Like the rainbow was just like all the colors of the rainbow. It's simple, it's easy, it makes sense. Like the whole visible spectrum right there for us to, and then just like adding all this like cringe, I was almost gonna say gay shit, but it's not even, it's more than that. It's just all this like it's just so stupid, and then it's just so dumb. I'm over it. I don't know what to say. I'm just so over it. It's so cringe, and like that's it. That's all I got. Like my bandwidth is like maxed out on all that cringe shit, and it's just like all of it has become like so stupidly like self-destructive, and yeah. I don't know.
You know, though, historically speaking, every time you said you're done with it, you're moving on from it, you're not talking trans issues anymore, it comes up again. And
no,
when I'm say I'm
done with it, I don't mean I'm never talking about it again. What I mean is that like my patience for entertaining these types of arguments is at zero. That's what I mean.
Yeah, you're kind of like whittling down to the core things that you think that you can consistently support and not
or that I would care about. Like if I did like some fucking, like if we do canvassing and somebody was like talking about like hanging up like a fucking rainbow flag in our auditorium, if we were like hyping up canvassers, like I'd go for it. I would shoot down that abomination of a new flag every single time. Like I just don't want anything to do with it. I think it makes everybody involved look stupid. I don't know.
Maybe this is a bit of a tangent, but I feel like I hate the term people of color for the similar reason. I hate the lumping of everything like that as if it's all similar or of equal measure or equal struggle or even similar. I hate it. And so
look at you selling out to the white man.
I know, right? It's just like, no. I mean, if anything, it's kind of the opposite. I think it's like, I think everything should be dealt with in its own accordance. And I think grouping everything as like, can all the people who are not white just get together in this corner? I just kind of feel as though it's a bit cringe.
Yeah, it really is. I know you and I talked about this a while ago, but yeah, like the whole like people of color thing, that was supposed to be more of like an academic kind of thing, to be able to speak about black people in a way that was more inclusive and not as demeaning.
That 50 to 100 years ago, I think there were legitimately reasons why you almost could group treatment of non-whites in this country in a certain way. Like I think you could speak meaningfully about it. But I think today, a lot of different communities have a lot of different presence across a lot of different like media vectors, whether it's TikTok or Twitter or Hollywood or whatever, that the term is a bit meaningless now. And I think that to some people's horror, like I would say that I think we're past almost all of the simple racist and sexist problems in the US and maybe even Canada. Like I think we're past like a lot of the simple shit. So now if we want to solve issues, we've got to be willing to dive a little bit deeper into the conversations than just white versus POC or man versus woman or BIPOC or whatever. Like we have to have a little bit more of a sophisticated conversation. Otherwise it just devolves into everything being like white supremacy and bigotry and Nazism, and it's like we're not getting anywhere.
It is
I think it's
definitely
also just not useful for advocacy. I think the issues facing different communities are very different. And so
Mhm.
when you
Yeah.
just go at every conversation with POC, it just jumbles everything up together. And I think that's also why the political advocacy groups are different for each racial group generally. Like the Asians generally have their own advocacy groups for a lot of things when they're trying to advocate for new legislation. So I don't know. For me, when I hear the term POC, I think it's both not useful because it doesn't speak to a lot of the issues of each group, and two, it's not great for political advancement either.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm actually in a conversation right now in DMs with somebody talking about like this very thing of just having way too many things shoehorned into the political advocacy for trans issues, and the difficulty that it's causing us, and the image issues that it's causing us as well. And this is something I'm still looking into, so I don't have all the data ready to go right now, but I'm definitely noticing, and I'm hearing from other people who do this kind of research, that overall the T is losing support broadly across the political spectrum. And that's not a good thing. So it seems like even people who are on the left side of the spectrum, and the more progressive people, are starting to become more hesitant about their own willingness to just accept narratives from trans advocacy. And are being a little bit more skeptical. And so, like, for instance, like the Anna Kasparian situation, that's actually not an uncommon thing among progressives right now. It's kind of a growing sentiment that I'm hearing more and more about. So I'm still waiting on the numbers for this, and it's something I want to do a lot more coverage of. But it's concerning, and I think it has a lot to do with this trying to throw everything into the basket, including some of the really outlandish stuff.
Yeah.
I can confirm. If you guys knew the amount of progressive women who've contacted me in private, being like, "Oh my god, thank you so much, thank you," I'm like, "Yo, I'm about to get my dick sucked." But it's just good to know that there are actually a lot of progressives who do feel some way about a lot of the rhetoric coming from the outside. Women,
Yeah. Can we get someone on here to like push back on this so it's not a circle jerk? Otherwise, I gotta leave.
Well, love you, buddy.
All right, see you later, guys.
Yo,
Politics
Destiny, why are you
is
so
so-
jaded, bro?
Why what?
Why are you so jaded? What's your problem, bro?
It's just politics is so boring right now, and red pill shit is how I'm completely exhausted on that. And Republicans just want to talk about Hunter Biden's cock and fucking trans people, and it's just so everything's so boring. Fuck. I'm gonna start doing research for like JQ shit and like I don't know. Fuck. Fuck me.
How do you feel about this Just Stop Oil people? Do you think that their protest makes sense considering they believe that the world is going to end?
No, they're fucking stupid too. We have to have like there needs to be a realistic off ramp towards green energy. We can't just stop consuming oil. None of these motherfuckers are gonna turn their lights off, you know, at 6 p.m. every night. Like, it's because there's gonna have to be a massive decrease in energy consumption if we're still waiting for green energy to come online. And obviously, the Western world is not gonna happen. So,
Do you think that their worries and concerns are valid?
yeah, of course.
I think, especially considering the recent energy crisis that happened as a result of the recent wars, like I think it kind of heightened people's sensibilities to like energy sources. Because I think for a lot of us, a lot of it just feels unlimited. Like we just don't even think that any of this is finite because we've always had access to it, so we take it for granted. So I think the crisis, whether it exists or not, is not really present in anybody's mind because we've never really had to struggle for energy for most of us in the Western world.
Sure.
So I think it's good that they're raising awareness for it. Maybe the methods are kind of wild to me, but from their point of view, like the world's going to end, so who cares if you can't get to work on time or whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How would you counsel them to do better?
I would have to. Wow, the Dan Dangler. Thank you for the 2,448 viewer host. I love you and your streams very much. How would I encourage to be more effective advocates? I mean, like I said, arguments about the problem is that 99% of the arguments about like fossil fuels are moral arguments, and 99% of the arguments need to be economic arguments. That's all it is. Like we have to figure out like what are the best ways to use government policy to encourage people to do more investment and research into green energy. Like that's where the conversation starts and stops. The moralizing of all and everything doesn't help anybody. Like the reality is like nobody's shutting off their AC in the summer. Nobody's going to stop driving their cars. Nobody's going to stop consuming, so much power for their computers and their phones and all this shit. Like, yeah. I feel like you need to, it has to be like an economic conversation, but people don't seem to want to have that. Yeah. I don't,
Yeah.
It's all moralized. So it's stupid.
Yeah. Do you, I hear a lot of people talk about the fact that nuclear energy is probably the way going forward, but I've heard a lot of rhetoric against it. What are your thoughts?
Nuclear energy, based on everything I've seen, seems like the obvious way forward. It just has a really, really bad PR problem. People really don't like nuclear.
Is it because of the bombs, or is it something else?
I think it's probably because of an indoctrination we get growing up about how scary nuclear shit is. Like watching Hiroshima and Nagasaki is super scary. Anytime there's a nuclear disaster, it gets more coverage than fucking like any other type of disaster. Like, have you heard of like the Fukushima shit?
Is that the reactor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that place. And don't they have? That's where the fish come from, right?
I'm sure there are fish there. But
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if they're I'm just curious, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but if you had to guess, like how many people died during the Fukushima nuclear disaster?
I think it was like 20 people.
Okay. That's a conservative estimate. It was 0. Maybe one guy died later from lung cancer.
No, I'm pretty sure some of the employees died.
Nope.
Weren't there some people who had to turn off the radio? It was like some brave thing. I'm pretty sure I saw it in a movie. It was some old Asian people who like stayed behind to make sure the reactor went off, and they died from it later.
Fukushima was, I think one person died. I think one person died because of like lung cancer later on. That might have been the person you're thinking of, but otherwise there were no direct deaths. Like, yeah.
Okay.
That but there's but yeah, but like that's like one of the worst disasters of all time. Like, but people just like lose their mind when it comes to nuclear related stuff. So yeah.
Got you. Well, didn't that shit happen because of a tsunami or something?
Yeah, it was a huge tsunami incident. I think there were probably incidents with safety at the plant as well. I'd have to go back and check, but yeah. But also, a lot of the nuclear reactors that are running in the U.S. are like old as fuck too. These reactors are like 40 or 50 years old because we don't want to build any new ones. So of course they've got more safety issues. Yeah, it's just annoying, but.
I feel like I've always heard about the energy crisis since I was a young person, just because they kept saying like, "Oh, global warming, this stuff like that," and it always feels like it's getting pushed back. But I think as a result of recent war, I've really become a little bit more interested in the topic itself. And I'm wondering, when do you think it's gonna actually become a full-on mainstream topic where everyone's gonna have to deal with it at some point?
I don't know. You need like a mainstream politician pushing it. I don't think anybody wants to right now.
Gotcha. Anything else?
Good one. Yeah, I don't know. I wish we would have more serious conversations about nuclear, but I'm pretty sure like even in Europe, aren't they taking steps back? Like, didn't Germany shut off like some of their nuclear power plants in order to go back to coal-fired shit?
Yep. Even though people want to remove their dependence off a lot of the stuff coming from Russia or Ukraine or whatever it is, I feel like they haven't actually taken any actionable steps. And my issue, I don't know if this is accurate, but it seems as though most politicians are really concerned with their terms and making sure that they come out efficiently. And I think planning for the future that far ahead would be very expensive, and I think much more difficult than people realize. And so it's like huge long-term projects that would take 30 to 40 years. A lot of politicians today just wouldn't want to invest the time into that because they wouldn't be the ones who benefit from it.
Yeah, that's the issue as well, is that I think the nuclear power plants, because right now we're having a huge surge of it's LNG. Is it liquid natural gas? I think whatever LNG, like the natural gas stuff or liquefied natural gas, it's a much cleaner source of energy. It's much cheaper than a lot of green energies right now. It's easy to like burn as you want. You don't have to wait for the sun to rise, and then you and they're cheaper to build. I think nuclear outperforms LNG reactors, or I shouldn't say an LNG reactor. A nuclear reactor will outperform an LNG plant after like 10 or 20 years, but it takes a while to recoup the investment. So, yeah.
It's all about the money at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the time horizon too. And humans are really bad with long time horizons, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd probably have a hard time re-electing a politician who's like, bro, this plan I'm putting in place is going to make in 30 years if we're struggling right now from an economic standpoint, right? I think people are so like paycheck to paycheck or just thinking about their finances all the time. It'd be hard for them to ever be able to see that horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, always a pleasure chatting, brother. You have yourself a good one.
Have fun. Be careful, buddy. I love you. Destiny is clueless. He doesn't even realize the energy department is literally spending tens of billions on nuclear now. Oh my god, really? Newest nuclear reactor, United States. The newest one we built was 7 years ago. And then the next newest one we built was 27 years ago? Wow, bro, you fucking owned me. Jesus. A small modular nuclear reactor just got US approval, a big milestone. Good job. Oh, another police chase for me to mind-numbingly just sit here and veg out watching. Oh, my hype.
Ready to become immune to torture? You should be. You ready to become immune to torture? You should be, because today we're using the spike mat. Using a spike mat is very simple. All you have to do is lie on it and stay there. The staying there part is where it gets hard. There are 5 stages to using a spike mat. The first 4 of them are pain, but the last one is where the magic happens. The first stage is 3 to 5 seconds of sharp pain as the spikes dig into your back. Stage 2 lasts about a minute, and it's a sore, burning pain. Then you'll progress to stage 3, where you have about 5 minutes of a prickly, tingling sensation all across your back. If you've lasted this long, you're doing great. Stage 4 is where your mind stops noticing the pain, and it fades into the background. You may not feel very much pain, or it may go away completely. In the final stage, the pain goes away completely. You enter a deep state of relaxation, and you become immune to all torture. Don't test these claims. You may choose to make it harder by raising your legs, putting more of your weight onto your back. At the end of the final stage, you end up with this cool spiky pattern on your back, where you look kind of like a dinosaur. This reflects your new mental fortitude and immunity to pain. Thanks for watching. Follow for more.
Is this real?
Okay, that's
so why did you want to flake down porcelain? By the way, Nick, why did you want to flake down porcelain? What did he do?
Because the guy's annoying. Because the guy. Okay, that's.
So why did you want to flake down porcelain? By the way, Nick, why did you want to flake down porcelain? What did he do?
Because the guy's annoying. Because the guy's annoying, and his content should be.
Oh, so
honestly,
it's annoying.
His
now,
content
too.
sucks, so it shouldn't be online anymore. And I get to say that, okay? And I get to choose. His content. He calls himself a documentarian. Give me a break. He's not a documentarian.
Are you telling me the irony
He's a
bro can't
glorified
detect
YouTuber.
sarcasm? Oh, really?
He's not being sarcastic. The guy thinks he's a
Oh, okay.
documentarian. And I think that's hilarious because it's stupid. But no, his content sucks. And so his content should. I think we should flag you because your content sucks too.
Sure,
Honestly.
sure. You sure you're not going after, Porcelain because he did a Baked Alaska documentary and
No.
your ass hurt your friend got made fun of?
When was that, Jim? Was that like?
I mean,
years
let's
ago?
say you got angry. You got angry because Ethan Ralph got fucked with. You got angry because Baked Alaska got fucked with. It sounds like you're just a little bitch running around protecting your friends.
Not really. I just hate his content. I hate his content, and I think it shouldn't be online anymore. And you're the little bitch that's crying about it. I mean, you keep saying like you're so mad, you're so mad. I said like, oh, you got DMCA'd. I don't know. Seems kind of funny. And everybody else is like, oh my gosh, you can't DMCA. I report like when like people are shitting on me, I report their streams. I report everything they have to try and get them banned. And I said that I report people, which is true, and I do. Mostly on Twitter though. I'll just say that. Mostly on Twitter. I report like.
Nice. Oh, I had this up. The authors argue that gendered pregnancy care is too focused on helping women have healthy babies, and that it might be okay for trans men to continue taking testosterone during pregnancy, despite the known health risks to the fetus and effects on its normal development. The desire for normal fetal outcomes, according to the authors, is rooted in a problematic desire to protect their offspring by becoming anything other than normal, and reflect historical and ongoing social practices for creating ideal and normative bodies. This can't be real.
I traveled 1,000 kilometers to New York City to do this. I am rectangular. I feel it in my bones. I am rectangular. I feel no hole. I traveled 1,000 kilometers.
What? Oh.
So what's going on here? First of all, the Lydian mode that has that raised fourth. The left hand is super straightforward. And it goes back and forth between different shells of chords within the Lydian mode. And in the right hand, it's not just random notes. Usually we have groups of 4, but at the ends of phrases, we have groups of 5. And we have a bunch of these B flats on the 16th note upbeats of phrases, so it has this bloppy feel.
I fucking put up Breath of the Wild forever, being a huge fan of Ocarina of Time. When I finally played it, I hated myself. It's such a good game. Wow. Bro. Cool. This video talks about the state of nuclear. Shit's expensive, as well as new tech. Wow. Cool. Did this guy ever figure shit out? Oh, cool. He's still driving. What? Bro, I lived in California for 3 years. I never saw any of these chases, but I feel like when on YouTube, it feels like there's like one going on like every fucking 10 minutes. What the fuck? Because you're a nerd that plays video games. True. Oh, hold on. Wait, did he just jack a vehicle? Wait, did he just steal this dude's shit? Did this guy leave his keys in his car at a gas station?
Where it looked like he was going to make a switch. Perhaps now we know the answer, that there was no one else in the because that individual or individuals would have taken that opportunity to get out. So at least that's good news. There is no one in.
Wait, this is so behind.
Another gas station.
Another gas station.
But it's got commentary.
Another gas station. No, is this the same one that? Oh, this is. Yes, we're back where we started.
Huh. Oh,
No,
okay.
this is
No, this is a narco. It's a narco. It's a narco.
Okay, all right, this is a different one.
Yeah.
Wait, we got a van tearing out of there. He did the swap.
He
did the swap.
Oh, this is way more hype.
No. He did. This is
unbelievable. Three. We're at 3 vehicles. This is the second one that we've seen, and we understand that that van was also a carjacking victim. So that van continuing on right there, that's definitely him. There's no doubt about it. Using those center lanes, picking up those high speeds again, and we're on Ventura Boulevard coming up to Topanga. And you know, thing too, you're swapping vehicles like that. That black and white, not sure. Hopefully he makes a U-turn, but he's not coming back up onto Topanga Canyon. But you got to think, you went from a Caravan to a BMW to a full-size Econoline. You know, I don't even know if they call them that anymore. It's not. It's a Chevy. But so you went to
Kickstream. Wait, everything looks fine on my end.
a full-size Chevy van. So, you know, this is the thing. It's like these are all very different types of vehicles. This is a very different type of driving for that vehicle. There you go. That officer from LAPD didn't get the rope-a-dope, and they are now right behind him once again. So this van's starting to move, and again, a lot of traffic, and he's making his way into more of a high-traffic area coming up, and looks like we are going to be getting onto the 101. This is going to get so dangerous.
Oh my gosh, this is just unbelievable. I mean, really, one of the morals of the stories, be careful when you're at a gas station and keep your keys on you and don't leave them in the vehicle. Lock your doors. Although if you have a keyless starter, that doesn't help either, because you can just be close enough to the car and someone's able to start your car.
Really?
But wow, this is
I feel like most keys require you to be very, very, very close or like inside the car. Like I think if I was standing outside my car, like behind it, I don't know if you could just push the button and go.
It's just I don't even have the words for it, because I don't think we've ever seen something like this.
You can see the gas cap and the door open. Really, there's so much traffic. Wanted to just get a better look at it, but I need to stay a little bit wider. Take a look at all that traffic. You just saw those that driver keeping his foot in it, now up onto the sidewalk or the curb, whatever you want to call it over there, making his way onto DeSoto and cutting across traffic. There you go, California Highway Patrol waiting for him. And it's a lot of traffic underneath that bridge, a little bit of a fishtail, and back onto the highway he goes, the opposite direction.
Yeah, he's back on.
Or that copper
for a
got
second
lost.
There, I thought he was exiting to go to another gas station. It seems like...
Wouldn't have shocked us, huh? I mean, that seems to be his MO. There's a lot of lessons to be learned, and one of them is definitely do not keep your vehicle running or the keys in it when you're getting fuel. Believe me, I am not doing that ever again. Look at that. Okay, there you go. LAPD helicopter in the shot right there. Always makes a nice picture. But right now he's kind of hugging that right lane, and now right behind that other vehicle. I just don't want to see him make contact with anybody at high speeds, especially on the freeway. We don't want to see somebody losing control. But again, this is the second one.
So what is like the goal when they just like run around all day? Is it just like fun for them, or like what is the plan here?
To move along. We're westbound or northbound on the 101, heading out of the Woodland Hills area, out towards Calabasas.
Yep, I know, and we're watching this. Volume is picking already, almost 2 in the afternoon. So there are a lot of people out on the roads, and again, most of these people have no idea what's happening. So that's always the danger. That gas cap is out, so one would think perhaps
don't say it's going to leak gas.
The car is full of gas and the guy didn't have time to put the cap on, or it's about to run out of gas.
It's going to need some fuel.
One extreme
but you
or the
just
other.
don't know. Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, my parents, when they were driving, half a tank meant empty to them. With me, I'm waiting for, I'm always doing the, oh, do I got my AAA card? Because I'm always running on empty.
So
but
am
just
I.
don't know this person's, you just don't know this person's driving habits. That the owner of the van, the guy driving that van, we know his driving habits. We've been watching it. 100 miles an hour on surface streets, cutting in and out. Many a close call, and it looks like thinking about, but not. It looks as if we were going to take the off ramp there, went through that gore point, and again, really high speeds, hard on the brakes because there's a lot of traffic out there this afternoon. I don't know if he's going to try to get back off the freeway right now, though. Looks like we're northbound on the 101. Calabasas will be the next big city, but or next city as it would be. But you said. This started in the Ventura area. That vehicle was stolen out of Ventura, so maybe we're going back to Ventura.
Just trying to figure out what was the purpose of this third carjacking. Did he really think that was going to throw the police off? What was the point of that?
Who knows?
I know.
Really,
this is just
truly.
us speculating, but
yeah. You just don't know with these.
I think the guy's distracting the cops from another crime.
Yeah. When I talk to friends and family, and people that watch Fox, and they were just curious. They ask me all the time. It's like, what is that guy thinking? And I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, and it would be fun to have one, maybe just to talk to. But I'm sure that psychologist won't know either. Whoever's inside driving that vehicle right now is just trying to get away, thinking that maybe he's going to be able to do it, or just enjoying his last few moments of not being in custody. But right now, we're going 90 miles an hour, 101 freeway, and you can watch it right there. We're coming up in this area. A lot of weaving in and out, and he seems to really like that right shoulder.
Might be thinking of an exit. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe change the line.
But eye on it, and again, this is the deal. 100 miles an hour, full-size Chevy van, work van. If this vehicle taps or bumps into somebody, it's not going to go well. And
Thanks,
I can also
dude.
see that vehicle, it is not a BMW. Oh, look at that!
Oh, bump that car.
That little Mini Cooper, and it was a nice one too. That little blue. Thank goodness he didn't lose control, but definitely is going to have some damage. So we did see one collision out there that's going to be on the 101 near Las Virgenes, and that was that little blue Mini Cooper convertible. So that person probably not very happy about what happened, but I'm hoping. California Highway Patrol might be behind him still, even at these high speeds. To be in the general area. LAPD definitely above. I won't lose the car or the van as it would be, but just kind of getting a idea of traffic and or if there's law enforcement. I don't see anybody behind them.
I don't see any. I don't. So Stu, we're about 1:56 here, close to 2 o'clock. I'm going to step away. Marla is coming in now to relieve me, but I'm going to fill her in on what's happening. So
unironically,
she's caught up,
your name is
and
Stu.
we can give our audience a chance to catch up too if they're just joining us. So basically, Marla, this was a carjacking. Well, actually started in Burbank apparently, and the first vehicle this suspect had was involved in a collision of some sort with a law enforcement vehicle. And then that's the first vehicle. During the pursuit, they were able to successfully administer the spike. Loses the tire. He parks, gets out. Look at him. He's running in. He's going to run into that gas station because that car was pointless at that point to drive. Both of the tires had gone
Jesus.
out.
Look,
he's
and there are no
take
cops?
That BMW, that white BMW in the back. The person who owns that car had stepped away. See the person who had stepped away? They kind of turn around. They look to see what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
So he's jumping in. Law enforcement pulls in a number of black and whites, but they're late. He's already in the car, and you're going to see him in a moment take off. By the way, you're looking live on the left side of your screen. On the right side, we're showing you what led to this very moment where we are right now. So we're playing that for you. There he is in the white BMW on the right side of your screen. He takes off.
How do you get away in this situation using 100% of your brain? I feel like if you could find like a parking garage
like that.
Yeah, 20 minutes or so.
Or something. He needs to be, or like a mall. He needs to get into some place and then like walk in and then disappear that way, right? I don't know. I mean, you're not gonna drive away from a helicopter. I don't think. Or some people say you do. I guess. So I don't know.
Then the drive, he comes to this gas station. Okay, now he's at this other gas station, and now you're not going to see him do this, but he swaps again. He carjacks the van.
Currently in.
The van he's currently in. So this is vehicle number 3, carjacked, vehicle number 3. And you see him take off, and that's where we are now. Jumped on the freeway. And so we have 3 vehicles that this suspect stole. And the pursuit is on. He's driving recklessly, weaving in and out of traffic, as you can see.
Yep.
He's
very scary for drivers
bumped
out
a
there.
number of cars, really scary, going the wrong way, completely, just one of those, has nothing to lose at this point, so that makes it all the more dangerous. So this is where we are, and we'll see what happens next.
Okay, Araxia, well, thank you. I know you've had a long day. I will pick it up from here. Marlatea is here relieving Araxia as we're looking live at this wild pursuit. Wild pursuit, I will say, of the day. I know, Stu and crew, you were over a pursuit that lasted hours involving a cement truck. That was today, if you can believe it. And here we are all these hours later, and the clock is just about to strike 2. And we have a second wild pursuit, as Araxia just outlined for me. This is the third.
He's gonna go look for a new vehicle, or
is a white van. This is now in the San Fernando Valley. Stu, go ahead. Give me your thoughts.
We're in the Agora Hills area actually right now, and you got Ventura, California Highway Patrol just got off the 101 freeway. Reyes Adobe, he got off, and then he's now you can see him making his way back over, and it looks.
Oh, he was getting right back on.
The freeway, California Highway Patrol right behind him. Now, whoa! Oh my goodness, that was embarrassing.
Did he lose control of his car? What happened to that cop car?
Here in the Ventura area, they all have and they all have procedures that they have to follow. But it seems that we've followed a couple of them in the past, and the officers out here in California Highway Patrol out in the Ventura area, they're a little bit more aggressive, and they do not appreciate suspects speeding and pursuing on their freeways. So right there, you've got one of the two maybe of the California Highway Patrol vehicles making their way, trying to catch up to that white van. That van actually in the triple digits. That's not a mistake on Skyfox. Every now and then when we go wide, those numbers go wild, but you can see it right there, but just touching the 100-mile-an-hour mark, just into those triple digits, moving very, very quickly. Don't know what's inside that van, but I would venture to say it cannot be that heavy. Is a very light vehicle in the rear. We have seen it fishtail a couple of times, so that driver clearly, right now we haven't seen any problems, but this would be a good vehicle for a pit maneuver if they slow down. There's no way they're going to do it at any kind of 100 miles an hour, but if these get an opportunity, from California Highway Patrol, I would put money on it that they will try to make that pit maneuver. Right now, though, we're going about 100 miles an hour. California Highway Patrol, they're the ones on the ground behind it. In the air, I believe that we still have the LAPD with PD-10 is still with us, so that's great news for those officers. They're going to get good information where it is and where it's going. But right now, you've got 2 California Highway Patrol officers. You got that polar bear. That's that all-white one. And then you've got the standard right there. And then, of course, that suspect vehicle. And like I said, on the freeways, these officers, they're going to keep up with that vehicle the best they keep it safe. But I'm telling you, if the opportunity arises on an off-ramp or some kind of surface street, they might make that move, and we're going to hopefully see a good pit maneuver. Right now, traffic's starting to get a little tight, and that always worries me, especially because we've seen them already clip one vehicle today. That was that little Mini Cooper, I think, right before you got on the studio.
That.
Yeah,
I
feel
that
bad for that driver.
Get sideswiped or get clipped. Fortunately, not too much damage, but nonetheless, I mean, it's just, you can't even imagine what that must be like as you're cruising along at the speed limit on a Wednesday afternoon, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get clipped by a pursuit suspect. So this is the Thousand Oaks area, US 101 North. The exit they just passed was Ventura. Speeds upwards of
getting close to 100 miles an hour. We've seen it beyond the triple digit thus far. Extremely dangerous, erratic driving by this suspect. We can tell you that it is one male suspect. We've seen this person because they've literally gotten out of their vehicle to carjack another vehicle. This is the third vehicle that this person has carjacked. It is a white van. Now on the shoulder there, Stu, you know, I know the big question for law enforcement is beyond, you know, motive and what's driving the suspect. And
what's driving him? Isn't he driving the van?
Whatever the case may be, they also always treat these suspects as if they're armed.
Well, they always have that in person may be armed, and the fact that he's taken a couple of other vehicles might indicate that maybe he has something more than harsh language or luck.
How do you not get nosebleeds? I don't think I've ever had a nosebleed in my life. I think that's like a genetic thing. Like some people are just like prone to nosebleeds randomly. I mean, I'm sure if you hit me in the nose, I'd bleed, but I don't think I've ever had a nosebleed in my entire life.
That rear end swerving back and forth. A lot of the suspect's deciding to get off that freeway. Kind of just go a little bit wider. I want to see where those California Highway Patrol are. Now he's
but I know people that like used to get like a lot of nosebleeds. So I feel like there must be like some genetic predisposition towards like having nosebleeds, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe some autoimmune or some disease. I don't know.
It looks like we're just getting off to get back on.
Oh no.
And what is he doing now?
Trying to make a U-turn right here.
No.
Gonna get boxed in.
Yep.
Oh, wait, did that guy just break him free? He can back out.
Yep, the California Highway Patrol, Ventura, they do not play. I told you that earlier on, and they are really showing it to us again right
Would they
there.
shoot him?
And again, this is, you know, somebody might say, oh, that was it's not. You saw what this guy was doing. You saw those carjackings. We hope, thank goodness, there wasn't anybody in any of those other cars. But right now, that van, stuck-ish. But is it shut down? Is the engine off? Is this person complying? I don't know. And if he decides to run and crashes into another officer, hands are out.
Hands are out. It looks like finally he will surrender. So this is the Moore Park Road exit in Thousand Oaks, right off the 101. That was quite the showing of force from Ventura Police and also CHP. Ventura Police are involved, right? Or the Sheriff's Department?
No, this is just going to be the California Highway Patrol. California Highway Patrol. This is going to be the Ventura division of them. And you can see it right there. They got officers. They got this guy down on the ground. I'm sure that's hot pavement. But right now, you know what? Oddly enough, I just don't care that much. Anyways, he is on the ground. He is spread out. He is complying. Officer California Highway Patrol out. And again, what an ending to a crazy pursuit. But that's the thing. If they wouldn't have taken those measures, this could have continued and it could have ended tragically. And right now, damage to a couple of vehicles and the California Highway Patrol capturing somebody that was involved in a crash, injuring an officer, possibly injuring an officer that we heard earlier on. But right now, that suspect in custody, Marla, coming to a successful end out here in the Ventura County area.
Now officially in handcuffs by CHP officers down below. Again, we do want to applaud those CHP officers for taking these extreme measures to finally bring this to an end. Extremely dangerous pursuit involving, you see the young man down there now being taken to a black and white, involved in what we deem to be 3 carjackings. So we're happy that he is now in custody. Sorry for those involved and whose vehicles were damaged as a result of his erratic driving. Stu, it looks like his demeanor, like he has a few choice words for deputies down there, for officers.
Yeah, definitely. He is cooperating. He might be a little bit vocal, but you know what? In the end, I'm just happy that nobody was serious. And again, not clear on injuries on that officer, but that suspect involved in an earlier pursuit. And then that car popped up again, and then saw it was a short pursuit, but he lost those officers, and then they found that vehicle. Really were looking for him, but in the end, California Highway Patrol doing what needed to be done to a stop, and that suspect now in. You can see him right there, little unhappy about what his situation. I'm happy the public is safe and that this is over finally with no major injuries.
Yeah, we're all happy about that. Thank goodness. I think we do want to show our viewers the ending of how this all came to a conclusion finally. This is.
Good job, Stu. Fuck, I just don't have the brain for this right now. Serves TV attacking Anna for this segment. Why Portugal's decriminalization of drugs has backfired. Why are these people like actually so fucking retarded? Like, he's actually like a Nazi when it comes to like misinformation online. Like, let me take a picture of the TV. Why is he even watching, or is it of his monitor? Why is he taking a picture of a monitor? Is it supposed to prove a point? Like,
when you look at Portugal, you look at what some other form would we tackle this better if we legalized it and regulated it? I know that seems like a crazy notion.
Of course. Look,
but you look at some of the outcomes in Portugal and you think, well, maybe it's not so crazy.
So I think Portugal is a very different country. And in fact, if you look at some of the strategies that have been tried in Portugal, some of them have been tried in certain municipalities in the United States. And what you end up seeing is drug overdose numbers go up, addiction numbers go up. So I think
the segment was so insane because it didn't backfire. It was just defunded by conservatives and stopped working well. And she even briefly acknowledged it was defunded, but just like it's a casual side detail, continues to pretend like it just backfired.
The Portugal approach could work here. It would have frankly already worked.
That was Republican Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio, making the case that while drug decriminalization worked in Portugal, similar models have not worked out so well in the United States. Now look, considering the pretty brutal spikes in overdoses and deaths in America each year, I was ready to at least hear him out. But he actually might be getting something wrong. In fact, we might all be getting something wrong. Okay, let's watch more and I'll explain what I mean.
Look, some harm reduction absolutely matters, right? Suboxone, just sort of medically assisted treatment for people who are trying to break clean of this stuff. All that's part of the equation. But I think that if we believe we're going to solve the opioid problem by handing out needles.
Does this guy have like eyeliner on? Or am I crazy? Or like mascara? He's a kitty cat.
We're going to make the problem worse. And in fact, we're already seeing evidence that we've done this. So no, I don't think that's the solution. But I do think that we should follow the evidence wherever it ultimately leads here. Legalization is not going to help, but maybe doing medically assisted treatment more and making that more accessible, that's a good solution.
Look at J.D. Vance mentioning Suboxone and medical treatments to help people who are suffering with addictions. It's incredible. I mean, can we just address his tone and how much Vance has moderated his messaging since running in the GOP primary for his Senate seat in Ohio? He even seems open to doing more than just, locking people up for drug abuse. And he seems willing to admit that the model worked in Portugal. But as I was researching the story, I was actually shocked to find that tides are turning in Portugal, and their much lauded drug reforms are beginning to show cracks and weaknesses. Okay, so let's go back and refresh our memories of how Portugal reformed their drug laws. Back in 2001, Portugal ended punitive drug policies and instead decriminalized consumption of all drugs for personal use. Consumption remains technically against the law, but instead of jail, people who misuse drugs are registered by police and referred to dissuasion commissions. For the most troubled people, authorities can impose sanctions, including fines, and recommend treatment. The decision to attend, though, is voluntary. So the so-called harm reduction model was born. That's what happened in Portugal. And the initial results were absolutely promising. In fact, TYT covered Portugal's success story many, many times. Here's one example from 2012.
And back in 2001, Portugal decriminalized all drugs. Now, we talked to you about the Portuguese experiment before, and then it seemed that it was going well with the numbers. Well, a new report is out after 11 years of this experiment. How has it gone so far? Well, the numbers are in, and they are astounding. The number of drug addicts being treated has dropped by half in Portugal. They cut the rate by 50%. What happened? I thought it was supposed to go up. No, there's far less drug addicts. And if you think that's an impressive number, drug-related diseases, including STDs and overdoses, have been reduced by an even greater number.
Look, he wasn't lying. At that moment in time, August of 2012, data indicated that HIV transmission rates through shared syringes had plummeted. And other metrics illustrated the success of the decriminalization policy as well. From 2000 to 2008, prison populations fell by 16.5%. Overdose rates dropped as public funds flowed from jails to rehabilitation. There was no evidence of a feared surge in drug use. The decriminalization policy in Portugal was so successful that in 2009, while writing for the Cato Institute, Glenn Greenwald reported that, quote, none of the parade of horrors that decriminalization opponents in Portugal predicted and that decriminalization opponents around the world typically invoke has come to pass. And he was right about that. But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a scary direction. Officials in Portugal, including the very But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a vote has come to.
Should it be has or have? None of the parade of horrors have come to pass. None of the parade of horrors has come to pass. What do you think? I think it should, this has to agree with none, right? None has come to pass. None have come to pass. Well, does it? None of the 15 students has come to class. None of the 15 students have come to class. None of the group has come to class. None of the group of students has come to class. It would be has, right? None of the group of students has come to class. Would that be it, right? None. Has. It is has. Has is correct. Okay.
To pass.
Wow, the broke Jew. Thanks for gifting 1 sub, buddy.
Was right about that. But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a scary direction. Officials in Portugal, including the very architect of decriminalization in the country, say they're noticing a steep spike in the number of people suffering from addiction. A newly released national survey suggests the percent of adults who have used illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022, and that's up from 7.8% in 2001. Newly released national survey suggests the percent of adults who have used illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022, and that's up from 7.8% in 2000.
I'm so curious what illicit drugs means here, because this number could be pretty bad or it could be not that big a deal. Like, does this include marijuana? I'm really curious.
2001. In other words, there are now more adults reporting illicit drug use today compared to the year the decriminalization policy was implemented, with the very intention of lowering the prevalence of drug abuse. Portugal is still doing better than some European
And even that term, drug abuse, I'd be curious what.
Countries, and drug use there is still below European averages. So you've got to look at it all in context, okay? Analysis by the Washington Post found that Portugal's prevalence of high-risk opioid use is higher than Germany's, but lower than that of France and Italy.
Wait, cheeseburger. Burger.
But what about overdoses? Unfortunately, that's where things start to look pretty bleak. Overdose rates have hit 12-year highs and almost doubled in Lisbon from 2019 to 2023. Sewage samples in Lisbon show cocaine and ketamine detection is now among the
Okay, wait, 12-year highs, but this policy was passed like 12 years ago. Wait, so is it higher or is it lower than when it was first passed? Also, what overdose are we talking about? Do they mean like overdose on heroin or like overdose on weed, right? Because weed overdoses are like significantly less fatal, you know?
highest in Europe, with elevated weekend rates suggesting party-heavy usage. Yeah, I think that suggestion is...
Oh, sorry. I mean 22 years ago, not 12 years ago. 22 years ago. My bad.
Correct. Now, in Porto, the collection of drug-related debris from city streets surged 24% between 2021 and 2022, with this year on track to far outpace the last. Crime, including robbery in public spaces, spiked 14% from 2021 to 2022, a rise police blame on increased drug use. And look, let's just pause for a second. That doesn't surprise me either. People who are addicted, especially if they're addicted to certain drugs like heroin, fentanyl, if they don't get...
Wait, why are people saying you can't overdose on weed? You absolutely can OD on weed. They can be fatal if you OD hard enough, especially if you're using edibles.
Their next fix, they become dope sick, and they could even die in some cases. And so they'll do anything to get the resources in order to get their hands on their next fix. So that's why you'll notice, instances of burglaries and stuff like that kind of spike in relation to, or simultaneously with a spike in, drug overdoses and drug use. Anyway, not only does the Washington Post provide broad statistics on how the liberal drug policy has fared in recent years, they also detail tragic stories of individuals struggling with addiction, leading any non-sociopathic person to feel quite a bit of despair. So take the story of one of the state-funded so-called squat houses on the south side of Porto as an example. The objective is to provide addicts a private place to use outside of public view. But there are unintended consequences, as it enables some to hide their drug addiction from family members who might be able to stage an intervention and help their loved ones get clean. Inside, a 47-year-old man struggled to mix ashy heroin with fragments of...
Wait, it's almost impossible to OD on weed? Back in my day, it was almost impossible to eat on weed because weed was bad. But now you're getting THC concentrations of like 250% in some of these weeds that you can buy from like a lot of these stores. I think if you were to fully smoke probably like 2 spliffs that you'd buy from like any weed shop in California, I think you could easily overdose 100%. If you smoked 2 of them within like an hour, I'd say.
Crystal crack, crushing both into a souped-up speedball. Observed by a nurse, he took the needle and jabbed it into a vein in his neck. The veins on his hands have dried up, the nurse said, matter-of-factly. I can't use it home, said another person at the center. It causes too much trouble, so I make the drive an hour and a half here. And look, I also don't begrudge some who feel these policies do little to compel people who are addicted to drugs to get clean, because fact of the matter is that's really not what these government-funded organizations are interested in doing, and they're clear about that. In the tourist quarter, in the shadow of Porto's fortress-like cathedral, a social worker with a government-funded nonprofit handed out clean syringe packages to people who use heroin. When crack pipes are available, the social workers give them out. There's no judgment, few questions, and no pressure to embrace change. Now, summing up that philosophy, a woman named Louisa Neves, who's the president of one of these nonprofits, said, quote, "You have to respect the user. If they want to use, it is their right." Now, I think safe injection sites
Are you saying that'll kill you? No, an overdose doesn't necessarily mean it'll kill you. I'm pretty sure that if you OD on weed, it's like a 30 or 40% chance. Whereas like on fentanyl, it's like a 100% chance. If you OD on crack, it's like 90% chance. But I think for marijuana overdoses, I think it's like 20 to 30 or 40%. It probably depends on how old you are too, and how many times you've OD'd on weed before.
Are important, incredibly important, in preventing the spread of deadly diseases. But how these sites are operated matters a lot, and we'll get to what I mean by that in just a moment. And while I want to reiterate that these policies were passed with the absolute best intentions, the unintended consequences are hard to ignore in recent years, but they can be fixed. Now, over the last 18 months, a drug encampment in Porto sprung up below a school. More homes have been burgled. One neighbor said she found a person naked from the waist down, shooting up outside her house gate. Residents have launched US-style neighborhood watches and hired private security guards, something exceedingly rare in Europe. Police deployed in force to the area 3 months ago to crack down on dealers who can be and are being arrested. Patrol cars are now stationed in the neighborhood 24 hours a day, scattering people using drugs. And the mayor of Porto recounts a contradiction spurred by the policy that sounds honestly all too familiar to those living in coastal cities in Western United States. These days in Portugal, it is forbidden to smoke tobacco outside of school or a hospital. It is forbidden to advertise ice cream and sugar candies. And yet it is allowed for people to be there injecting drugs. We've normalized it. By the way, the mayor of Porto does not want to reverse the decriminalization law in Portugal, but he is calling for some tweaks, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Now, even the head of Portugal's National Institute on Drug Use and the very architect of the decriminalization policy in the country admitted to local press in December that, quote, "What we have today no longer serves as an example to anyone." His words, not mine. But he's not ready to fully reverse the policy, and I'd agree with him. Instead, he wants to make improvements, and there are two things that stand out to me while looking at this story closely. For one, the program started with the government carrying out services following decriminalization, but later outsourced the work to nonprofits. So Portugal decentralized its drug oversight operation in 2012. A funding drop from 82.7 million to 17.4 million forced Portugal's main institution to outsource work previously done by the state to nonprofit groups, including the street teams that engage with people who use drugs. The cut in funding quite clearly had a terrible impact and weakened Portugal's successful program. Also, speaking from personal experience here in Los Angeles, leaning on publicly funded nonprofits to carry out the job is a terrible idea.
What? Oh God, Amy, what are you doing? June 14th, July 19th. Didn't Xena present screenshots confirming this? I'm curious about your level of concern. I was defending a friend, so I have a legitimate reason to chime in. I don't understand your personal involvement. Even if you're simply trolling, what is the purpose? You're a funny girl. You have enough entertainment value to gain the clout and recognition you seek without creating unnecessary conflict. Just leave them alone. Uh-oh. Fight time. Hold up. Break time. Bro, what is the plan?
It's just dead! Everyone is just dead! It's fucking 10 minutes, bastions! Built in!
Generating
no food!
Options for
no
generating
fortress!
God C31. Generated.
Yeah. For one, there tends to be a lot of waste. Just look at
You need to literally smoke pounds and pounds of weed to OD LeMayo. It's virtual. That's not true. Back in my day, you needed to smoke pounds and pounds of weed. Nowadays, you could probably get like 2 buds and you'd have enough to probably to OD. If you rolled it really well, if you got a sick rap for it, And if you were using like a good lighter, you absolutely could OD way easier than 20 pounds of weed. What are you talking about?
Look at the insane six-figure salaries of the executives for these nonprofits and how much money they take home every year, paid for by the taxpayer, of course. Also, these nonprofits would no longer serve a purpose and would no longer receive government grants if drug abuse issues were solved. We certainly wouldn't need as many of them if these issues were mitigated through other means. There's an inevitable conflict of interest, and I'd rather have a centralized government program. Luckily, Portugal is headed in the right direction and is now moving to create a new institute aimed at reinvigorating its drug prevention programs. As with many liberal US cities, Portugal's lack of emphasis on rehabilitation while pursuing harm reduction strategies is also proving to be a problem. The number of users being funneled into drug treatment in Portugal has sharply fallen, going from a peak of 1,150 in 2015 to 352 in 2021, the most recent year available. And what about so-called dissuasion commissions, the commissions I mentioned earlier that are supposed to, talk to people and try to encourage them to get clean? Well, of 24 street people who, by the way, that's the Washington Post's wording, not mine, but of the 24 people who used drugs and were asked by the Post, not one said they'd ever appeared before one of Portugal's dissuasion commissions envisioned as conduits to funnel people with addiction into rehab. Now look, identifying the flaws, the current flaws in Portugal's decriminalization model is critical if we want to avoid circling back to destructive war on drug policies. Some of the earliest adopters of liberal drug policies unfortunately have now begun reversing course. Consider lawmakers in Amsterdam and how they decided to institute a ban on smoking pot in public places. I mean, honestly, that reversal seems a bit overboard, but it's also worth noting Norway's decision to implement a Portugal-like plan to decriminalize drugs. Well, that fell apart in 2021. And cities across the US have implemented, in their minds, Portugal's model because of how successful it was in the beginning. And to be fair, I'd be shocked if municipal lawmakers were aware of the latest data and how it demonstrates otherwise. In fact, numbers coming out of states like Oregon make it pretty clear that they are unaware of some of these issues and flaws. In Oregon, where the policy took effect in early 2021, openly citing Portugal as a model, attempts to funnel people with addiction from jail to rehabilitation have had a rough start. Police have shown little interest in handing out toothless citations for drug use. Grants for treatment have lagged. I would really emphasize that part. And extremely few people are seeking voluntary rehabilitation. Meanwhile, overdoses this year in Portland, the state's largest city, have surged 46%. And if you zoom out and look at the United States overall, the numbers are stunning and incredibly tragic. So in the United States alone, overdose deaths fueled by opioids and deadly synthetic fentanyl topped 100,000 people in both 2021 and 2022. And that's double what it was in 2015. Look, people are dying and we need to find a way to reverse this trend. We desperately need to find a way to save lives without going back to overly punitive policies. Let's just pause for a second.
I heard from Dara that you could overdose on just one puff of marijuana cigarette. Good one.
I want to reiterate.
Good troll, dude.
And just a final question here. Is there any sort of work being done with the airlines in order to get flights actually on time or not delayed as much? Just curious if there's any work happening there.
Yes. So we've seen almost a doubling in terms of improvement on-time performance since last year. That is a reflection of all the work that we've done across the ecosystem together with our partner airlines, with agencies, reducing processing time, reducing wait times, and fine-tuning operations with our air carrier partners. And we see the great results that have come from that.
Nice.
That. I do not want to go back to war on drugs, like overly punitive policies. They did not work. They were not good. I do think that we can save this model, but we need to make some tweaks. The problem is people are unwilling to ever admit that something isn't really going as well as we thought it was going, or that there might be some flaws that we might want to work on. Because if we don't learn from Portugal's mistakes, or our own, we definitely will go to war on drug policies and mass incarceration that, again, does nothing to actually deal with why these individuals have drug addiction issues in the first place, right? It's not gonna do anything to actually help them get rehabilitated. Now, Portugal also commits far more of its resources to social spending programs. So for anyone who might think that, well, maybe the problem in Portugal is the same problem we have here in the United States. Root causes, everyone, root causes, it's because of poverty. Not quite. The OECD defines this as expenditures targeted at low-income households, the elderly, disabled, sick, unemployed, or young persons. Now, Portugal not only dedicates a higher percentage of its GDP to social welfare spending compared to the United States, and that's, again, according to OECD data, it also has a much better healthcare system. While it definitely isn't perfect, all residents in Portugal have access to healthcare, so they have universal healthcare provided by the National Health Service, which is funded mainly through taxes. They still have co-payments, and healthcare delivery is based on both public and private providers. So while it's not a single-payer model, they do have universal healthcare in Portugal, yet they're still having the same problems we're experiencing with drug addiction here in the United States. So sometimes the issues that we're seeing need more than more social programs. I think Portugal's model is promising. It shows that it worked. They made some changes beginning in 2012, and those changes were not positive ones. They did not have a positive impact, but that's okay. Clearly they're reversing course, and I'm excited to see how the numbers change now that they're going back to a centralized government model that, you know, takes care of the services associated with their drug policies instead of kind of outsourcing them to these nonprofits. But the point that I'm trying to make here is sometimes you have to adapt to the situation changing, and clearly the situation changed in Portugal. And if we're going to point to Portugal as a success story, if we're going to implement Portugal's policies in US cities and use Portugal as an inspiration, we just gotta make sure that we implement it correctly. Because my fear is if we don't, if the policies fail, the pendulum will swing in the opposite direction, and we need to prevent that from happening.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through...
This seems pretty fair and dry. How could people have had a huge problem with this segment? 57 minutes! Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks' shameless fear-mongering over drug addicts.
I've been an advocate for just a little bit of one. While we're on a bit of a TYT hate train, just a little bit of one. You know, I wanted to take a look at something. Somebody emailed me this. Now, I've been an advocate for drug decriminalization for a long time. The basic argument being that if a person is a drug addict, treating it like a criminal issue is a really dumb idea, because addiction will make you do dumb things to get your high, and it just means then you do that and then you go to jail and you don't get medical help, and it's just like a lose-lose. Like, nobody benefits from this, right? Whereas normally, not for everyone, but for a lot of people, if you just say, okay, we're not going to arrest you for doing the drug, okay? But if you want to do the drug, you have to come over to this clean government facility where we have a bunch of like detox counselors and like, oh, hey, would you like a candy bar? Would you like a complimentary mint? Well, why don't you come on down here to this like addiction class or something? And then if you do that, like a lot of people end up getting better because like people want to live fulfilling lives, you know? Most people do. They just have to be given the path. And TYT released a video saying that Portugal, a country that practiced widespread drug decriminalization, has seen its addiction numbers explode. So I want to see what's up. I'm interested in the argument. So I'm interested from some perspectives. If their arguments are bad, I want to make fun of them. And if their arguments are good, I want to look at associated research to reassess the validity of my perspective. After all, if drug decriminalization doesn't actually improve things, which I still think it does, that's worth re-examining. So let's find out. Everyone, put your thinking caps on, okay? We're here to learn.
Some other form.
Bit loud. Is that a bit loud? That was a bit loud.
Well, it's better if we legalized it and regulated it. I know that seems like a crazy notion. Of course. But you look at some of the outcomes in Portugal and you think, well, maybe it's not so crazy.
So I think Portugal is a very different country. And in fact, if you look at some of the strategies that have been tried in Portugal, some of them have been tried in certain municipalities in the United States. And what you end up seeing is drug overdose numbers go up, addiction numbers go up. So I think if the Portugal approach could work here, it would have frankly already worked.
That was Republican Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio, making the case that
only in Ohio. Yeah. I'm sorry.
While drug decriminalization worked in Portugal, similar models have not worked out so well in the United States. Now look, considering the pretty brutal spikes in overdoses and deaths in America each year, I was ready to at least hear him out. But he actually might be getting something wrong. In fact, we might all
Sorry, I was at 0.9.
Be getting something wrong. Okay, let's watch more and I'll explain what I mean.
Look, some harm reduction absolutely matters, right? Suboxone, just sort of medically assisted treatment for people who are trying to break clean of this stuff.
Remember, J.D. Vance is the thinking man's Republican. He's one of those Peter Thiel ghouls, at least before Peter Thiel dropped funding for the GOP. You know, the kind of conservative. So there's like two kinds of conservatives, I think, and one of the, like, or sorry, I should say like two dominant trends of conservative thought, and one of them is like Christian fascism, and the other one is this like enlightened philosopher king pseudo-libertarianism, where it's basically a bunch of people whose mainline policy goals aren't bigotry, but every incidental outcome of what they believe happens to lead to bigotry, and they want to like they're.
Destiny, that take is actually brain dead. What the hell? Yeah. Let me roll it really well in OD. If you don't know the difference between a densely packed joint and one that's packed with a lot of air or whatever, I mean, like, I don't know, if you don't actually smoke weed or do anything, like, there's a reason why rolling good blunts is an art. But listen, man, that's on you, okay? Enjoy your weed.
Like authoritarian, but from an ideological perspective, if that makes any sense. Like, they're approaching authoritarianism as a proposed potential solution to the degradations of democracy, right? They're trying to frame themselves as like the intellectual philosopher kings who are meant to rule over us for all of our betterment. Isn't that always their solution to everything? Yeah, it's almost like tech billionaire busybodies who think they have 300 IQ actually end up arriving at the same conclusions as neo-Nazis like 90% of the time.
All that's part of the equation. But I think that if we believe we're going to solve the opioid problem by handing out needles, we're going to make the problem worse. And in fact, we're already seeing evidence that we've done this. So no, I don't think that's the solution. But I do think that we should follow the evidence wherever it ultimately leads here. Legalization is not going to help, but maybe doing medically assisted treatment more and making that more accessible, that's a good solution.
look at JD Vance mentioning Suboxone and medical treatments to help people who are suffering with addictions. It's incredible. I mean, can we just address his tone and how much Vance has moderated his messaging since running in the GOP primary for his Senate seat in Ohio?
Oh, Vosh, you can't let her compliment a Republican. You got to pause her and hammer her on that. How dumb can she be to not see he's a crypto fascist? Get her, Vosh.
He even seems open to doing more than just, locking people up for drug abuse. And he seems willing to admit that the model worked in Portugal. But as I was researching the story...
Oh my God, he's going to let it stand. Our little Vosh has grown up. Never mind, all right.
I was actually shocked to find that tides are turning in Portugal, and their much lauded drug reforms are beginning to show cracks and weaknesses.
Okay, so let's learn.
Okay, so let's go back and refresh our memories of how Portugal reformed their drug laws. Back in 2001, Portugal ended punitive drug policies and instead decriminalized consumption of all drugs for personal use. Consumption...
Is she talking so unusual? Fine, I'll go 1.1. Okay, so quick refresher for people who don't...
How are you changing the speed of her talking to 1.1? Is that like, why not like 1.25, 1.5? Are these steps really not granular enough for you? Like, what?
No. My understanding of the effects of the drug policy in Portugal are basically just like summed up in the wiki article. I haven't done a huge deep dive, but it seems like there's a lot of good. Basically, it led to an increase in treatment, which is what you want, a massive drop in HIV infections because people weren't using dirty needles.
Okay, Vosh, now listen, I'm a huge fan of Wikipedia. Obviously, I love Wikipedia. But the argument is that as of today, the results are not that promising. The first thing you brought up was as of 2012. The second thing you brought up was, we're not sure. You need to click through the link and find out. The third thing that's here is of 2009. This is of 2009. This is of 2012. So none of this is current.
The total number of overdose deaths plummeted to the point where, here, look. As of 2012, Portugal's drug death toll sat as...
Yes, that 2012 would be 11 years ago, Vaush.
Per million in comparison to the EU average of 17.3 per million. Or, in other words, about 1/6 the European average. So lower overdose, that's pretty good.
I've rolled literally 1,000s of blunts. I've stuffed the max amount of weed in a blunt. It would take like smoking 20 plus at a time to OD not to. If you're rolling, one, you have to have, first of all, if you don't live in California, you don't even know what good weed is, okay? So one, you need to be living in California to have access to the purest strains, okay? Two, you obviously, you're not gonna OD on fucking indica, okay? You need a sativa strain. So two, the strain is obviously important as well. And number three, I mentioned about having a good wrap and good lighters too. In order to get the purest inhale when you're smoking. Hold on. Sorry, just I read a joke, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked for a second. The wrap that you're using and the lighter that you use have to be infused with hydrogen because hydrogen burns purer and cleaner than oxygen, and it's going to get you a better burn on your weed, and it's going to increase the absorption, right? This is why people, but if you're using weed outside of California, if you don't have a hydrogen lighter, bro, you don't even know how to smoke.
Good. That's actually really good. Then it says, and this is new to me, so I'm reading this now live. This reduction has decreased in later years. The number of drug-related deaths are now almost at the same level as before the drug strategy was implemented. However, this may be accounted for by improvement in measurement practices, which
so we see this Vaush. This is all of this is as of 2012. That's what half of her video is about. As of 2012, it looked good.
Includes a doubling of toxicological, there we go, autopsies now being performed, meaning more drug-related deaths are likely to be recorded. So the argument being perhaps that now that there's a higher standard for identifying drug deaths, or it might be they're just detecting more than before. Also, I believe drug use has been increasing on average all over the Western world right now, so it's possible that to an extent these increases have also been just a global trend during the same period.
Like, if we really want to figure out like who's right or wrong, we can just do this. Portugal decriminalize all drugs results, or just do this and we'll see if anything comes up. Oh, we get an article from January. Is that July? March, April, May, June, July. Okay, from July. Don't I have a WAPO account? Hold on. Sorry, that wasn't me. Once hailed from Porto. Oh, Porto's bakery. Best good Cuban bakery. Portugal. Addiction haunts the recesses of this ancient port city as people with gaunt, clumsy hands lift crack pipes to lips, syringes to veins, poke, 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 poke. Authorities are sealing off Warren-like alleyways with iron bars and fencing in parks to halt the spread of encampments. A siege mentality is taking root in nearby enclaves of pricey condos and multi-million euro homes. Portugal decriminalized all drug use, including marijuana, cocaine, and heroin, the scary drug, in an experiment that inspired similar efforts elsewhere, but now police are blaming a spike in the number of people who use drugs for a rise in crime. In one neighborhood, state-issued paraphernalia, not pornography, powder blue syringe caps, packets of citric acid for diluting heroin, litters sidewalks outside an elementary school. Porto's police have increased patrols to drug-plagued neighborhoods, but given existing laws, there's only so much they can do. On a recent afternoon, an emaciated man in striped pants sleeping in front of a state-funded drug use center awoke to a patrol of 4 officers. He sat up, then defiantly began assembling his crack pipe. Officers walked on, shaking their heads as Hunter Biden loaded his pipe and smoked. Portugal became a model for progressive jurisdictions around the world embracing drug decriminalization, such as the state of Oregon, but now there is talk of fatigue. Police are less motivated to register people who misuse drugs, and there are year-long waits for state-funded rehabilitation treatment, even as the number of people seeking help has fallen dramatically. The return in force of visible urban drug use, meanwhile, is leading the mayor and others here to ask an explosive question. It's time to reconsider this country's globally hailed drug model. These days in Portugal, it is forbidden to smoke tobacco outside a school or a hospital. It's forbidden to advertise ice cream and sugar candies, and yet it is allowed for people to be there injecting drugs, said Rui Moreira. I don't know how to pronounce it. Porto's mayor. We've normalized it. I will say something that was kind of funny is in California, I'm pretty sure it is the case. It's very strange, but you can be outside smoking a joint on the street, but you can't drink alcohol. Which is interesting. I'm not saying that whether that's good or bad. That's funny to me. Re-examining drug policies. Cocaine production is at global high. Seizure of amphetamine and methamphetamine have exploded. The multi-year pandemic deepened personal burdens and fomented an increase in use. In the United States alone, overdose deaths fueled by opioids and deadly synthetic fentanyl topped 100,000 in both 2021 and 2022. High scores, boys! Back-to-back records, or double what it was in 2015. According to the National Institutes of Health, Fauci, anyone? 85% of the U.S. prison population... He's the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. My bad. I just spread some fake news. 85% of the U.S. prison population has an active substance use disorder or was jailed for a crime involving drugs or drug use. Across the Atlantic in Europe, tiny Portugal appeared to harbor an answer. In 2001, it threw out years of punishment-driven policies in favor of harm reduction by decriminalizing consumption of all drugs for personal use, including the purchase and possession of 10-day supplies. Consumption remains technically against the law, but instead of jail, people who misuse drugs are registered by police and referred to dissuasion commissions. For the most troubled people, authorities can impose sanctions, including fines, and recommend treatment. The decision to attend is voluntary. Other countries have moved to channel drug offenses out of the penal system too, but none in Europe institutionalized this route more than Portugal. Within a few years, HIV transmission rates via syringes, one of the biggest arguments for decriminalization, had plummeted. From 2000 to 2008, prison populations fell by 16.5%, overdose rates dropped as public funds. None of the, are, quote, does this cite research or anything? Or is it just an article? Increase in illicit drugs. Oh, Krieger, thanks for gifting a sub. You should give Kick Chat on stream a black outline so we can see what they're saying. I did that. Maybe the outline could be thicker. Talk to Puggy. They're the one that got me this new overlay, so. This is just an article. This isn't really research, huh? I wonder if there have been any studies done on this yet. But interesting. Oh. 20 years of Portuguese drug policy developments, challenges, and the quest for human rights. Abstract. Portugal decriminalized the public and private use, acquisition, possession of all drugs. Arguing that the Portuguese drug policy model has proven influential enough to emancipate drug use from the stigma that associated with this article, critically discusses the developments and current challenges the Portuguese drug policy confronts, namely the growing diversity of drug use patterns observed in Portugal as well as in Europe, to this end, international and national legal instruments. Despite encouraging. Conclusions indicate that these policies are marked by contradictions and ambiguities that have permeated its history since the very beginning, and modest ambitions, particularly regarding the implementation of harm reduction measures. Moreover, the polemical Supreme Court judgment that reestablished in 2008 drug use as a crime when the quantities at play exceeded those required for an average individual for 10 days might have impacted the landscape. Okay.
Use of heroin and cannabis also increased in Spain and Italy, where drugs for personal use were decriminalized many years earlier than in Portugal. I didn't know they were decriminalized for personal use in Spain and Italy. I'll give it a look later. So there are a lot of factors here. But okay, let's see how it goes.
Remains technically against the law, but instead of jail, people who misuse drugs are registered by police and referred to dissuasion commissions. For the most troubled people, authorities can impose sanctions, including fines, and recommend treatment. The decision to attend, though, is voluntary. So the so-called harm reduction model was born. That's what happened in Portugal. And the initial results were absolutely promising. In fact, TYT covered Portugal's success story many, many times. Here's one example from 2012.
And back in 2001,
oh my God, vintage Jenk.
Portugal decriminalized all drugs. Now we talked to you about.
Why did how did Jenk look like a Giga Chad? What the fuck? You ever know? Like.
The Portuguese experiment before, and then it seemed that it was going well with the numbers. Well, a new report is out after 11 years of this experiment. How has it gone so far? Well, the numbers are in, and they are astounding. The number of drug addicts being treated has dropped by half in Portugal. They cut the rate by 50%.
50?
What happened? I thought it was supposed to go up. No, there's far less drug addicts. And if you think that's an impressive number, drug-related diseases, including STDs and overdoses, have been reduced by an even greater number.
Look, he wasn't lying. At that moment in time, August of 2012, data indicated that HIV transmission rates through shared syringes had plummeted. And other metrics illustrated the success of the decriminalization policy as well. From 2000 to 2008, prison populations fell by 16.5%.
Wow.
Overdose rates dropped as public funds flowed from jails to rehabilitation. There was no evidence of a feared surge in drug use. The decriminalization policy in Portugal was so successful that in 2009, while writing for the Cato Institute, Glenn Greenwald reported—
Man, we are like really backloading the drop here, aren't we? I feel like preempting this information with this much is like, oh man, you know? Yeah, it's like the first shoe dropped really early on, and I feel like I'm watching somebody climbing a ladder, like holding the shoe out with one hand and climbing out with the other, like getting ready for the
what?
Biggest other shoe drop possible.
Oh, because she's climbing the ladder to drop the shoe?
On an elevator up to the top.
That, quote, none of the parade of horrors that decriminalization opponents in Portugal predicted and that decriminalization opponents around the world typically invoke has come to pass. And he was right about that. But things have unfortunately begun to shift in a scary direction.
Top of the ladder.
Officials in Portugal, including the very architect of decriminalization in the country, say they're noticing a steep spike in the number of people suffering from addiction. A newly released national survey suggests the percent of adults who have used illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022. And that's up—
Wait, hold on. That was in the Wikipedia article we just looked at. And there's some other worthwhile information we might want to take a look at.
Wait, was it? I thought the Wikipedia article, all the data cut out at like 2012. This is in 2022.
Yeah, does she mention it?
Up from 7.8% in 2001. In other words, there are now more adults reporting illicit drug use today compared to the year the decriminalization policy was implemented with the very intention of lowering the prevalence of drug abuse. Portugal is still doing—
Nope, she doesn't mention it. Okay, so, wow. Reported lifetime use of, quote, all illicit drugs increased from 7.8 to 12%. Lifetime use of cannabis increased, cocaine more than doubled from 0.9 to 1.9, ecstasy, heroin. It has been proposed this effect may have been related to the candor of interviewees who may have been inclined to answer more truthfully due to a reduction in the stigma associated with drug use. Or to put it another way, drugs have been legal to use for personal reasons for 20 years in Portugal. People are probably going to be more honest when asked now. If you ask people back when it's like illegal or has been illegal for your entire life, like, oh yeah, you do heroin? Hey, sir, can you tell me if you do this drug that will get you thrown in jail? A lot of people are going to answer dishonestly. There's another factor here that I think is worth looking at. Reported lifetime use of all illicit drugs just means have you used it in your lifetime, not have you been using it for your lifetime. In other words, this isn't a reference to addiction. It's possible that the number of people who have tried cocaine—
Yeah, but doesn't she go on later to say that there are numbers that say that more people are being registered for overdoses and stuff like that? Like, they're not just relying on that self-reported number. There's other data too, no?
Has gone up, but okay. Right? What about addiction? Because that's like the harm, right? Like, if a person does cocaine once because they're in college and they want to try it, they want to know what it's like, and they're like, okay, and they move on. That counts as lifetime use. I don't really think that's like, I don't really think that factors in the way like, addiction would, you know? You can make the argument that if personal use of these drugs is legal, maybe people will be more likely to experiment with them, but that's not really the harm we're looking to reduce here. I'll take a look at it later, STO. A lot of words in there, and I am illiterate.
Better.
Read after what Vosh is reading. It's been proposed. Oh, so proposed. So people don't even know. However, during the same period, the use of heroin and cannabis also increased in Spain and Italy, where drugs for personal use were decriminalized many years earlier than in Portugal, while the use of cannabis and heroin decreased in the rest of Western Europe. The increase in drug use observed among adults in Portugal was not greater than that seen in nearby countries that did not change their drug laws. Oh, so it seems like so then the reported use probably is true. It's not just that some people are being more honest.
I'll take a look at it later, STO.
Why wouldn't he finish reading the last of this bullet point? Why would you not just...
A lot of words in there, and I am illiterate.
Better than some European countries, and drug use there is still below European averages. So you've got to look at it all in context, okay? Analysis by the Washington Post found that Portugal's prevalence of high-risk opioid use is higher than Germany's, but lower than that of France and Italy. But what about overdoses? Okay. Unfortunately, that's where things start to look pretty bleak.
All right.
Overdose rates have hit 12-year highs and almost doubled in Lisbon from 2019 to 2023. Sewage samples in Lisbon show cocaine and ketamine detection is now among the highest in Europe, with elevated weekend rates suggesting party-heavy usage.
I am extremely concerned with this standard of data collection. First of all...
Wait, why weren't we concerned with the standard of data collection before, though? When we were reporting, like, the dropping of drug... Or why is the standard of data collection now an issue?
12-year high? The decriminalization happened more than 12 years ago.
Oh, that's true. That's a point that we brought up.
So that's... Like, without more context, that doesn't mean much. Like, maybe overdose rates are higher now because of COVID and everyone's alone and, like, mad and stuff and sad.
Yeah, because that's why I thought that the 12-year thing is weird. Why would you talk about 12-year high? What if they're still significantly lower than in 2001? Is that when they passed this policy, or 2002?
But that doesn't really reflect like the effect of the decriminalization. You would have to compare it to other countries and how theirs have gone up recently, and then compare it to the proportion from like 22 years ago. Yeah. Also, I don't know why we'd be looking at Lisbon specifically. Once you start introducing like city comparisons, like there's a million things that could potentially affect that. How much have overdose rates increased in cities broadly around the world over the COVID period? Also, if we're taking a look at a sample from 2019 to 2023, aren't we really just looking at the effect of COVID? Like, can you really fairly say that this is purely representative of the effect of decriminalization if decriminalization's been going on for 20 years, but COVID's been going on for the exact time period you're examining? I also don't know, like, by what standard am I meant to, like sewage samples in Lisbon? I'm sorry, I don't really have, like, a preconceived idea as to how I'm supposed to look at this and think, like, oh, well, the sewage samples in Paris would have a different story to tell, you know? You understand what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know. Like,
damn, do people really sample sewage for drug use? That's wild. If Lauren and Amy were to ask you to moderate a debate between them, would you? If they wanted to, sure.
Here's a question.
Oh, but it looks like Lauren's doing it on her channel, which she should. It's good content for her.
What are the overdose rates in all of Portugal? Shouldn't that be easy to find? It's if a person dies, they're registered by the police department. Like, shouldn't it be easy to find that? Overdoses per year in Portugal. Okay, drug overdose deaths in Portugal from 2008 to 2019. Well, wait, that's not... Do we have any, like, more recent data? FAQ from Europa.eu. Drug overdose deaths. This is total number, not per capita. We get a per capita graph?
Oh, good job. Somebody gave me a graph.
Okay, but what about per capita? Capita? Per capita? Capita? One of these is probably per capita, and I'm just skimming through it fast enough that I can't tell. Graph.
Distribution of drug-induced deaths reported in 2020 by age group and country. Oh, this, you can't, it's a distribution. It can't be per capita, right?
Distribution by age group.
This is just the ages that people are ODing, I guess, or dying.
Group and country?
I should
Okay,
say.
but what about per capita? Capita? Per capita? Capita? One of these is probably per capita, and I'm just skimming through it fast enough that I can't tell. Not sure, Teletech. What about this? Drug-related deaths. Wait, what? Drug-related deaths per 100,000 people, not age-adjusted. Portugal, EU excluding Portugal. Damn, look. Portugal's got quite a lower rate compared to European countries broadly. Though there has been an uptick here, and the uptick isn't just COVID-19, because this happened before 2019. So I'd be interested in knowing if there's any other factor that contributes to that, you know? Poverty, crime, you know? Euro banking crisis. There's a lot that can affect stuff like that.
Okay, this is boring. I just wanted to show Bosch, but he's asking good questions. His title here is kind of extreme. Maybe he gets unhinged later on in the video, but I think so far he's asking good questions. Thank you for the OD on weed, Patrick. Yes, I've seen you spam the same like 7 million times. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Jesus.
Any longer because it's defensive. Well, the collapse of the Soviet Empire meant, in fact, you no longer even needed NATO. Europe could come up with its own security, but
well, it certainly,
NATO
but it
has
doesn't
been
seem like that
used
because the
as
people
an
you
arm of the American empire. That's
but it,
that's the challenge.
You don't believe though that the people of Ukraine right now need NATO to defend against Russian aggression?
Well, the people of Ukraine right now who are suffering, and I'm in deep solidarity with their suffering, they are being caught between this proxy war between the American empire and the Russian Federation. Now,
that's not really true. But Dr. West, I mean, it wasn't early on. I mean, you're far more educated than I am. But early on, it was Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary who wanted to join NATO. Warsaw Pact countries, suddenly free, did not want to be under the yoke of the former Soviet Union any longer, and they are the ones who applied to join NATO. It wasn't the U.S. pushing these countries in an expansion play. It was these countries suddenly free, the people in those countries saying, we want to be in the EU. NATO is the fastest way. It's a kind of a stepping stone to the EU. We want that. We want to turn to the West. No, would you have denied Hungary, Czechoslovakia the choice?
Well, I mean, one, I would have followed George Kennan. I would have abolished NATO right after the collapse of the Soviet Empire, and I would have tried to welcome Russia into the nation, the community of nations, rather than trying to push them against the wall. We know that their system of repression and domination is one in which they're going to feel as if their backs are against the wall. And I think you would probably...
Russia invite into NATO. Actually, this is something I'd be interested in seeing. Yeah. Relation between the NATO military alliance and the Russian Federation was established in 1991 within the framework of the North Atlantic Cooperation Council. In 1994, Russia joined the Partnership for Peace program. On the 27th of May, 1997, the NATO-Russia Founding Act was signed at a NATO summit in Paris, France, enabling the creation of the NATO-Russia Permanent Joint Council. Through the early parts of the 2010s, NATO and Russia signed several additional agreements on cooperation. The NRPJC was supposed to be 2002, but the NATO, Russia, blah, 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 blah. Uh-oh. Oh. What's up?
Oh, are you still reading? I didn't know how far behind I was.
No, what's going on?
No, I was just going to come in and talk about this dumb fuck.
Which dumb fuck?
The dumb fuck you just had on stream with Anderson 360.
Oh, we only listened to him for like 60 seconds. What about him?
It's fucking insane, dude. Like, to talk about like bringing NATO into the fold, or Russia into the fold of NATO. Russia has never wanted to be in the fold of NATO. NATO has been the ultimate enemy to Russia, aside from the primary enemy.
I thought that NATO extended an invitation to Russia at some point. That was like there was like a talk of us all joining the same kind of like defensive alliance.
And Russia has never had interest in it at all. Not in any sincere way. If they ever entertained that, it was not with any sort of sincerity. Like, so you had Yeltsin come into power after fucking Gorbachev, right? Yeltsin comes into power. There's a lot of economic turmoil up until 1998 election when Putin gets into office. But like all throughout that, NATO was never really a consideration. Fixing things with the West, that was considered. There was perestroika and all that other shit, detente. But at the end of the day, Russia was never coming into the fold with the West. And then once Putin got there, it was guaranteed, solidified. That isn't happening. He is he was a KGB colonel. He was never going to backslide on that. And then once he got into the power, it was turning the FSB into KGB 2.0, Russia into the ultimate surveillance military state. None of this is happening. So the idea that like Russia was ever seriously considering joining NATO, one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking heard.
Wow. That was
it.
That's a wild statement.
It is. That was it.
Okay. I love you.
Ask me if I have anything else.
Oh, when are we doing this chef thing? Are we talking about this or what?
I sent Nito my offer. I did some like evaluation on like, you know, the amount of level of effort for me on top of doing my regular job and all that shit. And I think I found a way that like, you know, makes it so I can actually do it, but also, you know, helps mitigate the cost, blah, blah, blah. I sent all the details to Nino, so.
Wow. Okay. Love you, bud.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. The idea of Russia becoming a NATO member has at times been floated by both Western and Russian leaders, as well as some experts of February 1990, while negotiating German reunification at the end of the Cold War with U.S. Secretary of State James Baker, General Secretary of the Communist Party, or Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, said that you say that NATO is not directed against us, that is simply a security structure that is adapting to new realities, therefore we propose to join NATO. However, Baker dismissed the possibilities of DREAM in 91, the Soviet Union was dissolved. Russian President Yeltsin sent a letter to NATO stating that Russia's long-term aim was to join NATO. During a series of interviews with filmmaker Oliver Stone, President Vladimir Putin told him that he floated the possibility of Russia joining NATO to President Bill Clinton when he visited Moscow in 2000. Putin said in an interview with David Frost in a BBC interview just before Putin was inaugurated as president of Russia for the first time in 2000, he told Frost it was hard for him to visualize NATO as an enemy. Russia is part of the European culture. And I cannot imagine my own country in isolation from Europe and what we often call the civilized world. According to Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former Danish Prime Minister, Putin made many statements here. He was favorable to the idea of Russia joining NATO. Already at the time, however, Christina Kirchzerich, I don't know, and some other reporters active in Chechnya, alarmed that Putin's true nature had been exposed by the Russian atrocities during the Second Chechen War, and that it by no means resembled that of a Western Democrat. It was, however, convenient for the Western elites to brand these reports as Russophobic, to disregard them in spite of such being delivered by Anna, Russian journalist and human rights. Okay, interesting. Okay, so not really like a serious thing.
Probably agree that if Russia or China had missiles in Canada or Mexico targeting Washington, D.C., U.S. government would blow them to smithereens. That's how empires behave. You've read the history. I know the history. We're critical of imperial activity, no matter who it is, American, Russian, and what have you. But America's the most powerful empire in the world, in the history of the world, my brother. And it seems to me, if we can't dismantle that empire in order to empower poor and working people here and abroad, we're going to lose our democracy. It's almost like Rome. You know, it's Cato the Younger and Cicero against Julius Caesar.
Right, but
what happens when your empire begins to take over your democratic possibilities?
I just spoke to the foreign minister of Ukraine. We're going to have that interview later on. I think if you said to him, you're standing with the people of Ukraine in solidarity, and you're saying that they are just victims in this proxy war, he would say, you're out of your mind. I mean, they are thankful. They are thankful for NATO. They are thankful for the U.S. You can call it the American empire, but I mean, they are thankful for all these countries rallying to their side. I mean, I've been there. You've probably been there as well. I mean, it's a horrible. It's an invasion. I mean, of killing civilians in cities.
Oh, no, it is a criminal invasion. I'm not denying it's a criminal invasion, but what I'm saying is you go back to the men's talks, you go back to March, 1 month after the war began.
MVTT, but he was trolling and not knowing he is right. Wait, what are you guys arguing about? Unless I'm fucking retarded and I'm positive. That's not what OD means. Wait, what is this guy arguing about? Wait. I understand the joke. The joke is that you can't OD on weed, but you can. Oh. Yeah, the joke is that you would OD and die on weed. That's the joke. You can probably overdose on weed to some extent, but it's probably incredibly difficult to do, and the symptoms probably are very rarely, if ever, fatal. But yes, that is true. Overdosing on a drug does not mean you're dying from the drug. You can OD on like fentanyl and heroin and not necessarily die. I don't know what the technical definition of an overdose is. That you require medical assistance, or that can't be it. I'm not sure, but
Again, my brother, I'm calling for ceasefire. I don't want to see
you
the
can call for
suffering of
ceasefire. Vladimir Putin isn't really listening to what you say or I say or anybody says. I mean, he's doing what he wants to do, just like he slaughtered. I mean, you saw what he did to Grozny. You saw what he did to Grozny in the 90s. I mean, he flattened that city. Civilians were trapped in that city. No, the world didn't come to the rescue of Grozny. He did exactly what he wanted to do. I mean, unchecked, he will slaughter people.
Well, I mean, unchecked.
Grozny? I thought it was pronounced Grozny. That's that second Chechen, I think it's right, that second Chechen conflict that's referred to. I believe it is, right? Or, oh, it might have been during the first one. was the heaviest bombing campaign in Europe since the end of World War II. It might have happened during both of these conflicts, actually, but I'm pretty sure Russia gets heavy criticism for their approach to how they pacified these communities.
He will slaughter folk unchecked. What we did in Iraq was slaughtering people unchecked. What we've done in other places unchecked.
But sir,
variety of
Dr.
other
I don't like the comparison. Maybe you could argue Vietnam, but like, and somebody can link me if I'm wrong, the United States and Iraq was not like, I don't believe was like Russia in the Chechen wars. I don't believe it was like Russia in, oh God, what was the city that one libertarian candidate got blown up over in Syria? What am I thinking of? I'm drawing a blank. Aleppo, yeah. It wasn't how Russia acted during the Syrian civil war. I don't believe it's the. I don't believe it's the same. I don't think that we fucking just level cities in the same way that Russia does. But
empire. Nation states do that though,
no,
and they're wrong. When they're wrong, you have to pull up. You have to point it out.
Look, again, I respect you. You know, I love you. But I do think it's inappropriate to compare the Russian bombing of Grozny and what we witnessed there with the war in Iraq. I mean, to say that innocents were
good for you. True.
Are killed. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the horrible things
half
happened.
a million Iraqis killed, my brother.
I don't believe that number is real. Fuck, we should look at this. 500,000 Iraqis. Actually, let's do this real quick too. First and second, just so you have like a catch up on this. The bias of destiny, lol. When you make comments like that, you instantaneously get permaban from my channel. Go be a tanky or a fucking retard somewhere else and kill yourself. Human rights organizations accused Russian forces of engaging in indiscriminate and disproportionate use of force whenever they encountered resistance, resulting in numerous civilian deaths. According to Human Rights Watch, Russian artillery and rocket attacks killed at least 267 civilians during a December 1995 raid by the Chechens on the city of Gudermes. Throughout the span of the First Chechen War, Russian forces have been accused by human rights organizations of starting a brutal war with total disregard for humanitarian law, causing tens of thousands of unnecessarily civilian casualties among the Chechen population. The main strategy in the Russian war effort had been to use heavy artillery and airstrikes, leading to numerous indiscriminate attacks on civilians. This has led to Western and Chechen sources calling the Russian strategy deliberate terror bombing on parts of Russia. According to Human Rights Watch, the campaign was unparalleled in the area since World War II for its scope and destructiveness, followed by months of indiscriminate and targeted fire against civilians. Due to ethnic Chechens in Grozny, I thought it was Grozny, but he's pronouncing it Grozny, seeking refuge among their respective teeps, is a Chechen and Ingush tribal organization or clan. Destiny. We didn't indiscriminately, but at the same time, considering the phrase acceptable civilian casualties became infamous in the Iraq campaign, we are not much better. I think there's a significant difference between civilians die in wars and we can conduct ourselves better versus I'm pretty sure Russian troops are ordered to just attack civilian areas to instill terror. Like that was like part of the, yeah, people bringing up the Soviet-Afghan war too. I'm pretty sure it's a difference in strategy. But what about the part where they all fart and diarrhea on each other? Scat Manisus Austin. True, I never really considered that, okay? Ooh, boop, 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 boop. Okay. What? Why are you guys posting shitty memes in the group chat? Okay. Wow, Claire Donut. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Due to ethnic Chechens in Grozny seeking refuge among their respective teeps in the surrounding villages in the countryside, a high proportion of initial civilian casualties were inflicted against ethnic Russians who were unable to find viable escape routes. The villages were also attacked from the first weeks of the conflict. Russian cluster bombs, for example, killed at least 55 civilians during the January 3rd, 1995 Shali cluster bomb attack. Russian soldiers often prevented civilians from evacuating areas of imminent danger and prevented humanitarian organizations from assisting civilians in need. It was widely alleged that Russian troops, especially those belonging to the internal troops, committed numerous and in part systematic acts of torture and summary executions on Chechen civilians. They were often linked to Zakista cleansing raids on town districts and villages suspected of harboring militants. So curious, when the Abu Ghraib was the prison in Iraq, right, where U.S. troops were committing like abuses against the soldiers, right? I'm scared to open this link on stream. How many people were ultimately held accountable for this? Hold on. It's just a Wikipedia article, so. Repercussions. "11 soldiers were convicted of various charges relating to the incidents, with all of the convictions, including the charge of dereliction of duty. Most soldiers only received minor sentences. 3 other soldiers were either cleared of charges or were not charged. No one was convicted for the murders of the detainees." So that's pretty bad. But some people were charged and convicted with stuff. Obviously, I'm pretty sure Bush apologized for it. Something I'm curious about, and somebody could tell me, Jesus, I guess it's all censored, but oof. So I've seen videos of like soldiers being raped in Russian prisons by several Russian soldiers. Like, does Russia do, wait, hold on. Does Russia ever acknowledge like a wrong like that? Or is it just like swept under the blanket and then you just like move on completely? Like, I'm curious if... Hold on, I'm permabanning like 30 people right now. 1 second. Okay, where do you watch this stuff? I don't know. There used to be a site called Ogrish, but now I think people watch on like Live Leaks. Yeah, so I mean, like, does the United States make mistakes? Absolutely. Do we commit atrocities? Probably. But the standard of holding people accountable, even if it's not as good in the U.S. as it could be, is far different than the standard of holding people accountable in Russia. And I think that the widespread abuse, especially from 91 onwards, of Russia towards places that it inhabits or places that it fights, is, I think, a lot more extreme than in the United States. But I mean, I know that we obviously do bad things too, and there probably could be a higher level of accountability, but you are like mega retard brained to equate the two and say they're the same. Although I can understand the appeal for it, especially if you're like a 17-year-old that's never been laid in his life, and the only way you're ever gonna get pussy is by sucking up to the most like base level foreign policy takes in the fucking world, which is to say, oh, the United States is just as bad as everybody else. But like, you're fucking retarded to think so. But humanitarian aid groups chronicled persistent patterns of Russian soldiers killing, raping, and looting civilians at random, often in disregard of their nationality. Chechen fighters took hostages on a massive scale, kidnapped or killed Chechens considered to be collaborators, and mistreated civilian captives and federal prisoners of war. Russian federal forces kidnapped hostages for ransom and used human shields for cover during the fighting and movement of troops. For example, a group of surrounded Russian troops took approximately 500 civilian hostages at Grozny's 9th Municipal Hospital. The violations committed by members of the Russian forces were usually tolerated by their superiors and were not punished even when investigated. The story of Vladimir Glebov serving as such an example of such policy. Televisions and newspaper accounts widely reported largely uncensored images of the carnage to the Russian public. The Russian media coverage partially precipitated a loss of public confidence in the government and a steep decline in President Yeltsin's popularity. Chechnya was one of the heaviest burdens on Yeltsin's 96 presidential election campaign. The protracted war in Chechnya, especially many reports of extreme violence against civilians, ignited fear and contempt of Russia among other ethnic groups in the Federation. One of the most notable war crimes committed by the Russian army is the Samashki massacre, in which it is estimated up to 300 civilians died during the attack. Russian forces conducted an operation of Zachista, house-by-house searches throughout the entire village. Federal soldiers deliberately and arbitrarily attacked civilians and civilian dwellings in Samashki by shooting residents and burning houses with flamethrowers. They wantonly opened fire or threw grenades into basements where residents, mostly women, elderly persons, and children, had been hiding. Russian troops intentionally burned many bodies, either by throwing the bodies into burning houses or by setting them on fire. A Chechen surgeon, Kasan Bayev, treated wounded in Samashki immediately after the operation and described the scene in his book. I believe that, wow, WCMD, I think the second Chechen War was worse, but I could be wrong on that. The Second Chechen War saw a new wave of war crimes and violations of international humanitarian law. Both sides have been criticized by international organizations of violating the Geneva Conventions. However, a report by Human Rights Watch states that without minimizing the abuses committed by Chechen fighters, the main reason for civilians suffering in the Second Chechen War came as a result of the abuses committed by the Russian forces on the civilian population. According to Amnesty International, now if you talk to people like Ryan Dawson or a lot of people that believe in this shit, none of what I'm reading matters because they don't trust anything that Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch says. So take that for whatever you will. Chechen civilians have been purposely targeted by Russian forces in apparent disregard of humanitarian law. The situation has been described by Amnesty International as a Russian campaign to punish an entire ethnic group on the pretext of fighting crime and terrorism. Russian forces have throughout the campaign ignored to follow their Geneva Convention obligations and have taken little responsibility of protecting the civilian population. Amnesty International stated in their 2001 report that Chechen civilians, including medical personnel, have been the target of military attacks by Russian forces, and hundreds of Chechen civilians in prisoners of wars are extrajudiciously executed. Russian troops systematically committed the following crimes in Chechnya: the destruction of cities and villages not justified by military necessity, shelling and bombardment of unprotected settlements, summary extrajudicial executions and killings of civilians, torture, ill treatment, and infringement of human dignity, serious bodily harm intentionally inflicted on persons not directly participating in hostilities, deliberate strikes against the civilian population, civilian and medical vehicles, illegal detentions of the civilian population and enforced disappearances, looting and destruction of civilian and public property, extortion, taking hostages for ransom, corpse trade. There were also rapes, which, along with women, were also subjected to men. According to the Minister of Health of Ichkeria, Umar Khanbiev, I guess, Russian forces committed organ harvesting and organ trade during the conflict. Russian forces have, since the beginning of the conflict, indiscriminately and disproportionately bombed and shelled civilian objects, resulting in heavy civilian casualties. In one such occasion on October 1999, 10 powerful hypersonic missiles fell without warning and targeted the city's only maternity hospital, post office, mosque, and a crowded market. Most of the casualties occurred at the central market, and the attack is estimated to have killed over 100 instantly and injured up to 400 others. Similar incidents include the Baku-Rostov highway bombing, where the Russian Air Force perpetrated repeated rocket attacks on a large convoy of refugees trying to enter Ingushetia through a supposed safe exit. This was repeated in December of 1999 when Russian soldiers opened fire on a refugee convoy marked with white flags. The 1999 to 2000 siege and bombardments of Grozny caused between 5,000 and 8,000 civilians to perish. The Russian army issued an ultimatum during the Grozny siege, urging Chechens to leave the city or be destroyed without mercy. Around 300 people were killed while trying to escape in October of 1999 and subsequently buried in a mass grave. The bombing of Grozny included banned Buratino barrack and fuel air bombs, igniting the air of civilians hiding in basements. There were also reports of the use of chemical weapons banned according to Geneva law. The Russian President Putin vowed that the military would not stop bombing Grozny until Russian troops, quote, fulfilled their task to the end. In 2003, the United Nations called Grozny the most destroyed city on Earth. During the Alkan-Yurt massacre, where Russian soldiers went on a murdering spree throughout the village and summarily executing, raping, torturing, looting, burning, and killing anyone in their way, nearly all of the killings were committed by Russian soldiers who were looting. Civilian attempts to stop the madness were often met with death. There have been no serious attempt. I don't like this phrasing. Civilian attempts to stop the madness. That seems a little bit editorialized, but okay. There have been no serious attempts conducted by the Russian authorities to bring to justice those accountable for the crimes committed at Alkan-Yurt. Credible testimony suggests that Russian leadership in the region had knowledge of what was happening and simply chose to ignore it. Russian military leadership dismissed the incident as fairy tales, claiming that the bodies were planted and the slaughter fabricated in order to damage the reputation of Russian troops. In what is regarded as one of the gravest war crimes in the war, Russian federal forces went on a village sweep that involved summary executions of dozens of people, murder, looting, arson, and rape of Chechens, including committing other crimes, and was known as the Novye Aldi massacre. Lots of massacres. Russian troops had cluster bombed the village a day prior before entering the village, telling local residents to come out from their cellars for inspection that day. Upon entering the village, Russian soldiers shot their victims in cold blood with automatic fire at close range. Victims ranged from 1-year-old babies to an 82-year-old woman. From a 1-year-old baby to an 82-year-old woman. Victims were asked for money or jewelry by Russian soldiers, which served as a pretext for their execution if the amount was insufficient. Western European rights groups estimate there have been 5,000 forced disappearances in Chechnya since 1999. Dozens of mass graves containing hundreds of corpses have been uncovered since the start of the Chechen conflict. As of June 2008, there were 57 registered locations of mass graves in Chechnya. According to Amnesty International, thousands may be buried in unmarked graves, including the 5,000 civilians who were disappeared since the beginning of the Second Chechen War. Russia's general policy is that Chechen mass graves is to not exhume them. But yeah, anyway, the Russian government is a little bit wild, I would say.
Well, for me.
Yeah, listen, I was there. I mean, I was there. I was there with troops. I certainly understand. I also saw a lot of Americans getting killed, and I saw, the horrors of Saddam Hussein. I'm just saying I don't think it's accurate to compare the pummeling of a city by Russian artillery with civilians inside, pummeling every single day with the intention of just destroying and flattening a city, with actions the U.S. took. I mean, I don't know. Look, the wars, horrible things happen in wars, and it's horrible.
Absolutely. But I mean, and I know any comparative analysis of levels of barbarity and cruelty is going to lend itself to this ugly algebra of blood that we don't want to get into. But all I'm saying is you can't just jump into a situation where people are being treated barbarically. There's no doubt that Ukrainian people are being treated in a barbaric way. That's the murderous way. There's no doubt about that. The context is one in which that did not have to be if the expansion of NATO, and NATO is an arm of the American global power network. It's just
what you're saying, though, in Ukraine...
Nice space. Good one. Vladimir Glebov is a Russian military officer participating in the Soviet-Afghan War and the First Chechen War. Was mentioned by mass media as the lieutenant colonel who was simultaneously recommended to receiving the Hero of the Russian Federation for his bravery, despite being known for vast war crimes during the First Chechen War. In 1990, blah, blah, blah. Prosecutors claimed he had gunned down a group of unarmed men, then planted weapons on their bodies in a bid to claim credit for defeating an enemy unit. The newspaper pointed out that Glebov's case had later been shelved, as is typical of war crime cases in Russia, and the colonel was allowed to resign his commission without any blot on his military record. The case was also brought up at the trial of Yuri Budnov years later. He currently works in the police. He's a deputy chief of police of Naroformysk town in Moscow Oblast. Wait, more good Russian memes? Oh. Call Erudite and ask her why she quit streaming. Wait, is she not streaming anymore? Did she quit? The Beslan school siege was a terrorist attack that started on the 1st of September 2004, lasted 3 days, involving the imprisonment of more than 1,100 people as hostages, and ended with the deaths of 333 people, 186 of them children, as well as 31 of the attackers. It's considered to be the deadliest school shooting in history. The crisis began when a group of armed terrorists occupied... Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Sorry, just reading about Beslan. I figured out. I'm just going to wait for the moment to add more details that Wikipedia doesn't give you.
Okay.
Do you want the quick summary?
Well, I mean, I could also just, like, read about it, right?
You could, but you'll miss things.
Okay, why don't you,
Sorry, I'm in a hotel traveling for work, bored as shit, and you're talking about something I know a little bit about, so...
Okay, yeah, come back later, okay, and then tell us, okay?
Alright, bye.
I love you, babe.
Love you.
Yeah, make a post in the subreddit, true. An armed group of terrorists occupied school number 1 in the town of Beslan, North Ossetia, an autonomous republic in the northern Caucasus region of Russia. South Ossetia is in Georgia, right? Or is that a real place, or did I just make that up? Oh, it is. Okay. Northern Ossetia. Okay. Hostage takers were members of the Riyad Us Salihin sent by the Chechen warlord Shamil Basayev, who demanded Russian withdrawal from and recognition of the independence of Chechnya. On the third day of the standoff, Russian security forces stormed the building. The event had security and political repercussions in Russia, leading to a series of federal government reforms, consolidating power in the Kremlin, and strengthening the powers of the Russian president. What all happened? Hundreds of hostages packed into the school gym with wired explosives attached to the basketball hoop. Jesus. Oh. Ugh. Hold on, let me blow my nose 1 second. Ugh. Cringe. Early on the third day, Ruslan Ashev, Alexander, blah, 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 together, okay. Around the third day, the militants allowed 4 Ministry of Emergency Situations medical workers and 2 ambulances to remove 20 bodies from the school grounds and to bring the corpse of the killed terrorists to the school. However, at 13:03, when the paramedics approached the school, an explosion in the gymnasium was heard. Terrorists opened fire on the paramedics, killing 2. The other 2 took cover behind their vehicle. The second explosion, described as strange sounding, was heard 22 seconds later. Oh, so basically Russian people just, like, stormed the... Damn. Okay, I don't know why we're reading about this. I feel like I've heard this number get brought up a lot, and I feel like it's I feel like I've had a lot of people email me for why this number is ridiculous. That apparently, like, war and occupation directly and indirectly claimed the lives of about 500,000 Iraqis from 2003 to 2011. People try to say that, like, it was all, like, U.S. soldiers killing people, but I think that this study, doesn't it try to survey, like, how many people might have went hungry because of, like, sanctions or, like, crime that exploded? Yeah, not to say that that's okay, obviously, but, like, the implication given is that, like the U.S. military killed, like, 500,000 Iraqi civilians, which is not true. Click the 3 toxic foods for dogs ad.
Dr. Marty, which one is better for my dog, kibble or raw eggs?
They're known as Marty's Miracles, dogs sentenced to death, brought back to health with the methods of Dr. Marty Goldstein.
One of the greatest cases I ever had is a Rottweiler named Whiskey. He was given less than 24 hours to live by the referring veterinarian. The owner was certain he was going to die.
But Dr. Marty, a vet dubbed the Miracle Worker by Forbes magazine, made one simple change that lengthened Whiskey's life.
And he just lived for years and years after that.
Dr. Marty Goldstein is
news of these.
Documented civilian deaths from violence, 186,000 to 210,000. In Iraq by U.S.-led coalition. Wait, it doesn't tell me the total number? Am I blind and just can't see it? Why would it not spit out a number here? I must be retarded. I must just not be seeing it or something, right? You are blind top. No, this number is not changing based on... Yeah, dumb fucks. Yeah, you are blind. Yeah, fuck you. You're blind, motherfucker. I had to go in Excel for a report on this? Gotcha. I wish I was born a dog. Jesus Christ. Bro. Why? There was no reason. You didn't have to link that. You literally didn't even need to. New dumbfuck Hassan take. Oh, I'm all here for dumbfuck Hassan takes. Wait, gee, hold on. I'm sorry, hold on.
The Russian forces are being supplied. Well, it's a bridge where like the Russian forces are being supplied, but it's also a bridge that, you know, connects Crimea to the Russian mainland. So you absolutely can consider it a war crime in the same way that when Russia blows up shit on the civilian infrastructure and claims that they're doing it
really
for,
though,
you know, military purposes. It's just like bullshit. Not that it fucking matters. They literally blew up the pipelines, dude. They blew up the pipelines that were bringing in gas into fucking Europe.
Well, hold up. Okay, number one, even though I think it's fair right now to say it's most likely Ukraine blew up the Nord Stream, it is probably fair to say that right now it seems most likely. We don't know that 100%, number one. And number two, that pipeline was not active. That is not true. That pipeline was not actively supplying gas anywhere. That line was dead. Well, not dead. It was connected, but there wasn't anything flowing through that pipeline. So that is not true.
Lines that were bringing in gas into fucking Europe, and it went nowhere. I felt like I was eating every crazy pill on the goddamn planet when I was talking about it, and everyone was like, Hassan, you don't have enough information for this.
There's still not enough information. You don't know that. Why does it matter? It was going to, right? I'd have to go and check, but my understanding was that that pipeline was already pretty controversial, and people weren't 100% sure if gas is going to be flowing through it or not. I don't know. But I'm not sure. I need to go back and read what was going on. It's kind of like when people say that, like the key, like who killed the Keystone pipeline? Like people were blaming or saying that like either Trump shut it down or something, but like that pipeline was dead for years because of all the protests and everything. Nobody, yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about? You have to look to like who stands to benefit in situations like this, right? So, ultimately, it's ridiculous. And this is what happens every single time.
The pipeline is useless, then why blow it up? I've heard so many different potential motivations for different people at different points in time. I don't fucking know at this point. What would the Ukrainian incentive for blowing it up would be? So that Europe had less incentive to do business with Russia for gas, or to blame Russia so that it seemed like they wouldn't want to work with them. I've heard different motivations spun for the United States, Russia, and Ukraine to all have blown up that pipeline. Yeah. Yeah. It's odd seeing Twitter social saying, I told you so, when they thought it was the CIA who blew up the pipeline. True. Here's Russia using the bridge to transport military vehicles. There's a video of the gas bubbling up from the pipeline. Of course it was active. Pipeline 1 was active and got blown up. Pipeline 2 was being built and not activated. Wait, my understanding was that it was not active. It was already filled. They filled the line with gas because I don't think it can be empty, but I don't think it was active. No, I don't believe so. Oh, thank you for this. Oh, sorry. This is probably your sending me.
Хера себе везут, ребята, везут. Везут подмогу, блядь. Смотри, блядь, подмога какая. Ебануться нахуй, а? Все с консервацией, все набьем, блядь.
Pipeline 1 was shut down and 2 was paused on certification. Gotcha.
И она бесконечная. Слушай, сколько тут их, а? Слава русскому оружию, блядь. Дима, снимай нахуй. Ёкарный бабай, вот это красавцы, а? Видно, что не новое, блядь, с расконсервацией, но, блин. Да уж, красиво, блин. Нихера себе везут, ребята.
Maybe that's just the vehicles they like to drive, okay? Do we know if these are actually military vehicles? Remember when Russia was burning gas over winter next to EU countries? You were right. They had gas in the pipes, but it wasn't being sold. That's actually what your mom said. Get it? No, fuck. We should. It was filled because it needed to be pressurized. Cool. We need like enemies or something. What should the next kick or keep be about? I feel like we should do like a themed episode. I like the idea of doing like 9 OnlyFans girls fighting each other to be funny. But there are other communities we could draw from too. What do you think? We could also do a kick or keep with like like everybody from like the politics orbits or whatever. Like getting Stardust, Tomfoolery, like all those people. Kick or keep with only racist people. Yeah, all the politics streamers would probably play nice with each other. We'd have to get like the really unhinged ones, and I don't think they're friendly with me. True. Do a lover host with Xena as the main person? Jesus Christ. Huh. Cringe. Why does Crowd insist on naming it kick or keep instead of keep or kick? Well, because we're on kick, right? Wouldn't that make the most sense? Artist versus AI artist? It's supposed to be an 8-person free-for-all, not like... She replied to one of my tweets and deleted it. What the fuck? My best friend. Bro, that Marjorie Taylor Greene. What the fuck, bro? Oh, God. Republicans are so boring right now. Fuck me, dude. Oh. Get your key with all them arc main villains. Blah, 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 blah. I think having a central topic to the show would work better. Oh, like pop culture, political, music related. That'd be true. That would be interesting. Having like a themed per episode. Oh, doing a commentary community episode. Turkey Tom and all those guys. True. Watch video of Cenk versus Hassan where they discuss crime in LA at 2:20. Hassan says a person masturbates outside his house, but then tells Cenk that the media is lying about crime in LA. Isn't that an older video? Have you seen the odds for the presidential elections yet? I'm too lazy to bet. Okay, listen up. Listen up. If I had the money on this platform... Well, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Let me... hold up. Did I even buy this? Okay, I only had like 150 bucks on the side, so just so I could put my money where my mouth is. I feel like Trump is massively overvalued. I don't know how the markets have him this high. I think that as more indictments roll out, as the January 6th stuff rolls out, as the Georgia stuff rolls out, as more details are covered about it, I feel like this number is going to drop. There's no way. I feel like Trump is super overvalued. I don't know who's going to be the Republican nominee, but I have a hard time thinking Trump is going to survive everything. I just don't see it happening. Also, I think you can buy easy no's on like Newsom and Kamala Harris. And like people are just bidding on what, Biden dying. Oh, I should have done this Trump one here instead. Fuck! You're right. I'm sorry. On the 2024 Republican primary. I got into Kenshi not too long ago. Any mods you recommend? I play all my games modless. You know what I should try to do? We should try to read like one section a day at least. And then at least I'm like working my way slowly through things. That's what I'll do. Okay, we're gonna read the whole background part of this. Okay, I'll be back and we'll do that. And we'll play a fucking game or some shit. I don't know.
Human sentience is strongly tied to our prefrontal cortex. So, shouldn't you look strictly at PFC rather than all parts being present? Children who have undergone hemispherectomy can speak and not all parts are present. Did you see Elon suing the company that represented Twitter against him during the buy, saying they overcharged and it was an easy case to win? Steve, please play us something bloppy. One of these days I want to see someone try and get revenge on their carjacker. Imagine somebody getting carjacked and then carjacking someone else so that they can go after the carjacker. Destiny, why do the cops chase in these situations? Why not have the helicopter follow and then catch him where he stops/gets off the freeway? It seems reckless/needlessly dangerous. Destiny, please share your thoughts on the Clean Ballinger situation. Nobody is talking about it. I've been on Suboxone for years. It's allowed me to get my entire life together and hold a factory job for years.
I'm gonna smoke your pole, Steven. But you need to come to my wedding. Please tell me you'll be there, Steven.
Excited to see you join the Billows team aboard the Action. Thanks for researching this shit while I'm too busy with work to do so on my own. Amnesty International also accused Ukraine army of illegally endangering its own citizens by using civilian structures. Make of that what you will. Have you played Willy Wars? Think you'd be pretty good at it. No, listen. Kick or keep with all the arc's main villains. Keffels, Mr. Girl, Hassan, Losh, Sneeko, and others. Do commentary community. Turkey Tom already said he would hung, keep, or kick.
I have evidence that will lead to the arrest of Hunter Biden's cock instead of my asshole. Biting cock, 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 biting cock.
Yo, Dest. I'm not down bad today. I'm actually up good. Up good to get in your ass, bro. Please, bro. I'm down bad.
Thank you, donation. You gave me a lot to think about. Thank you, donation. You gave me a lot to think about. Thank you, donation. You gave me a lot to think about. Thank you, donation. You gave me a lot to think about. Thank you, donation. Hunter's cock. You're a
Destiny. Yes, yes, yes. Ice cream so good. Gang, gang. Thanks for the glizzy. MMMM. Whoa. MMMM. MMMM. Whoa. MMMM. MMMM. Whoa. MMMM. MMMM. Whoa! MMM! MMM! 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 Whoa!
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Gang, gang. Ice cream. Yes, yes, yes. Slurp, slurp. Yes, yes, yes.
Double HDs. Wipe it. Like white.
Walls, 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 walls. YouTube chat, chat. Kick chat in shambles. Stephen, my poor flabby Stephen, you avoided Fuentes countless times. Now we see why. If you want to win, you have to acknowledge some of the points he made and come up with more pragmatic solutions.
Destiny is the necker. DGGO. 55th on Hood No Custer. Sosa Baby 300 Bang Bang.
This is what I mean when I say having 2 kids would be easier than 1. You guys just entertain yourselves for... I should just leave you here for a whole day. If you tried Terraria on the Get Fixed Boy seed, it's basically all the challenge seeds combined. Makes Master Mode harder. No. Okay. We're gonna read the whole background thing. It's Glizzy Day, Senator Romney. Do I even want to click this?
National Hot Dog Day. And well, as you all know, today is National Hot Dog Day. And perhaps you also know that hot dog is my favorite meat. I love hot dogs.
What? I feel like that might be the most white trash thing I don't think I've ever heard a sentence constructed like that in my entire life. That hot dog is my favorite meat.
I love them in buns. I love them outside of buns. I love them with baked beans. I just like hot dogs. It's the best, best meat there is, without question. So to all of you who, like me, are celebrating National Hot Dog Day, congratulations to you, and may there be many, many more hot dogs served in our wonderful land. Well, as you all know, today is buns. I love dogs. It's the best. So to hot dog can be in our...
Why not take a bite of your delicious hot dog?
So to
Donuts, yum! Where is this?
No spicy, no.
I'm hungry. Strawberries, yum! Ice cream, yum! Thank you so much, Diego, for subscribing. I love you. By the way, guys, check Chris TV on IG. Sure to check it out. Cute! I'm hungry. Cute! We got there! Okay, so if you guys want me to stay, get me to 120,000 likes and I'll stay. Ice cream, yum! Rose, yum! Oh, wow. Stay, sweet! I love you. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Rose, yum! Donuts, yum!
I'm reading through. Ugh. Just reading through like some of Molina's messages to Sneeko. It's like, like if Sneeko was actually trying to fuck, these are like painful messages. It's just so funny reading it versus like how I don't want to like spend any more time with this weird shit, but like I'm just like through some of her messages to him. Like, it would be fun to hang out with you too. I think we could be really good friends, like an actual guy friend who's cool and just a friend, LOL. Like, oh. Like, little bro. Oh no. Oh. Which, by the way, to be clear at the time, I am pretty sure he was cool with. He's just trying to rewrite the whole, like, Molina wants to fuck me because he's trying to look alpha or whatever. Was that his message? No, that was Molina's message to him. God, he's such a fucking loser. Holy shit. Not even a loser, but a beta. A beta loser. Okay, we can do this. We can make it through this. Die check with the 78 viewers. I love your content. I watch you every single day. When you do FIFA, my favorite team is Messi and Arsenal. I love when they kick the ball and it goes in the... Look at how exciting these games are. These games are like 5 hours long, 2 points, 0 points, 1 point, 2. What could be more exciting than watching people run back and forth for hours and sometimes making a goal? Thank you. Boo, boo, boo. Hold on, wait. Oh no! Oh, these messages. Sorry. I'm reading where she invited him to the concert. You should see Nick Mason. When is that? On the 24th of July, 20 days in Pompeii. I have an extra ticket if you want to go with me and a friend. Who's the friend? From high school. It's a guy friend, so don't get any ideas, LOL. Oh, little bro. Oh no. These are the messages we're trying to say Molina was trying to fuck him, by the way. Do, 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 do. Jesus. Okay. All right. Let's go. I am focused. Okay. Can we... Okay, let's do... hold on. We're going to do this. Wait. Okay. 60 seconds of meditation. Okay. Okay. Countdown. Wait. Let's just do some Sigma affirmations, okay? This is how we meditate.
This is Alex from Mindful.
Okay. Countdown. 2 minutes of Sigma affirmations, okay? And then we're going to be ready to read this article, okay? Okay, everybody, close your eyes, okay? Okay.
Waves Studio. Sigma males have a unique set of skills and qualities that set them apart within the social hierarchy. In many ways, they are the most interesting and attractive types of men. Mysterious, introverted, intelligent, and charismatic in unpredictable ways. Follow along with my Sigma male affirmations to absorb these strengths, understand your Sigma self, and win as your own unique person. Let's begin. I am a lone wolf. There's a powerful intensity in my eyes that other men around me lack.
True.
I decide the rules of my inner and outer kingdom. I am a loner, and this gives me strength, courage, and authenticity. I am a lone, dangerous lion. I can walk across a savanna full of packs of hyenas without a moment of doubt or hesitation.
Absolutely true.
I am in competition with my previous self and no one else.
Is it 2 minutes yet? Oh my god! I'm sorry, hold on. Alright. 40 seconds on the clock. Okay, we almost made it, okay? Hold on. We're almost there, okay? Sorry. 2 minutes? We should start with 1 minute, okay?
I am dominant. My life philosophy is airtight, and I'm impervious to negativity. My beliefs are rock solid, and I'm untouched by manipulation. My advanced intelligence can be used like an octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
What a great thing to end on. Okay, wait. Are there like beta male and alpha male affirmations? Is it the same guy?
Want to into your most alpha state. Start.
Are there beta male affirmations? Why are there no beta male affirmations? Whatever. Oh, the sad thing is I read these messages. I think maybe Sneeko was trying to fuck Melina, because he keeps saying that he doesn't want to come if the other guy is there. Hold on, these are funny. I haven't seen these messages before. He said, I learned my lesson being the third wheel. Hold on, and then these are different ones. Oh, he says, if I come, ditch the friend. I don't feel like making more. Jesus. Oh, two guys, one girl. The dynamic is weird. Melina says, why? And he says, always is. She says, sounds like a guy problem. He says, right. The girl enjoys double the attention. Jesus. Oh, I just understood the learn my lesson being the third wheel thing too. Oh man. Jesus. He was legitimately afraid of getting cucked? He may be, dude. Okay. Wait. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Let's fucking go. Early British political support for an increased Jewish presence in the region of Palestine was based upon geopolitical calculations. This support began in the early 1840s and was led by Lord Palmerston following the occupation of Syria and Palestine by separatist Ottoman governor Muhammad Ali of Egypt. Henry John Temple, 3rd Viscount Palmerston, was a British statesman who was twice Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in the mid-19th century. Palmerston dominated British foreign policy during the period of 1830 to 1865, when Britain stood at the height of its imperial power. He held office almost continuously from 1807 until his death in 1865. He began his parliamentary career as a Tory, defected to the Whigs in 1830, and became the first Prime Minister from the newly formed Liberal Party of 1859. He was highly popular with the British public. David Brown argues that an important part of Palmerston's appeal lay in his dynamism and vigor. Although if you were close to him, you could say vigor. So this was during the British occupation of Syria and Palestine. Oh, no, wait. The Ottoman occupation of Syria and Palestine. Muhammad Ali of Egypt. French influence had grown in Palestine and the wider Middle East, and its role as protector of the Catholic communities began to grow, just as Russian influence had grown as protector of the Eastern Orthodox in the same regions. This left Britain without a sphere of influence and thus a need to find or create their own regional protégés. These political considerations were supported by a sympathetic evangelical Christian sentiment towards the restoration of the Jews to Palestine among elements of the mid-19th century British political elite, most notably Lord Shaftesbury. Okay. It's kind of a goofy name. Anthony Ashley Cooper, 7th Earl of Shaftesbury, styled Lord Ashley from 1811 to 1851, was a British Tory politician, philanthropist, and social reformer. He was the eldest son of the 6th Earl of Shaftesbury and Lady Anne Spencer, daughter of the 4th Duke of Marlborough, cigarettes, and elder brother of Henry Ashley MP, a social reformer who was called the Poor Man's Earl. He campaigned for better work conditions, reformed the lunacy laws, I don't know what that is, education, and the limitation of child labor. He was also an early supporter of the Zionist movement and the YMCA, and a leading figure in the evangelical movement of the Church of England. The British Foreign Office actively encouraged Jewish immigration to Palestine, exemplified by Charles Henry Churchill's 1841 to 1842 exhortations to Moses Montefiore, the leader of the British Jewish community. Such efforts were premature and did not succeed. Only 24,000 Jews were living in Palestine on the eve of the emergence of Zionism within the world's Jewish communities, the last 2 decades of the 19th century. With the geopolitical shakeup occasioned by the outbreak of the First World War, the earlier calculations, which had lapsed for some time, led to a renewal of strategic assessments and political bargaining over the Middle and Far East. British anti-Semitism. Although other factors played their part, Jonathan Schneer says that stereotypical thinking by British officials about Jews also played a role in the decision to issue the declaration. Robert Cecil, Hugh O'Byrne, and Sir Mark Sykes all held an unrealistic view of world Jewry, the former writing, "I do not think it is possible to exaggerate the international power of the Jews." Zionist representatives saw advantage in encouraging such views. James Renton concurs, writing that the British foreign policy elite, including Prime Minister David Lloyd George and Foreign Secretary A.J. Balfour, believed that Jews possessed real and significant power that could be of use to them in the war. Zionism arose in the late 19th century in reaction to anti-Semitic and exclusionary nationalist movements in Europe. Romantic nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe had helped to set off the Haskalah, or Jewish Enlightenment, creating a split in the Jewish community between those two who saw Judaism as their religion and those who saw it as their ethnicity or nation. Haskalah, often termed as the Jewish Enlightenment, was an intellectual movement among the Jews of Central and Eastern Europe, with a certain influence on those in Western Europe and the Muslim world. It arose as a defined ideological worldview during the 1770s, and its last stage ended around 1881 with the rise of Jewish nationalism. The Haskalah pursued 2 complementary aims. It sought to preserve the Jews as a separate, unique culture, and it pursued a set of projects of cultural and moral renewal, including a revival of Hebrew for use in secular life, which resulted in an increase in Hebrew found in print. Concurrently, it strove for an optimal integration in surrounding societies. Practitioners promoted the study of exogenous culture, style, and vernacular, and the adoption of modern values. At the same time, economic production and the taking up of new occupations was pursued. The Haskalah promoted rationalism, liberalism, freedom of thought, and inquiry, and is largely perceived as the Jewish variant of the general Age of Enlightenment. Wait. Okay. The movement encompassed a wide spectrum ranging from moderates who hoped for maximal compromise to radicals who sought sweeping changes. In its various stages or changes, the Haskalah fulfilled an important, though limited part of the modernization of Central and Eastern European Jews. Its activists, the Maskilim, exhorted and implemented communal, educational, and cultural reforms in both the public and private spheres. Owing to its dual policies, it collided both with the traditionalist rabbinic elite, which attempted to preserve old Jewish values and norms in their entirety, and with the radical assimilationists who wished to eliminate or minimize the existence of the Jews as a defined collective. Interesting. The 1881 to 1884 anti-Jewish pogroms in the Russian Empire encouraged the growth of the latter identity, resulting in the formation of the Hovivi Zion Pioneer Organizations, the first publication of Leon Pinsker's Auto-Emancipation, and the first major wave of Jewish immigration to Palestine, respectively named the First Aliyah. Quick, get a quick 9-10 before you... Oh, yeah, I can do that. I can throw up a quick 9-10. Real quick, hold on. Nine, 10, 9, 11. 9, 10, 9, 11. What are you gonna do? Okay. I'm here. Wait. Phone. Boom. Okay. Pogroms in the Russian Empire were large-scale, targeted, and repeated anti-Jewish rioting that began in the 19th century. Pogroms, pogroms, right, began to occur after Imperial Russia, which previously had very few Jews, acquired territories with large Jewish populations from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Ottoman Empire from 1772 to 1815. These territories were designated the Pale of Settlement by the Imperial Russian government, within which Jews were reluctantly permitted to live, and it was within them that the pogroms... Is it pogrom or pogrom? I think it might be pogrom. Pogroms. Jews were forbidden from moving to other parts of European Russia, including Finland, unless they converted to Judaism. Oh, converted from Judaism, I don't understand that. Or obtained a university diploma or first guild merchant status. Migration to the Caucasus, Siberia, and Far East or Central Asia was not restricted. Jesus. I wish it would be so helpful. It would be really, really helpful to have maps of everything. I understand why they wouldn't, but like, I don't know if you notice, I've said this on stream a lot. Anytime somebody references like a place or whatever, it's always good to put it on a map. Maps, it makes a lot of geopolitical issues make way more sense. But you see maps of places, it helps you understand why some conflicts are the way they are. It would be interesting to see like who owned what territory, like how big was the Russian Empire at this time. It would just be nice to see. That's not like essential, but it's just nice to Google Europe 1800. I'm pretty sure the boundaries and lands of Europe changed significantly between the year 1800 and 1900. So I don't think you could just look for one map. Like they're probably changing pretty constantly, would be my guess. But whatever, I don't care. It's not that important. It's just nice to have. The formation of the Havivi Zion Pioneer Organization. It's right when it was founded in 1800 in response to the anti-Jewish pogroms, and the... How the fuck do you pronounce this stupid fucking word? Pogrom. It's got to be pogrom. Pogrom. It's got to be pogrom. Pogrom. What? Pogrom. Fuck me. The pogroms. Really? Pogrom. The pogroms. Damn, we had the accent wrong too. I don't know if I've ever heard that word said before. I feel like they must have said it back in high school. In 1896, Theodor Herzl, a Jewish journalist living in Austria-Hungary, published the foundational text of political Zionism, Der Judenstaat, the Jew state or the state of the Jews, in which he asserted that the only solution to the Jewish question in Europe, including growing anti-Semitism, was the establishment of a state for the Jews. A year later, Herzl founded the Zionist organization, which at its first Congress called for the establishment of a home for the Jewish people in Palestine secured under public law. Proposed measures to attain that goal included the promotion of Jewish settlement there, the organization of Jews in the diaspora, the strengthening of the Jewish feeling and consciousness, and preparatory steps to attain necessary governmental grants. Herzl died in 1904, 44 years before the establishment of the State of Israel, the Jewish state that he proposed, without having gained the political standing required to carry out his agenda. Zionist leader Chaim Weizmann, later president of the World Zionist Organization and the first president of Israel, moved from Switzerland to the United Kingdom in 1904 and met Arthur Balfour, four balls, who had just launched his 1905 to 06 election campaign after resigning as prime minister. Wait, why do you have to resign as prime minister to do an election campaign? What was he running for? Wait, I don't understand. We've got to fight back, amass the troops. Juicers, prepare your computers, verify your Reddit accounts, get your ducks in a row. Tomorrow we're going to dominate on the pixel place. Why would we fight with the juicers? They're like the only contingent of people that we're like barely aligned with. I'm pretty sure we would work with the juicers, and we'd probably fight against the rest of LSF. Herzl has an L at the end, not an I. Oh. During this meeting, he asked what Weizmann's objections had been to the 1903 Uganda scheme that Herzl... Wait. No. Okay. After resigning as prime minister in a session arranged by Charles Dreyfus, his Jewish constituency representative. Earlier that year, Balfour had successfully driven the Aliens Act through Parliament with impassioned speeches regarding the need to restrict the wave of immigration into Britain from Jews fleeing from the Russian Empire. During this meeting, he asked what Weizmann's objections had been to the 1903 Uganda scheme that Herzl had supported to provide a portion of British East Africa to the Jewish people as a homeland. The scheme, which had been proposed to Herzl by Joseph Chamberlain, Colonel Secretary of Balfour's cabinet. Wow. Sorry. Okay. Following his trip to East Africa earlier in the year, had been subsequently voted down following Herzl's death by the 7th Zionist Congress in 1905 after 2 years of heated debate in the Zionist organization. Weizmann responded that he believed the English are to London as the Jews are to Jerusalem. In January of 1914, Weizmann first met Baron Edmund de Rothschild, a member of the French branch of the Rothschild family and a leading proponent of the Zionist movement, in relation to a project to build a Hebrew university in Jerusalem. The Baron was not part of the World Zionist Organization, but had funded the Jewish agricultural colonies of the first Aliyah and transferred them to the Jewish Colonization Association in 1899. This connection was to bear fruit later that year when the Baron's son, James de Rothschild, requested a meeting with Weizmann on the 25th of November 1914 to enlist him in influencing those deemed to be receptive within the British government to their agenda of a Jewish state in Palestine. Through James' wife, Dorothy, Weizmann was to meet Roswitha Rothschild, who introduced him to the English branch of the family, in particular her husband Charles and his older brother Walter, a zoologist and former member of Parliament. Their father, Nathan Rothschild, first Baron Rothschild, head of the English branch of the family, had a guarded attitude towards Zionism, but he died in March of 1915, and his title was inherited by Walter. Aliyah equals migration wave. Well, the first Aliyah was the biggest first migration wave of Jewish people to Palestine, right? We read about that up here. Also known as the agricultural Aliyah, was a major wave of Jewish immigration to Ottoman Syria between 1881 and 1903. Jews who migrated in this wave came also from Eastern Europe and from Yemen. An estimated 25,000 Jews immigrated. Many of the European Jews immigrated during the late 19th and early 20th century period, gave up after a few months, and went back to the country of origin, often suffering from hunger and disease. Prior to this declaration, about 8,000 of Britain's 300,000 Jews belonged to a Zionist organization. Globally, as of 1913, the latest known date prior to the declaration, the equivalent figure was approximately 1%. Ottoman Palestine. Oh, a map. Christ, what the fuck is this? Is this the... What do you call the... This isn't like Saudi Arabia and Yemen, that peninsula, is it? Is it the Arabian Peninsula? What do we call that? It is? Oh. This isn't accurate, is it? Is it called the Arabian Peninsula? Wait, am I just fucking retarded? Oh, I know, actually, it's way more accurate than I thought. Never mind. I guess it's oriented a little bit differently. That's probably why it looks so weird. It's because it's like... Not bad, actually. Drawing maps back then must have been crazy when you didn't have, like, satellites to do it. Jesus. Like, lots of measuring and shit. Although, I mean, they're humans. They're not stupid. But Qatar is missing. Some shitty island up here. I don't fucking know, dude. Oh, true. How did they miss all of Qatar? And maybe Bahrain? Why is it not on here? Maybe it was like a volcano in the year 1950 and it just emerged. Nobody lived on that shit? Qatar had illusion magic. Okay, based. The year 1916 marked 4 centuries since Palestine had become part of the Ottoman Empire, also known as the Turkish Empire. For most of this period, the Jewish population represented a small minority, approximately 3% of the total, with Muslims representing the largest segment of the population, the Christians the second. Qatar and Bahrain were man-made in 1970? Shut the fuck up. There's no shot that's true. Why are you trolling me? Became independent in 1971. It's way too big of a landmass to be... I don't... Kill yourself. Stop. Shut up. Ottoman government in Constantinople began to apply restrictions on Jewish immigration to Palestine in late 1882 in response to the start of the first Aliyah earlier that year. Although this immigration was creating a certain amount of tension with the local population, mainly among the merchant and notable class, in 1901, the Sublime Porte, the Ottoman central government gave Jews the same rights as Arabs to buy land in Palestine, and the percentage of Jews in that population rose to 7% by 1914. At the same time, with growing distrust of the Young Turks, Turkish nationalists who had taken control of the empire in 1908, and the second Aliyah, Arab nationalism, and Palestinian nationalism was on the rise, and in Palestine, anti-Zionism was a unifying characteristic. How is this a sentence? Wait. At the same time, the growing distrust of the Young Turks and the second Aliyah, Arab nationalism, Palestine, nationalism was on the rise, and in Palestine, anti-Zionism was a unifying characteristic. Gotcha. Historians do not know whether these strengthening forces would still have ultimately resulted in conflict in the absence of the Balfour Declaration. The First World War. In July of 1914, war broke out in Europe between the Triple Entente, right? Britain, France, and the Russian Empire, and the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and later that year, the Ottoman Empire. It's kind of crazy to, it's insane actually to think. I feel like I don't remember anything about World War I in high school. All three of those empires were basically destroyed at the end of World War I. The Ottoman Empire was completely destroyed. Austria-Hungary split, and then Germany was stripped of a lot of like lands and shit. It's kind of entente.
Entendre.
Entendre. Wait, that's not even the right word. Hold on.
Entente.
Entente. Is that actually saying cutter just to troll us? I feel like I've been told over and over again that's how it's pronounced. Qatar is not correct, I don't believe. I'm pretty sure it's cutter. Is the pronunciation for this. Pronounce Qatar. Qatar?
Brought to you by Legacy Doha, where kids really matter.
What the fuck? Also, 4.5 minute video for a pronunciation of one word?
And are always active. Check us out on Facebook.
Seriously?
Q-tip time, everyone. Mr. Q, your friendly neighborhood Qatari here, and today we're going to answer a very, very important question. How do you pronounce my country? Now, I've gone ahead and noticed that a lot of foreigners are teaching foreigners.
This is the worst clickbaity video I've ever seen in my entire life. Holy shit.
How to pronounce Qatar. Yes, a lot of people are saying Qatar.
Qatar.
Qatar. Qatar.
Qatar.
Qatar.
Qatar.
Qatar. Qatar.
Qatar.
Qatar. Qatar. But is that really the true pronunciation? Now, I decided to go ahead and go on YouTube and type how to pronounce Qatar just to see what I find.
Qatar.
And I found a lot of wrong stuff. So when you take a look at RT America, you have this guy.
So somebody says, stop saying Qatar. It's Qatar. Like Qatar, repeat, Qatar. Somebody else who also wrote to us, she says, why do you keep calling it Qatar? So these comments sparked a huge debate right behind me over there in our newsroom, with everybody arguing about whether it's Qatar or Qatar. So here's a definitive answer from our own resident expert, our RT Arabic correspondent, Ahmed Al-Hazim, said the correct pronunciation is Qatar. Qatar. Not Qatar, not Qatar, but Qatar, accent for syllable.
Qatar.
As in cutting the tar. Cut the tar that is like on your roof. Is that clear?
The irony of it all? Qatar is actually closer to the official pronunciation.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. Hold on.
Qatar. So then I got tagged in this too, where someone from MS.
Oh, it's like a weird word. Qatar. Qatar, some bullshit. Some like shit some letter we don't have.
NBC asked an official correspondent who's supposed to know everything about Qatar.
Qatar or Qatar? You are right there. How do the locals pronounce it?
I've actually heard it 3 different ways, and that's Qatar, Qatar, and gutter.
No! Listen, I respect you. I want you to respect me. We're all respecting each other right now, but no. Bad. Then this video came out of nowhere where the title was How to Pronounce Middle Eastern Countries.
Iran. Iranians.
Why not just say it? Just say it. Just tell us.
Iraq. Iraqis.
And she didn't mention all of the Middle Eastern countries. And then she mentioned
Pakistan. Everybody said Pakistan, Pakistanis. I mean, you can pronounce all of these.
Pakistan is not in the Middle East. It's in the greater Middle East region, which everybody considers when they say the Middle East, to be fair.
Countries the way that you want.
Good video, lady. Bobby Gerlich. Actually, I might as well just call you because I can just pronounce it however I want. But then I found this video. I wanted to give a shout out to this guy. His username is The Arabic Student because he posted this.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be talking about how to pronounce the word Qatar, the nation of Qatar. Pretty much every consonant in the word is not found in English. Qatar.
So just to recap, the official pronunciation of my country is Qatar. 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 So go ahead and close your throat a little bit.
Okay, what's like the English person way of saying it? Qatar?
Make sure you say it.
Why would you make such a pretentious sounding country name? Why not just use English like everybody else does, okay? Germans don't call it Deutschland anymore, okay? They call it Germany, like they're supposed to, god damn it.
Ta instead of ta, and you get Qatar. And locally, we don't say Qatar. We actually replace the qa, qaf, with a G, so it becomes Qatar. So almost like guitar.
Excellent!
No, it's not a guitar. It's guitar. Also officially, just to be clear, internationally, and I guess it's because maybe the British people like moved over to our country, you know, very early on. Yes, you can also say Qatar. That's why when you go on to Qatar Airways, they go and say
Qatar Airways.
Qatar Airways. So I feel like we got no closer.
Airways.
Qatar Airways.
Qatar. So everybody says different things. So we've heard now Qatar, gutter, Qatar, guitar, Qatar. What else did we hear?
Qatar.
Qatar. What is that? That's like an Australian go to Qatar. Look, guys, at the end of the day, I really hope that you can pronounce Qatar as Qatar because that's hyper local and we'll appreciate it. So I hope that you guys enjoyed this Q-tip. Don't forget to give us a like. My thumb went up before I even said that. That's how excited I was. So go ahead and give us a like. Don't forget to share. And of course, don't forget to subscribe too and hit that bell button. Oh, and if you got a question, ask us in the comment section below. Listen.
Okay, Qatar. Qatar? I'm calling it Qatar. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about this country anymore. Also, people in chat are saying apparently this is a man-made island. Is that true? What the fuck? No shot. No, it's not. Fuck you. You lied. Okay. Anyway, where were we? The British cabinet first discussed Palestine at a meeting on the 9th of November. Oh, okay. In July 1914, war broke out in Europe between the Triple Entente. It's too many new words. My brain can't absorb all these high-level ideas.
Entente.
Entente, not entende. Entente. I'm thinking double entendre or whatever. Okay. Entente. The Triple Entente and the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, later the Ottoman Empire. The British cabinet first discussed Palestine at a meeting on the 9th of November 1914, 4 days after Britain's declaration of war on the Ottoman Empire, of which the Mutasarrifate of Jerusalem, often referred to as Palestine, was a component. At the meeting, David Lloyd George, then Chancellor of the Exchequer, referred to the ultimate destiny of Palestine. The Chancellor, whose law firm, Lloyd George, Roberts & Co., had been engaged in a decade before by the Zionist Federation of Great Britain and Ireland to work on the Uganda scheme, was to become Prime Minister by the time of the declaration and was ultimately responsible for it. What is the Uganda scheme? It was a proposal by British colonist Joseph Chamberlain to create a Jewish homeland in a portion of British East Africa. It was represented at the Sixth World Zionist Congress in Basel in 1903 by Theodor Herzl, the founder of the modern Zionist movement. He presented it as a temporary refuge for Jews to escape rising anti-Semitism in Europe. The proposal faced opposition from both the Zionist movement and the British colony. British East Africa was an area of the African Great Lakes occupying roughly the same terrain as present-day Kenya, and from the Indian Ocean inland. Why? I don't need all of this. So British East Africa was essentially Kenya? Oh my god, it's our friend, Somalia. Corantos. Oh, and Uganda. Okay. Okay. Just mispronounce things with a Bonger accent and no one will notice. True. chatting. The chancellor, whose law firm, blah, 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 was to become prime minister by the time the declaration was almost... Okay. Wiseman's political efforts picked up speed, and on the 10th of December 1914, he met with Herbert Samuel, a British cabinet member and a secular Jew who had studied Zionism. Samuel believed Wiseman's demands were too modest. 2 days later, Wiseman met Balfour again, and for the first time since their initial meeting in 1905, Balfour had been out of government ever since his electoral defeat in 1906, but remained a senior member of the Conservative Party in their role as official opposition. A month later, Samuel circulated a memorandum entitled The Future of Palestine to his cabinet colleagues. The memorandum stated, "I am assured that the solution of the problem of Palestine, which would be much the most welcome to the leaders and supporters of the Zionist movement throughout the world, would be the annexation of the country to the British Empire." Oh, of Palestine to the British Empire. Samuel discussed a copy of his memorandum with Nathan Rothschild in February 1915, a month before the latter's death. It was the first time in an official record that enlisting the support of Jews as a war measure had been proposed. Many further discussions followed, including the initial meetings in 1915 and 1916 between Lord George, who had been appointed Minister of Munitions in May of 1915, and Wiseman, who was appointed as a scientific advisor to the ministry in September of 1915. 17 years later, in his war memoirs, Lloyd George described these meetings as being the fount and origin of the Declaration. Historians have rejected this claim. Ooh, shut down. He wanted that clout. He didn't get it. He got rewritten. In late 1915, the British High Commissioner to Egypt, Henry McMahon, exchanged 10 letters with Hussein bin Ali, Sharif of Mecca, in which he promised Hussein to recognize Arab independence in the limits and boundaries proposed by the Sheriff of Mecca, in return for Hussein launching a revolt against the Ottoman Empire. The pledge excluded portions of Syria lying to the west. Excluded portions of Syria lying to the west of the districts of Damascus, Homs, Hama, and Aleppo. The decades after the war, the extent of this coastal exclusion was hotly disputed, since Palestine lay to the southwest of Damascus and was not explicitly mentioned. The Arab revolt was launched on June 5, 1916, on the basis of the quid pro quo agreement in the correspondence. However, less than 3 weeks earlier, the governments of the United Kingdom, France, and Russia secretly concluded the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which Balfour described later as a wholly new method for dividing the region after the 1915 agreement seems to have been forgotten. Real quick, the Arab Revolt, or the Great Arab Revolt, was a military uprising of Arab forces against the Ottoman Empire in the Middle Eastern theater for World War I. On the basis of the McMahon-Hussein correspondence, an agreement between the British government and Hussein bin Ali, Sharif of Mecca, the revolt was officially initiated at Mecca on the 10th of June, 1916. The aim of the revolt was to create a single unified and independent Arab state stretching from Aleppo in Syria to Aden in Yemen, which the British had promised to recognize. Good one. The Sharifian army, led by Hussein and the Hashemites, with military backing from the British Egyptian Expeditionary Force, successfully fought and expelled the Ottoman military presence from much of the Hejaz and the Transjordan. I'm guessing it's like modern-day Jordan. The rebellion eventually took Damascus and set up the Arab Kingdom of Syria, a short-lived monarchy led by Faisal, a son of Hussein. Following the Sykes-Picot Agreement, the Middle East was later partitioned by the British and French into mandate territories rather than a unified Arab state, and the British reneged on their promise to support a unified, independent Arab state. Mecca in Saudi Arabia is down here. I didn't know where Mecca was actually before this. Crazy. Wait, so if you're a Shia Muslim as well, so like if you're in Iran, Iraq, Syria, do they also point to Mecca when they pray? Or do they do they have some other shit that they point to? Even Shia Muslims? They put a rock in front first? Wait, really? Do Shia Muslims point towards Mecca? Today, Muslims of all branches, including the Sunni and the Shia, all pray towards the Kaaba. Huh. Kaaba's the cube. Yeah, I remember. That's the thing my Minecraft dude mined. They got everybody all riled up on Twitter. That rock thing is so their nose doesn't touch the floor. It's got nothing to do with Mecca. Cringe, but okay. The Sykes-Picot Agreement was a 1916 secret treaty between the UK and France with assent from the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Italy to define their mutually agreed spheres of influence and control in an eventual partition of the Ottoman Empire. The agreement was based on the premise that the Triple Entente? I keep forgetting how to pronounce this stupid fucking word.
Entente.
Entente? Okay. Would achieve success in defeating the Ottoman Empire during World War I and formed part of a series of secret agreements contemplating its partition. The primary negotiations leading the agreement took place between blah, blah, blah. Okay. Gotcha. This Anglo-French treaty was negotiated in late 1915 and early 1916 between Sir Mark Sykes and François Francis George Picot, with the primary agreement being set out in draft form in a joint memorandum on the 5th of January 1916. Sykes was a British Conservative MP who had risen to a position of significant influence on Britain's Middle East policy, beginning with his seat on the 1915 Day Bunsen Committee and his initiative to create the Arab Bureau. Chatting. Francois, I think is right. Picot, is it Picot or Picot or Picot? Is it Picot? Oh, it's fucking French, so it's probably Picot or something, right? Was a French diplomat and former consul general in Beirut. Picot, it is Picot. Okay. Beirut. The agreement defined the proposed spheres of influence and control in Western Asia should the Triple Entente succeed in defeating the Ottoman Empire during World War I, dividing many Arab territories into British and French-administered areas. In Palestine, internationalism was proposed. Hold on, how long did the Ottoman Empire survive again? This is quite a long time, right? Quite a long time. Between the 14th and early 20th centuries. However, from our reading yesterday, there was a period of shrinkage, and then they consolidated power internally, and then they were doing okay, but then World War I happened, and they basically fell apart, essentially, right? The T in Beirut is pronounced Beirut. Beirut. Okay. Seen in defeating World War I. Okay. Dividing many Arab territories into British and French administered areas. Beirut. Yeah, okay. Ottoman Empire was a successor to the East Roman Empire. We didn't do Rome at all. I don't know anything about Rome. Ottoman Empire, it was a Turkmen guy that basically rose up among all the kingdoms in the West and decided to unite everybody and do all this shit, I think. That's all I remember. That's all we need to know about it. Good enough, I think. No, it wasn't. Oh, okay. Well, see, that's why I haven't studied that yet, so that's why I don't care. No, it wasn't ban that guy. Okay. Did your school have 0 history classes? I'm pretty sure I only took 1 history class in all of my school life. No, in my high school life, and I'm pretty sure it was just U.S. history. Otherwise, it was like all science and math, because fuck history and social studies. Cringe! Cringe! You know what I mean? You know what I mean there? In Palestine, internationalization was proposed. I don't know what does internationalization mean? The act or process of making something international. Thanks. Designing product in a way that, okay, yeah, good one. With the form of administration to be confirmed after consultation with both Russia and Hussein, The January draft, I think it probably just means that it's a territory that's administered to by other countries.
Here's a very
probably.
good site where you can see how the world map looked at different points in time. It's really useful when studying history.
There's a really cool page on Pornhub where I can actually see what your mom looked like through different periods of history. So, with the form of administration to be confirmed after consultation with both Russia and Hussein. The January draft noted Christian and Muslim interests and that members of the Jewish community throughout the world have a conscientious and sentimental interest in the future of the country. Prior to this point, no active negotiations with Zionists had taken place, but Sykes had been aware of Zionism, was in contact with Moses Gaster, a former president of the English Zionist Federation, and may have seen Samuel's 1915 memorandum. On the 3rd of March, while Sykes and Pico were still in Petrograd, Lucian Wolf, secretary of the... What a badass name. Lucian Wolf. Oh, he does not look as cool as his name would suggest. Yikes. 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 Set up by Jewish organizations to further the interests of foreign Jews, submitted to the Foreign Office, the draft of an assurance formula could be issued by the Allies in support of Jewish aspirations. Name one Union general besides Ulysses S. Grant and George Sherman if you're a real American destiny. Well, actually, the biggest hero was your mom's fucking tits. They were so big, they brought the North and the South together because each whole country could suck a different tit, and they all came together to come on your mom. Loser. At the time, the Ottoman Emperor was the Caliph of the Sunnis, head of all of them. After World War I, the Entente abolished the post and fired the Muslim Pope. Based. Prior to this point, no active negotiations with Zionists had taken place. Besides aware of Zionism, blah, blah, blah. It may have seen same as okay. On 3rd of March, okay, Lucian Wolf, submitted to the Foreign Office. Okay. In the event of Palestine coming within the spheres of influence of Great Britain or France at the close of the war, the governments of those powers will not fail to take account of the historic interest that country possesses for the Jewish community. The Jewish population will be secured in the enjoyment of civil and religious liberty, equal political rights with the rest of the population, reasonable facilities for immigration and colonization, and such municipal privileges in the towns and colonies inhabited by them as may be shown to be necessary. On the 11th of March, telegrams were sent in Gray's name to Britain's Russian and French ambassadors for transmission to Russian and French authorities, including the formula as well as the scheme might be made far more attractive to the majority of Jews if it held out to them the prospect that when in course of time the Jewish colonists in Palestine grow strong enough to cope with the Arab population, they may be allowed to take the management of the internal affairs of Palestine, with the exception of Jerusalem and the Holy Place, into their own hands. Sykes, having seen the telegram, had discussions with Picot and proposed, making reference to Samuel's memorandum, the creation of an Arab sultanate under French and British protection, some means of administering the holy places, along with the establishment of a company to purchase land for Jewish colonists who would then become citizens with equal rights to Arabs. Shortly after returning from Petrograd, Sykes briefed Samuel, who then briefed a meeting of Gaster, Wiseman, and Sokolow. Gaster recorded in his diary on the 16th of April, 1916, "We are offered a French-English condominium in Palestine. Arab prince to conciliate Arab sentiment, and as part of the Constitution, a charter to Zionists for which England would stand guarantee, and which would stand by us in every case of friction. It practically comes to a complete realization of our Zionist program. However, we insisted on national character of charter, freedom of immigration and internal autonomy, and at the same time, full rights of citizenship to illegible and Jews in Palestine." Do you think this might have been aliens? Okay. What is this? Don't care. Okay. Chatting. In Sykes' mind, the agreement which bore his name was outdated even before it was signed. In March of 1916, he wrote in a private letter, "To my mind, the Zionists are now the key of the situation." In the event, neither the French nor the Russians were enthusiastic about the proposed formulation, and eventually on the 4th of July, Wolfe was informed that the present moment is inopportune for making any announcement. These wartime initiatives, inclusive of the declaration, are frequently considered together by historians because of the potential, real or imagined, for incompatibility between them, particularly in regard to the disposition of Palestine. In the words of Professor Albert Horani, founder of the Middle East Center at St. Anthony's College, Oxford, the argument about the interpretation of these agreements is one which is impossible to end because they were intended to bear more than one interpretation. 1916. Oh, we're almost to the end. Change in British government. In terms of British politics, the declaration resulted from the coming into power of Lloyd George and his cabinet, which had replaced the H.H. Asquith-led cabinet in December of 1916. Whilst both prime ministers were liberals and both governments were wartime coalitions, Lloyd George and Balfour, appointed as his foreign secretary, favored a post-war partition of the Ottoman Empire as a major British war aim, whereas Asquith and his foreign secretary, Sir Edward Grey, had favored its reform. 2 days after taking office, Lloyd George told General Robertson, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, that he wanted a major victory, preferably the capture of Jerusalem, to impress British public opinion, and immediately consulted his war cabinet about a future campaign into Palestine when El Arish had been secured. Wait, why? Hold on. What the fuck is what is the United States doing internationally before World War I? Did we even exist as anything? Did anybody in the rest of the world give a fuck about us? From the Revolutionary War up through World War I, did we do anything? I'm trying to remember, internationally. Invading Cuba and the Philippines. Why doesn't the United States get a fuck ton of colonies like in South America? Is it because they were all taken by British people? Or not British people, but Europeans, and we'd have to go to war with them? Or why didn't we take over all of Mexico? Or take over all of the Caribbean or whatever? Monroe Doctrine, democracy, isolationism, independent. We did a bunch of shit in South America. American was just some random colony. Weren't a superpower then. That would be racist. When did the last U.S. What is the date of the Louisiana Purchase? It was 1803. That was way before. When did U.S. finish expanding west? Ooh, 1890. Okay, so not that far from World War I guess. The last purchase was Alaska. Wasn't Alaska really recent though? When did US buy Alaska? No, that's not recent at all. Wait, what am I thinking of? Oh, Hawaii was relatively recent to be made a state, right? Or it's not when we purchased it, it's when it was made a state. That's probably what I'm thinking. Because I don't think Hawaii was a state before for World War II, right? I don't know if Alaska was either. When did Alaska become a state? They were in 59. And Hawaii too, right? It was 59. Do you think Aiden Ross will do anything for the R Play stuff? Did he last year? Okay. Subsequent pressure from Lloyd George over the reservations of Robertson resulted in the recapture of the Sinai for British-controlled Egypt, and with the capture of El Arish, Arish, I think, in December 1916, and Rafah in January of 1917. The arrival of British forces at the southern border of the Ottoman Empire, following 2 unsuccessful attempts to capture Gaza between the 26th of March and 19th of April, a 6-month stalemate in southern Palestine began. The Sinai and Palestine campaign would not make any progress into Palestine until the 31st of October 1917. 1917, British Zionist formal negotiations. Following the change in government, Sykes was promoted into the War Cabinet Secretary with responsibility for Middle Eastern affairs. In January of 1917, despite having previously built a relationship with Moses Gaster, he began looking to meet other Zionist leaders. By the end of the month, he had been introduced to Weizmann and his associate Nahum Sokolow, a journalist and executive of the World Zionist Organization, who had moved to Britain at the beginning of the war. My guess is that a bunch of streamers are going to try to collab and put a big free top G or some other cringe on top of our place. I feel like it's going to be a lot of protesting of Reddit, basically. The API changes or some shit. Following the change in government, Sykes was promoted into the War Cabinet Secretary with responsibility for Middle Eastern affairs. In January of 1917, despite having previously built a relationship... Oh, we just read this. Or no, wait, no, we hadn't. Oh, wait, yes, we had. Journalist of the World's Zionist moved to Britain, claiming to be... Okay. On the 7th of February 1917, Sykes, claiming to be acting in a private capacity, entered into substantive discussions with the Zionist leadership. The previous British correspondence with the Arabs was discussed at the meeting. Sokolow's notes record Sykes' description that the Arabs professed that language must be measured by which controls of Palestine should be determined, and by that measure could claim all Syrian Palestine. Still, the Arabs could be managed, particularly if they received Jewish support in other matters. At this point, the Zionists were still unaware of the Sykes-Picot agreement, although they had their suspicions. Wait, this is the one... The secret treaty. Yeah, okay. One of Sykes' goals was the mobilization of Zionism to the cause of British... Wow, Claudenaut. Thanks for gifting 10 subs. One of Sykes' goals is the mobilization of Zionism to the cause of British suzerainty in Palestine. I don't know what that word is. So as to have arguments to put to France in support of that objective. During the period of the British War Cabinet discussions leading up to the declaration, the war had reached a period of stalemate. On the Western Front, the tide would turn in favor of the Central Powers in spring of 1918 before decisively turning in favor of the Allies from July 1918 onwards. Although the United States declared war on Germany in the spring of 1917, it did not suffer its first casualties until the 2nd of November 1917, at which point President Woodrow Wilson still hoped to avoid dispatching large contingents of troops into the war. The Russian forces were known to be distracted by the ongoing Russian Revolution and the growing support for the Bolshevik faction, but Alexander Kerensky's provisional government had remained in the war. Russia only withdrew after the final stage of the revolution on the 7th of November 1917. Oof, okay. Okay, we'll read the approval section tomorrow. We might read a little bit more tomorrow. Ooh, okay. How are we doing? Did we survive? Oh yeah, people should be making art for the our play stuff tomorrow. True. Pronounce entente. Entente. Wait. Okay, let me hit a quick 95 on this. Easy. If you get 950 plus on rhythm, I'll get 950 plus? You understand what you're asking? You know that like a normal person could never just bust out a 950, right? Like a normal human being couldn't just like out of nowhere, okay? In the middle of whatever, just pop out a 950, right? I tried, okay. Let me try once more. Let me give it one more shot. Hold on. Hold on, I'm powering up. Let me power up. Let me power up. Okay, fuck this guy. I don't care anymore. Fuck this cuck-ass bullshit. Cucky bullshit. Sucky fucky cucky cucky. What show appearance? I don't know. Here's the thing. So I texted that Bradley Martin guy because he said he might want to do a show in California, but he didn't respond. The Whatever Podcast people wanted me to have an official... I was going to do that debate with Trent in California on the 27th. But I don't know if I want to fly to LA for just the Whatever Podcast. And right now, if the Bradley guy says yes, or if he replies back in a text, then that's 2. But I don't know if I want to I don't know if I want to travel to LA for one interview. What about Michael Malice? Michael Malice is remote. That's on the 24th. Oh, I could message Adam and see if No Jumper wants to do anything. Dude, I feel like I'm imposing a ton. You always do numbers on No Jumper, they'd be stoked. Okay, base. Just as a heads up, I'll be back in LA on the 27th. I feel so leechy, like saying shit like this. Oof. Hey, new heads up. If you're a girl and I talk to you and you have a problem with me not communicating on iPhone, get Discord, you stupid fuck. I can't believe that people actually give a fuck about the bubbles on text, okay? Just get fucking Discord. It's not more personal because you have a fucking phone number, okay? I can store an infinite amount of phone numbers in my phone. I can only have 1,000 friends on Discord, okay? People that freak out over the stupid fucking bubble shit on iPhone is so garbage and trash. Literally nobody cares, okay? iMessage is less features than literally any other type of like texting or anything. Like, why the fuck do people care about it? God, it's so stupid. You're rich by an iPhone. I'll update my iPhone and my Pixel at the end of this year. I didn't update last year. Like, I'm using a Pixel 7, 6, whatever the last version is.
You get one consolation sub for the truest message take.
Seven is current. Oh, then I've got a Pixel 6 and I've got like an iPhone 11. I don't know which one this is. I think it's like 2 generations old. Oh, I could do another dick show. I'll wait until the end of the... Yeah, the end of this year. There should be new phones coming out. Are you doing the Bradley Martin podcast? He told me to text him, and I texted him, so, well, he hasn't responded, though, so I don't know. Yeah. Okay, well. What larger implications do you think sexual liberation, like cucks and open relationships, have on society? And has Fuentes ever beaten you in a debate? Never. Not even one time in his entire life. I don't think cucks and open relationships probably have very minimal to low effect, because it's like it's probably pretty rare that people do any of these things. Ask Jonah Hill if he wants to do some surfing. True. If you get under 200 milliseconds from your first try, I'll gift 10 subs. Hold on. Okay. Dude, there's got to be delay on the monitor or something. There's no way my reaction time dropped like 50 milliseconds over the past... There's no shot. Here is how... Shut up. I wonder if it's a type of monitor or something. Hold on. How do we get over here? Probably because you don't play League anymore? True. Fuck. My brain's just deteriorated. Destiny, are you verifying this? Play an FPS Destiny. How do you deal with your sex addiction? A lot of moms. Jesus Christ. Oh, what's up, YouTube Natsumi? How you doing, buddy? Ask Adam to go on Plug Talk. Shut the fuck up. David Palmer, I'm just curious if you've been anything new going in your life. Love your content and you. You know, I'm just chilling. I think we're good. I have to go do gym tonight, so I think we're pretty done tonight. Satisfactory is waiting. I downloaded this Ixion game. We might start that tomorrow. Because why the fuck not? Ooh. Updates on numbers with the new programs. It's just been on and off. I moved because I've been traveling and then I got sick for a week and blah blah blah. So hopefully but then I'm about to travel again. So everything's about where it was before. We're looking for beefy arms. Yeah, don't worry, they're coming, buddy. What is your goal with the wiki? What do you want it to cover? Oh, for my wiki? Wiki wow. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Just some people make like, it'd be interesting if you like look up like Destiny lore on like the wiki. Because like, there's a lot of like stuff that happens or people like, oh, did who say that or did blah, blah, blah. Like, it would just be nice to have like a repository of information about me and my universe and my characters and all that bullshit, you know? Don't forget Captain of Industry. That and Satisfactory are both better than Ixion. Okay, can a trailer sell me on Satisfactory? I just don't know if I care about these types of games in 3 dimensions.
Hello fellow engineers and welcome to Satisfactory, one of the most requested games on my channel. But why haven't I done any videos on it until now?
Damn, the voice does not match the appearance.
Oh, you might ask. Well, as you guys know, the YouTube algorithm is a beast which cannot be tamed. Mr. Machine, I need my equipment in my hands. You are a bit annoying. I'll tell you what, I'll tell you that, mate. You are not the friendliest little pig or hog, whatever you were. Oh, I can jump over it though. Okay. I've got an idea. Now, I literally feel like I'm playing Tremors, the video game now. Like I'm hiding on rocks. Oh, I thought I was going to get up for a sec. Get him in the...
They released banger update trailers. Where is Kenshi 2? I thought that was supposed to be this year, guys. Why are they standing like that? We've got like some pathological anterior pelvic tilt here. Oh my god. This is update 3, we're on update 7 now.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the Update 7 patch notes.
Oh, this game is actually decently big. Holy shit, I didn't realize I had so many subs on YouTube. Wait, is this game bigger than Factorio now?
Burrito Buckarito, how you doing, buddy? What's up?
It's your line. We're doing the patch notes video.
Are we?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do I say?
I told you like 3 minutes ago.
You told me?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Check out the video, it's gonna be sick! Yeah, baby!
Jesus Christ.
Damn, mate. Dude, they are.
Did you just...
Rewards for TNA and Update 7 now. Whoa. Dude.
Previously, the only way to get Fix-It coupons was by syncing factory items in an awesome sync. But in Update 7, you can also sync alien DNA capsules, previously known as organic data capsules, for coupons.
Watch the new City Skylines. I'm gonna be honest, I stopped caring about City Skyline as soon as traffic management and highway interchanges came into play, okay? I just have no interest in learning.
To make your time spent hunting more worth your while. The alien DNA capsules have their own point and coupon accumulation system, which means this feature does not interfere with regular factory item syncing in the awesome sync.
Oh, that's what an Australian accent sounds like.
Yeah, dude, so my rash has just been flaring up again. It started out like Madagascar. It's more like Greece.
You should get that checked out.
What?
Implement peaceful mode. You can set them to be completely passive or to only retaliate when attacked first. We're planning to add more game modes in the future, but in the meantime, I better set things to passive. I really hope that guy being attacked is okay. Whoever that is in the game. So in Update 7, conveyor belts are gooder. Conveyor belts are one of the most placed buildables in the game, so it makes sense to us to make them as convenient as possible. Conveyor belts can now be placed on ceilings to give you more options for how you want to construct your factories, and conveyor belt placement now dynamically switches to the correct attachment when aiming conveyor belts on the floor, wall, and ceiling.
All of this also applies to my personal favorite feature in the game, pipes. I was always a believer of pipes since day one. I love pipes.
Hey, Jace, there seems to be something strange going on.
There are a lot of skips for a game dev update video.
Peculiar. Kind of
Ziplines just got zippier with a new zipline sprint on the ground. For example, when
I'll go get it.
Simple, but it is certainly worth knowing.
Has changed too and is now more straightforward. Power production gains will now be at the same rate.
I want to try.
Okay.
Let's talk about traffic AI. let's talk about traffic AI. In City Skylines 1, the agents chose their pathfinding based on how close factors.
Anything in other. And this is the major factor in deciding which way they want to.
Factor is also an important factor in the pathfinder.
Also, the behavioral traffic laws, ride on the right side of the road and don't make rash decisions in traffic. But certain vehicles, these being the emergency vehicles, can in certain cases do more dangerous decisions in traffic, such as making U-turns and thus cutting the travel time to their destination if they are responding to emergency.
Traffic
by weather, lighting road condition, lighting.
Service buildings are working inside the district. They can choose the service building can work in multiple districts. Different
can contribute.
Jesus Christ. Where else can you make U-turns? In real life, all the time, baby. You're watching Oppenheimer. I heard early impressions calling it Nolan's best film ever. I heard there was full frontal nudity. Is that true?
Oh my god, guys, you chill! What the fuck?
Son was so mad.
April, May, June.
Son was so mad over this.
Hungry, maybe because you said Orban is bad. Whatever, I don't care. I don't care. It's literally pixels, okay? It's pixels, and you did it. You fucking killed it.
Oh my god.
صارت بالعزم فتية طارت كالصقر أبية.
Oh yeah, no. A pathetic little dweebs community came in and eradicated my dead dog. My emote dedicated to, you know, my dog who died, and they're doing it just to get a rise out of me.
للأفضل دون العليا لا نقبل إلى المستقبل نسعى ونجد ونعمل نرقى دوما للأفضل دون العليا لا نقبل أهلا أهلا
Please just leave me alone, please. Okay? I just like.
هبت كالريح 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 قوية شبت كالنار 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 وضية صارت بالعزم فتية طارت كالصقر.
Tonight or tomorrow, guys.
Ding dong, the bitch is dead.
Extremely my shit. They dance on her grave on ceremony.
The queen is dead. It's a beautiful day today.
You don't even have to justify it. They're literally kings and queens. They're awful.
Woo! Let's go! Get fucked, queen! Oh my god, he's crying! What a fucking bitch!
It's disgusting. It is really fucking gross to just like nuke fish like that. You did it, guys. You did it. You fucking destroyed my dead dog. Like you fucking owned it. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, he's crying! What a fucking bitch!
Thank you for destroying my dead dog. But yeah, go ahead, man. My dog who died.
An earth. My
maddening twist with that last one is that 99% of items in Fear and Hunger are randomized. You don't even know
Oh,
what
hell yeah. Give me some Parasite Eve OST.
items you're going to pull from a specific barrel or crate, meaning you don't even know what tool set you're going to be approaching these obstacles with, or what resources you're going to be able to fall back on. And that either torches when you start captivating experience and subtlety and doors. And as I did, something started to dawn on me. I knew which fights to take, I knew which to avoid. Every death.
Is it literally the same guy as the Real Engineering? What is this accent?
On the 19th of June, the Ocean Gate submersible began its descent to the Titanic's fractured remains here in the northwestern Atlantic.
Every lesson from previous runs was now materializing in this meticulously laid out plan that was.
With a descent rate of 55 meters per minute,
what is
it
the
would take
accent?
the submersible 70 minutes to reach its destination.
Now spinning together into a combination of good fortune and execution that honestly was mildly euphoric.
With each passing minute, the equivalent of 5.3 atmospheres of pressure would be added to the sub's hull. By the time it reached its...
That's all AI shit. Okay, I'm gonna go, Jim. I love you guys. We'll read another section on that thing tomorrow, and then we'll start that horribly boring game and nuke my stream for a week or two. Sounds good. Be careful. I love you guys. Stay safe. Oh, I might be rearranging some of the flares and shit tonight in chat for DGG, so good luck, guys. We'll see who survives.